I don't usually talk about this. In fact, I've buried this memory deep inside me for years. The way you push down a nightmare so it doesn't surface in daylight. But lately, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the crunch of leaves, the hollow echo of footsteps, and the whisper of my own name carried by a voice that should not exist anymore. So maybe telling it will free me, or damn me further. I used to work the night shift as a caretaker at Oak Ridge Cemetery, a massive burial ground in the outskirts of Pennsylvania. If you're from around there, you've probably driven past it. Rows of leaning gravestones, twisted oak trees, and an old wrought iron gate that squeals every time the wind hits it. It wasn't exactly a glamorous job, but I was in my early 20s, broke and desperate. The pay was low, but they gave me a small cabin on the grounds to stay in during shifts. It was supposed to be quiet, easy work, make rounds every hour, check that no one was vandalizing graves, and report anything unusual. I figured it would be peaceful. Dead people don't cause problems, right? The first few nights were uneventful. I'd walk the perimeter with a flashlight, hear the crickets buzzing, and watch the fog roll across the grass. Sometimes I'd get spooked by how easily sound carried. My own footsteps seemed amplified, like someone else was trailing behind me. But I wrote it off as nerves. I was alone in the dark, surrounded by thousands of graves. Anyone would feel on edge. Then, around my 5th night, things started to shift. I was halfway through my rounds when I noticed something odd. A fresh bouquet of roses lying on top of a grave in the oldest section of the cemetery. At first, that didn't seem strange. Families leave flowers all the time. But the thing is, this grave had been abandoned for decades. The stone was cracked, the writing almost eroded, and according to the records, no living relatives remained. I brushed it off as maybe someone doing a random act of kindness for the forgotten dead. But the next night, there were more flowers. Different ones. White lilies this time. Again, fresh. And again, on the same grave. That was the first grave that made me uneasy. On the 7th night, I was logging my rounds when I heard something I couldn't explain. A woman's voice humming a lullaby, faint but unmistakable. It drifted across the cemetery, soft at first, like a mother rocking a child. My gut clenched instantly, because no one was supposed to be there at 2 a.m. I froze, trying to place where it was coming from. Slowly, I followed the sound through the fog until it led me right back to that same grave with the flowers. The humming stopped the moment my flashlight hit the headstone. The silence that followed was so heavy it felt alive. I swear, in that moment, the air pressed against me like the entire cemetery was holding its breath. I tried to shake it off, convincing myself it was some late-night visitor who had left before I got close. But I didn't sleep when I went back to the cabin. I couldn't. Every time I shut my eyes, I heard the lullaby again. By the 2nd week, things escalated. I began to feel like someone was watching me constantly. You know that sensation? The prickle at the back of your neck, the way your instincts scream at you to turn around. That was me every night. I'd spin my flashlight over the rows of graves, half expecting to see a face staring back. Of course, I never did. But I could feel it. Something unseen had fixed its attention on me. One night, as I was crossing the newer section, I saw a shadow move across the grass. Not an animal, not a trick of the light. A full, human-sized shadow that stretched long and thin against the ground. My chest tightened as I swung my flashlight toward it. Nothing. Just rows of stones and fog. But when I lowered the beam again, the shadow was still there, stretching toward me, like it was reaching. I ran back to the cabin that night. My logbook was left half-filled. The next evening, I almost quit. I was terrified, jumpy, exhausted. But when I called the supervisor, he brushed me off. "It's an old place, kid. Cemeteries do that to your head. Just finish the month and you'll get your bonus." I wish I had quit. God, I wish I had walked away. Because what happened on the 15th night has never left me. It started normal enough. Cold, damp air, the smell of wet earth, and the creak of the iron gate in the distance. I was halfway through my 2nd round when I noticed the roses again on that grave. This time, though, They weren't just lying there. They were arranged in the shape of a cross. Something about that made me stop. My skin crawled. I leaned down with my flashlight to look closer, and that's when I saw it. The dirt in front of the grave looked disturbed, like someone had been digging. Fresh soil was piled up, scattered unevenly. I froze, heart hammering. My mind raced. Was someone trying to exhume the grave? Why? Then I heard the humming again. Louder this time. Closer. I whipped my head up, and in the fog just beyond the headstone I saw her. A woman in a pale, torn dress, standing perfectly still. Her hair was matted, her skin grayish under the moonlight. She wasn't walking toward me, not moving at all, but her lips were moving. That lullaby. I swear I felt my blood turn to ice. I tried to shout, to ask who she was, but my voice caught in my throat. She just tilted her head as though studying me. Then, without warning, she stepped back and vanished into the fog. I bolted. I didn't care about my job anymore. I sprinted back to the cabin, locked the door, and sat there shaking until dawn. The next day, I told the groundskeeper, an old man named Harris, what I'd seen. He went pale. "You didn't go near the Mercer grave, did you?" he asked. "Mercer," I repeated. That was the name barely visible on the headstone. Harris told me the story in a hushed voice. Over a century ago, a woman named Eleanor Mercer had lived nearby. She lost her infant son in a house fire. Overcome with grief, she supposedly took her own life in that cemetery, on the very spot where they later buried her. For decades after, locals reported seeing her, always humming that lullaby she used to sing to her child. Eventually, people stopped coming to that section altogether. "Some things," Harris said, "are better left alone." I wanted to quit immediately, but I needed the money, and something inside me felt drawn, like Eleanor wasn't done with me yet. That night, I made the mistake of going back. The roses were there again, but this time, not in a cross. They were laid out in a circle. Inside the circle, etched into the dirt, was my name. I stumbled back, my flashlight shaking in my hand. That's when I heard it, right behind me. The lullaby, low, steady, almost in my ear. I spun around. Nothing. And then, the soil in front of the grave began to move. Slowly, deliberately, like something was pushing up from beneath. The ground cracked, shifted. A pale hand broke through the dirt. I screamed. I don't even remember running. Just the sensation of cold air slashing my lungs and the overwhelming knowledge that I should not look back. But of course I did. And I wish I hadn't. Because standing over that grave was Eleanor Mercer. Her sunken eyes fixed on me, her arms outstretched like she was cradling something invisible. And in her arms, in the crook of her elbow, was the faint, flickering outline of a baby. The lullaby grew louder as I stumbled away, but then her voice changed. It wasn't just humming anymore. She was speaking, calling my name. "Come with us," she whispered. I blacked out before I reached the cabin. When I woke up, it was morning. I was lying just outside the cemetery gates, my clothes covered in dirt and grass, my body freezing. To this day, I don't know how I got there. I never went back. I quit, left town, and swore I'd never set foot in Oak Ridge again. But last week, for the first time in years, I got a package in the mail, no return address. Inside was a single fresh red rose, and underneath it a piece of paper, with my name written on it, in dirt. There's something different about cemeteries in small American towns. They don't just hold the dead, they hold secrets. I learned that the hard way when I went back to my hometown in Illinois after being away for nearly a decade. I thought it would be comforting, a nostalgic trip. Instead, it led me into the darkest, most inexplicable experience of my life. The cemetery in our town was called Ridgeview Rest, a sprawling patch of land tucked behind a line of maple trees that turned blood red every fall. As kids, we dared each other to sneak in at night, running between the headstones until fear got the best of us. I never lasted long. I'd always feel an oppressive heaviness in the air, like the ground itself didn't want us there. But when I returned as an adult, I didn't expect to feel the same dread. I had come back from my father's funeral. He wasn't buried in Ridgeview. Our family had a plot in the churchyard, but that cemetery kept tugging at my mind. Maybe it was grief, maybe it was something else, but I found myself wandering there a few days after the funeral. The place hadn't changed much. The same cracked pathways, the same leaning stones, the same iron gate that groaned when you pushed it open. But something new caught my eye. A small stone mausoleum tucked away near the far edge. I was certain it hadn't been there before. The structure was old, but not crumbling. A rectangular building with ivy creeping up its walls and a heavy locked iron door. No nameplate, no family crest. Just stone, cold and gray. At first I thought I was mistaken. Maybe it had always been there, and I had just never noticed. But the longer I stared at it, the more unsettled I felt. There was no record of any prominent families in town being wealthy enough to build something like that. Ridgeview was for ordinary folk. Teachers, shopkeepers, farmers. No mausoleums. I asked around later that day. Most people shrugged it off. Some older folks said, "Oh, that thing? It's been there forever." But they couldn't recall whose it was. Others looked uncomfortable and changed the subject. That's when I knew something was wrong. The following night, against my better judgment, I went back. The cemetery was quiet except for the rustling of leaves. I carried a flashlight, though its beam seemed weak against the thick shadows. I made my way to the mausoleum. Up close, the lock looked rusted, like it hadn't been touched in decades. I should have left it alone. But curiosity overpowered me. I tugged at the door. To my shock, the lock snapped clean off in my hand like it had been waiting to break. My stomach dropped. I hesitated, but then I pushed the door open. Inside, the air was damp and cold. The flashlight revealed narrow stone walls, empty alcoves where coffins should have been, and a floor covered in a thin layer of dust. At first glance, it looked abandoned. But the deeper I went in, the more wrong it felt. At the back of the mausoleum, I found something I'll never forget. A small, child-sized coffin. Unlike the others, this one wasn't stone or marble. It was wooden, blackened, and cracked with age. No nameplate, no markings, just sitting there in the shadows. And then I heard it. A faint scratching sound coming from inside the coffin. My entire body locked up. I wanted to believe it was mice or maybe branches scraping outside, but no. The sound was rhythmic, deliberate. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Pause. I stumbled back, my flashlight trembling in my grip, and that's when I noticed the walls. They were covered in carvings, not fancy engravings, not religious symbols. Words, names, dozens of them, etched deep into the stone, like someone had clawed them in over years. I ran the light across them and felt my throat close, because one of the names was mine. Not just my name, my full name. First, middle, and last. The scratching grew louder, faster. I dropped the flashlight. Its beam swung wildly across the coffin, and for a split second I swear I saw the lid shift. That was it. I bolted out of the mausoleum, sprinting through the cemetery like hell itself was on my heels. I didn't look back until I was outside the gates, gasping for air, heart pounding in my chest. I told myself I imagined it. Stress, grief, lack of sleep. It had to be. But I couldn't shake the image of that tiny coffin and the sound from within. I tried to stay away. For days I avoided Ridgeview, but the pull grew stronger. I'd dream about the mausoleum at night. Dreams where I'd hear knocking and wake up drenched in sweat. I'd see my name scrawled across walls over and over until I woke screaming. Finally, I gave in. I went back one last time. The mausoleum door was wide open, swinging gently in the wind. I hadn't left it like that. Inside, the coffin was gone. In its place, right where it had sat, was something else, a stack of yellowed papers tied with twine. My hand shook as I picked them up. They were old town records, burial logs, death certificates, all for children, dozens of them, all marked as unclaimed. No parents, no relatives, no proper burials. Just disappeared into that mausoleum. As I flipped through them, I froze. On one of the last pages was a certificate dated only 5 years ago. A child with my last name. No first name listed. Just unknown Mercer. Mercer. My family name. Before I could process what that meant, the scratching returned. Not faint this time. Loud. All around me. The walls trembled with it, like something was clawing from every direction. I shone the flashlight and saw the names etched deeper than before, gouged fresh into the stone. New ones appeared before my eyes, carved as if by invisible hands. The last name that formed, letter by letter, made my blood run cold. You are next. The flashlight flickered and died. I don't remember how I got out. I just remember running, screaming, and collapsing on the road outside the cemetery. A passing driver found me and called the police. When I tried to explain, no one believed me. They said the mausoleum doesn't exist. There's nothing like that in Ridgeview Rest, they insisted. I even went back in daylight with the sheriff. We walked the whole cemetery. There was no sign of it. No building, no door, no carvings. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know what followed me. Because last night, in my apartment miles away from that town, I woke up to a sound. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Pause. And when I turned on the light, my bedroom wall had fresh markings. My name, etched deep. I never believed in ghosts, not really. I grew up in Ohio, in a town where people loved to tell cemetery stories at bonfires, trying to out-spook each other. But I always thought it was just talk, ways to scare ourselves. That changed the summer I took a part-time job at Evergreen Cemetery, a sprawling 19th century graveyard on the edge of town. The cemetery had been around since before the Civil War. Old statues leaned crookedly, angel wings broken or weathered smooth by rain. A few family mausoleums dotted the hills, iron doors rusted shut. But the strangest feature was the far northern slope, where the land dipped into a hollow and fog always seemed to linger. Locals called it the Lantern Hill, though no one could explain why. I got the job through a neighbor, Mr. Clark, who had worked at Evergreen as the head groundskeeper for decades. It's honest work, he told me, but don't wander too far past Lantern Hill after dark. That part of the grounds doesn't take kindly to visitors. He said it with a crooked smile, but his eyes stayed serious. I laughed it off. I was 21, broke, and skeptical. Ghost warnings were just folklore. The first couple of weeks were uneventful. I spent my shifts cutting grass, cleaning litter, and helping Clark set up for burials. At night, I sometimes volunteered to patrol the grounds when he was tired. It was peaceful work in a way. Crickets humming, the cool smell of earth, the wind brushing the trees. But then I started noticing something strange. Whenever I walked near Lantern Hill at night, I'd see a light moving in the distance. It looked like an old oil lantern glowing faintly amber through the mist. At first I thought it was just Clark checking the grounds, but when I asked him about it, his face drained of color. "You stay away from that light," he said flatly. I pressed him, but he refused to explain. That only made me more curious. One night, after my shift ended, I stayed behind. The cemetery was silent, heavy with the kind of darkness that feels thick, almost physical. Around midnight, I saw it again, the lantern glow bobbing gently along Lantern Hill. This time I followed it. The air grew colder with each step I took toward the hollow. The grass crunched differently under my boots, almost hollow. As I drew closer, the lantern seemed to move faster, leading me deeper into the fog. Eventually, I saw a figure holding it. A man, hunched, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and tattered coat. At first I thought he was just an old gravedigger. He didn't notice me, or maybe pretended not to. He just kept walking slowly, swinging the lantern side to side. I called out, "Hey, sir, you're not supposed to be here this late." He stopped. The lantern froze in place. Then, slowly, he turned his head toward me. Even through the fog, I could see his face, or rather the lack of one. Where eyes should have been, there were only hollow, dark sockets, empty and endless. His jaw hung slightly open, as if frozen mid-gasp. I stumbled back, my flashlight trembling in my hand. But when I looked again, he was gone. The lantern, the figure, everything vanished into the mist. I ran out of the cemetery that night, heart hammering. The next morning I told Clark what I'd seen. He didn't look surprised. "That's the lantern keeper," he muttered. "He's been walking this place longer than I've been alive." He finally told me the story. Over a century ago, there had been a gravedigger named Samuel Holt. He worked at Evergreen until the day he disappeared. Folks said he had been burying paupers and unclaimed bodies in secret, taking payment from families who wanted their dead hidden instead of properly laid to rest. When the cemetery trustees found out, they fired him. Weeks later, his body was discovered hanging from a tree on Lantern Hill, lantern still swinging from his hand. Since then, people swore they saw his light moving through the fog. "He's looking," Clark said, his voice low. "Looking for someone to take his place." I didn't want to believe him. I wanted to chalk it up to stress, imagination, or local superstition. But the truth is, once I saw that light, I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was like it planted itself in my mind, glowing at the edges of my thoughts. And then things started happening. When I worked at night, I'd hear digging sounds echoing faintly, even when no burials were scheduled. I'd find patches of fresh-turned soil in places no one should have touched. One evening I discovered a half-dug grave near Lantern Hill. No coffin, no marker. Just a hole waiting to be filled. But the worst part was the names. I began noticing them carved faintly into the bark of trees near Lantern Hill. Names of people I knew. Neighbors. Old classmates. At first I thought kids were vandalizing the cemetery. But then I saw a name I couldn't explain. My own. Etched deep, as if with a blade, letters curling down the trunk. That night, I dreamed of the lantern. I saw the hollow-eyed man holding it out to me, swinging it gently. His voice rasped in my head, "Carry the light." I woke drenched in sweat. I tried to quit. I told Clark I couldn't work there anymore. He gave me a long, tired look and said, "I was hoping you'd last longer." That confused me. "What do you mean?" I asked, but he wouldn't answer. The next night was my last shift. I told myself I'd do one last round, say goodbye to the place and never come back. But as I walked near Lantern Hill, the fog rolled in thick and the lantern appeared again. This time I didn't run. The figure emerged slowly, swinging the lantern. The light glowed brighter, illuminating the hollow sockets of his face. And then, to my horror, he spoke. "You're next." The voice wasn't Samuel Holt's, it was Clark's. My chest went cold. I stumbled back, whispering, "What?" "No." The lantern lifted higher, and for a split second I saw not one figure but two. Clark, standing behind the gravedigger, his face pale, eyes empty, mouth twisted into the same frozen gasp. And then the light flared, blinding me. When I woke, I was lying at the bottom of a half-dug grave. My hands were raw, covered in dirt, as though I had been digging myself. The lantern sat on the edge of the grave, flickering faintly. I scrambled out and ran until my lungs burned. I never went back to Evergreen. I moved states away, trying to forget. But 2 nights ago, I woke in my apartment to the smell of damp earth. On my nightstand sat an old, rusted lantern. It was still glowing, and scratched into the glass, faint but unmistakable, was my name. There's a part of Massachusetts where the cemeteries are older than the town itself. Colonial stones lean crooked in the dirt, inscriptions barely legible, names and dates worn away by centuries of rain and frost. When I was younger, I used to visit one of them, Hollow Brook Cemetery, with my grandfather. He'd tell me stories about the settlers, about the soldiers buried there, about the children lost to sickness. It never felt scary back then, just history carved into stone. But when I returned as an adult, Hollow Brook wasn't history anymore. It was alive. I had come back for research. I was studying folklore and oral traditions, and Hollow Brook had an odd reputation. Locals whispered about strange noises there, voices on the wind, murmurs among the graves. People claimed the dead spoke to those who lingered too long. Most dismissed it as superstition. I wanted to investigate, record, and debunk it. The first night I went, I brought a recorder, a flashlight, and a notebook. The cemetery was just as I remembered. Rows of leaning stones, moss creeping across marble, the iron gate hanging by one hinge. But the silence struck me hardest. No crickets, no wind. Just stillness. I set up my recorder near the oldest section, where the stones were so weathered they looked like jagged teeth. I walked between them, jotting notes, muttering into the recorder about the inscriptions I could still make out. For an hour, nothing unusual happened. I started to feel foolish, like I was chasing ghost stories that didn't exist. Then I played back the recording. At first, it was just my own voice. But beneath it, faint, almost inaudible, there was something else. A whisper. Not words I could make out, just a low, hissing murmur, like someone breathing secrets into the mic. I froze. I hadn't heard anything while recording. The whisper was only on playback. I packed up quickly and left. The next day I convinced myself it was interference. Maybe the wind, maybe static. But curiosity gnawed at me. I had to know. So I returned the following night. This time I stayed longer. Hours passed. Around midnight I began hearing it, not just on the recorder, but with my own ears. Whispers, faint and scattered, drifting from stone to stone, like dozens of voices overlapping, just out of reach. I walked slowly, shining my light across the graves. And then I noticed something. Every time I passed a certain headstone, the whispers grew louder. The stone was cracked, nearly split in half, the name Ezekiel Ward carved faintly across it. I leaned closer and the whisper sharpened into a word. Stay. I jerked back, nearly dropping my flashlight. My throat tightened. It wasn't in my head. I'd heard it, clear as day. From that night on, I was hooked. Terrified, yes, but addicted. I went back night after night, recording hours of whispers. They grew louder each time, clearer. Some said my name, some pleaded, some laughed in tones that curdled my blood. One night, I brought headphones and sat by Ezekiel Ward's grave, recorder running. For the first hour, it was the same. Low murmurs, occasional words. But then the whispers stopped all at once. The silence was crushing. And then, right into my ear, a voice hissed, "Behind you." I spun around. My flashlight beam swung across the graves, but nothing was there. Only fog and shadows. My hands shook as I tried to steady the light. When I turned back toward the stone, something made me drop it. Because Ezekiel Ward's grave was open. Not crumbled or collapsed. Open, as if someone had lifted the slab away. A hole yawned in the earth, soil piled neatly at the edges. My stomach twisted. I had been sitting there for hours. I would have heard digging. I would have seen, unless it hadn't been dug from above, unless it had been opened from below. I forced myself closer. Inside, the hole didn't look like a normal grave. It was a tunnel, slanting downward into the earth, walls lined with rough stone. And from within, the whispers poured like a tide. Hundreds of voices all at once, rising and falling in frantic tones. My instincts screamed to run, but some part of me, stubborn, reckless, stepped closer. I lowered the recorder into the opening, trying to capture it. The whispers surged louder, angrier, words overlapping. Then one voice cut through them all, deep and guttural. Join us. The ground shifted. The soil beneath my boots gave way and I fell. I don't know how long I slid through that tunnel. My flashlight tumbled ahead of me, bouncing against stone. The whispers swarmed around me so loud they drowned out my own screams. Finally, I landed hard on damp earth. I was in a chamber. A vast, underground chamber. My flashlight flickered across the walls, and I realized they weren't stone at all. They were bones. Human bones. Stacked and mortared into walls, skulls peering out with empty sockets. The floor was littered with fragments of coffins, rusted nails, scraps of fabric. And in the center of the chamber stood figures. Dozens of them. Not solid. Shadows. Shapes. Shifting forms. They swayed together, whispering, their voices overlapping in an endless chorus. I staggered back, heart slamming in my chest. But then the flashlight beam landed on one figure, clearer than the rest. A man, tall, gaunt, eyes hollow. His lips moved with the whispers. I recognized him. It was my grandfather. I froze, every nerve screaming denial. He had died years ago. I had watched him lowered into the ground. But here he was, or some version of him, whispering with the rest. He turned his head toward me. His mouth moved faster, words spilling out in a frenzy. I couldn't understand them all, but one cut through. You brought it back. My blood ran cold. Brought what back? I whispered. The whispers rose, overlapping, surging until they became a roar. The chamber shook. Bones rattled. The figures surged toward me, dozens of shadowed arms reaching. My flashlight burst, plunging everything into darkness. I don't remember how I got out. The next thing I knew, I was lying outside the cemetery gates at dawn, clothes torn, skin caked in dirt. My recorder was still in my hand. I played it back once. Just once. For the first few minutes, it was whispers. But then, a voice, clear as a bell, speaking directly into the mic. Now we whisper through you. I smashed the recorder and buried the pieces. But it didn't matter. Because they were right. At night, when the world goes quiet, I hear them. Whispering in my ears, my walls, my dreams. Hundreds of voices, all speaking at once. Sometimes they beg, sometimes they scream, sometimes they laugh. And sometimes they use my own voice. The last recording I dared to make wasn't mine at all. It was a whisper that said, "Hollow Brook will never let you go." And when I played it back, it ended with the sound of digging. From inside my own walls. I never believed in haunted cemeteries until I took a night job at one. It was late 2017, and I had just moved to Pennsylvania after a rough divorce. I was broke, desperate, and the only work I could land was as a night security guard for a cemetery on the edge of town. It wasn't glamorous, but the pay was enough to cover rent, and the hours meant I could avoid people, which suited me just fine. The place was called Hollow Pines Cemetery. It was massive, stretching over several acres with winding gravel paths and towering oak trees that seemed to blot out the stars. Most of the graves were old, really old. Some dated back to the Civil War, their stones cracked and leaning. Others were family mausoleums, their iron doors rusted and chained. There was even a small chapel in the middle, long abandoned, with stained glass windows that looked like bleeding wounds under the moonlight. During the day, the groundskeeper, an older guy named Robert, handled maintenance. But at night, it was my job to patrol, make sure no vandals or trespassing teenagers got in, and report anything unusual. The first few nights were uneventful. I'd walk the perimeter, shine my flashlight between the rows of headstones, and sit in the little security shack at the gate until my shift ended. Boring, honestly. But then, about a week in, I met the caretaker. It was around 2 a.m. when I first saw him. I was walking the main path when I noticed a figure up ahead, near one of the larger mausoleums. My first thought was that some drunk had snuck in, but as I got closer, I saw he wasn't a teenager. He was an older man, maybe in his 60s, wearing a long, faded coat and a brimmed hat. He was standing perfectly still, facing one of the graves, his hands clasped behind his back. "Sir?" I called out, trying to sound authoritative. "The cemetery's closed. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." The man didn't move. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and stepped closer. "Hey, did you hear me?" Slowly, he turned his head toward me. I couldn't see his face clearly under the brim of his hat, but his eyes caught the light, pale, almost gray, and unblinking. "I am the caretaker," he said softly. His voice was low and deliberate, like each word cost him effort. "This is my cemetery." I frowned. "Caretaker? You mean Robert? He's the groundskeeper here." The man tilted his head. "Robert tends the grass. I tend the rest." Something in the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to ask what he meant, but before I could, he turned and walked into the shadows between the headstones. When I shined my flashlight in his direction, he was gone. The next morning, I mentioned it to Robert. He looked up sharply, his face pale. "You saw him?" he asked. I blinked. "What do you mean?" "The caretaker," Robert muttered. Don't talk to him again. Just ignore him." "Who is he?" I pressed. Robert shook his head, refusing to meet my eyes. "He's been here longer than anyone, that's all you need to know." And with that, he walked away. I tried to brush it off, but from that night on, things got stranger. Sometimes, while patrolling, I'd see the caretaker standing at a distance watching me. Always the same pose, hands clasped behind his back, head slightly bowed. The moment I tried to approach, he'd vanish into the shadows. Other times I'd hear footsteps trailing behind me, crunching in the gravel, but when I spun around, there was no one there. One night, I found a fresh bouquet of flowers on a grave I knew for a fact hadn't been there earlier in my shift. The grave was over 100 years old, no living relatives left, and yet the flowers were freshly cut, dewy like they'd been placed moments ago. Every time I tried to ask Robert about it, he shut me down. His usual gruff attitude was replaced by something like fear. Finally, one afternoon, I cornered him. "Look," I said, "I need to know what's going on. Who is this caretaker?" Robert stared at me for a long moment. Then he said, "He was the original groundskeeper, the very first one back in the 1800s. He died here, working this land, but he never left. People say he walks the cemetery every night, tending to the dead, making sure no one disturbs them." I laughed nervously. "You're telling me I've been talking to a ghost?" Robert didn't laugh. "I'm telling you to leave him alone. If he speaks to you again, don't answer. Just walk away. Because once he notices you, he doesn't stop." I wish I had listened. The very next night I saw him again. This time, he wasn't by the mausoleum. He was standing right outside the security shack when I opened the door. I froze. He was closer than he'd ever been. His coat was old-fashioned, threadbare, like something from a different century. His skin was pale, waxy, and his eyes looked dead. "Why are you here?" he asked. I swallowed hard. I work here." "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. "This place is mine. It always has been, and it always will be." I didn't know what to say. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. Then he leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Would you like me to show you what I tend to?" Before I could respond, the lights in the shack flickered out. My flashlight sputtered, then died. I was left in total darkness, and in that blackness I felt his cold hand grip my shoulder. The next thing I remember, it was morning. I was lying on the ground in the middle of the cemetery, my clothes damp with dew. My shift had ended hours earlier, but I had no memory of what happened after the caretaker touched me. Robert found me and pulled me to my feet. He looked terrified. "Did he show you?" he asked. I didn't answer, because I couldn't. My throat was dry, my voice gone. But deep down, I knew the answer. Yes. He had shown me. I just couldn't remember it. Or maybe I wasn't supposed to. That was 2 years ago. I quit the job the next day, packed up and left town. But last week I got a letter in the mail. No return address, just an old yellowed envelope. Inside was a small scrap of paper with 6 words written in shaky handwriting. You can't quit tending the dead. And underneath, a signature, the caretaker. I've never been the type of person to believe in ghosts. Even as a kid, while my friends dared each other to walk past the local cemetery at night, I usually shrugged it off as nothing more than a playground superstition. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and cemeteries weren't exactly rare. They were scattered all over, from small family plots hidden behind rusted iron gates to sprawling graveyards that felt like miniature cities of the dead. But this particular cemetery, the one on the outskirts of town, half swallowed by the woods, was different. Even when I was younger, there was something about it that made people lower their voices when they passed by. It wasn't well kept like the others. The grass was always wild and overgrown, the stones tilting and cracked like old teeth. The wrought iron gate had long since broken, hanging lopsided on its hinges. There were rumors too. Strange lights seen flickering between the headstones at night, voices whispering when no one was around, and, most unsettling, graves that appeared and disappeared. Of course, I thought that last one was just a local legend. Graves don't just vanish. At least, that's what I believed. Until the night I saw it for myself. It was last October, just before Halloween, when everything happened. My buddy Jeremy had convinced me to go ghost hunting with him. He was obsessed with that sort of thing. Haunted houses, EVP recordings, Ouija boards. Me? Not so much. But I'd just gone through a messy breakup and figured I could use a distraction. So, when Jeremy suggested sneaking into the old cemetery with flashlights and a GoPro, I agreed. We set out around 11:30 at night. The moon was just a thin crescent, and the sky was so clear it felt like the stars were watching us. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that makes your breath look like smoke. Jeremy was buzzing with excitement, filming everything as if we were going to capture some viral ghost sighting. The cemetery loomed ahead like a dark wound in the woods. Even from the road, I could see the overgrown grass swaying, black against the dim light of the sky. The broken gate screeched when Jeremy pushed it open, and I felt my stomach twist, though I couldn't say why. It wasn't like I was scared. Not yet. But there was something unnatural about the way the shadows pooled there, deeper than anywhere else. Ready? Jeremy grinned, holding up his camera. Yeah, I muttered, trying to sound casual. Let's just not stay too long. We wandered between the headstones, our flashlights cutting through the dark. The graves were old, most dating back to the 1800s. Some of the stones were so worn, the names were barely legible. Others had sunk crookedly into the earth, as though the ground had tried to swallow them back. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. No crickets, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was the kind of silence that presses against your ears, making you feel like you've gone deaf. After about 20 minutes, Jeremy stopped dead in his tracks. He swung his flashlight toward something ahead, and I followed his beam. That's when I saw it, a grave that hadn't been there before. Now I know how crazy that sounds, but I swear to you I'd walked through that exact spot just minutes earlier. The grass had been unbroken, wild and tangled, but now, right in front of us, was a fresh grave. The soil was dark and damp, mounded up neatly with sharp edges like it had just been dug and filled. The headstone was plain, almost too plain, a slab of gray stone with no name, no date, just blank. Jeremy whispered, "Holy shit. Are you seeing this?" I nodded slowly, my throat dry. I wanted to tell him it was just our imagination, maybe an old grave we hadn't noticed before. But the dirt was too fresh, and the air around it, it felt colder, like standing in front of an open freezer. Jeremy, of course, wanted to get closer. He walked right up to the grave, crouching down with his camera. "Dude, this is insane. It looks brand new. But who the hell buries someone without a name? I stayed a few steps back, every muscle in my body telling me to leave. Something about the grave made my skin crawl, like it was wrong. Not just out of place, but something that shouldn't exist. Then Jeremy froze. His camera lowered slowly. "What is it?" I asked. "There's something written here," he whispered. I frowned. "What do you mean? It's blank." "No, look closer," he said, brushing dirt off the stone. "It's faint, but..." Before he could finish, his flashlight flickered and died. "Jeremy?" My voice cracked. I swung my beam toward him, and nearly dropped it when I saw his face. He was pale, eyes wide, staring at the headstone like he couldn't believe what he was reading. "What does it say?" I demanded. Slowly he turned to me. His lips trembled. "It's your name," he whispered. "Your full name." I thought he was messing with me. He had to be. Jeremy was the kind of guy who would do anything for a good scare. But when I walked up and aimed my flashlight at the stone, I felt my stomach plummet. He wasn't lying. There, carved faintly into the smooth surface, was my name. First, middle, last, perfectly spelled. I staggered back, shaking my head. No, that's impossible." Jeremy grabbed my arm. "We need to go, now." I didn't argue. We bolted through the cemetery, tripping over roots and stones, our breaths ragged in the freezing air. I didn't look back. I couldn't. When we finally reached the gate, Jeremy shoved it open and we stumbled onto the road, bent over and gasping. Neither of us spoke on the walk home. The next day I went back. I don't know why. Maybe part of me needed to prove it wasn't real. Maybe I thought in the daylight it would just be another cracked old stone with a trick of shadows making it look like my name. But when I reached the cemetery, the grave was gone. No fresh dirt. No blank headstone, nothing. The ground was wild and unbroken again, as if it had never been touched. I told myself I must have been imagining it. That the darkness, the silence, and Jeremy's stupid obsession had gotten in my head. But that night, when I was lying in bed, I woke to a sound. Someone was whispering my name. Not from outside, not from the hallway, from directly under my bed. I don't remember grabbing my phone or running out of the room, but I do remember the voicemail I found the next morning. It was from Jeremy. His voice was panicked, trembling. He said, "I went back too. The grave. It's there again. But this time, it doesn't have your name anymore. It has mine." Then the message cut off. I haven't heard from Jeremy since. And last night, I drove past the cemetery. Just for a second. Just enough to see the flicker of pale moonlight on a headstone near the gate. This time it wasn't blank. This time it had today's date carved into it. And my name again. I grew up in a small town in Indiana, the kind of place where everyone knew each other's business and rumors spread faster than the wind. Out on the edge of town, past the cornfields and a narrow dirt road, sat the old Maplewood Cemetery. Kids in town called it the Hollow because the land dipped down into a shallow valley, surrounded by trees that always seemed to whisper when the wind blew. When I was younger, it was just a place to avoid. My parents told me not to wander there after dark, not because of ghosts, but because the ground was uneven and full of sinkholes. But kids are kids, and as I got older, dares and ghost stories made it impossible to resist. The legend that always circulated, the one that made teenagers sneak into the cemetery at night, was about the girl in the white dress. Supposedly she had died in the late 1800s, buried in an unmarked grave after drowning in the nearby river. People claimed that on certain nights you could see her wandering through the headstones, her dress wet and clinging to her body, her hair tangled, her eyes dark and hollow. I never believed it, at least not until my senior year of high school. It was October, always October, isn't it? When my friends convinced me to sneak into Maplewood at night. There were 4 of us, me, my best friend Luke, his girlfriend Sarah, and another guy from school named Travis. We brought flashlights, a couple of beers stolen from Luke's dad's fridge, and the cocky attitude only teenagers can carry. The cemetery was colder than I expected. As soon as we stepped through the broken gate, the air shifted, biting against our skin even though the night had been mild on the walk over. Our voices seemed too loud, echoing strangely, so we lowered them without meaning to. "All right," Sarah whispered, clutching Luke's arm. "Who's going to call her?" Travis smirked. "I'll do it." He stepped into the center of the path, raised his arms dramatically and shouted, "Hey, girl in the white dress, we're here. Show yourself." His voice carried into the trees and faded. For a moment nothing happened and I felt the knot of tension in my chest loosen. But then the air grew colder. My breath came out in visible clouds, though it wasn't nearly cold enough for that. "Do you hear that?" Sarah whispered. We all fell silent. It was faint at first, a soft dripping sound, like water falling from a faucet. But it wasn't coming from one place. It was everywhere, all around us, seeping out of the shadows. Then we saw her. She stood about 30 feet away, half hidden behind a leaning gravestone. Her dress was unmistakably white, though it clung to her body like it was soaked through. Her hair hung in tangled strands, plastered against her face. And her eyes, even from a distance I could see they were dark, hollow pits, too deep, too empty. Sarah gasped and grabbed Luke's arm. Travis swore under his breath. I froze. The girl didn't move at first. She just stood there watching us. Then slowly she tilted her head, the movement jerky, unnatural. Luke whispered, "We should go." But Travis shook his head. "No, it's just some local messing with us. I'm gonna check." Before we could stop him, he started walking toward her, flashlight beam trembling as it cut through the darkness. "Travis, don't," I hissed. But he didn't listen. He got within 10 feet of her when his flashlight flickered. The beam sputtered out, plunging him into shadow. He cursed, smacked the flashlight, and in that brief darkness the girl moved. Not walked, not ran. Moved. 1 second she was 10 feet away. The next she was standing directly in front of him. I'll never forget the scream that tore out of him. It was raw, guttural, the kind of sound you don't forget. He dropped his flashlight, stumbling backward, but she didn't follow. She just stood there, her hollow eyes locked on him. When the beam of the flashlight rolled back across the grass, she was gone. We ran. No hesitation, no discussion. We bolted through the cemetery, lungs burning, heart slamming against our ribs. When we finally stumbled back to the road, gasping and trembling, Travis collapsed against a fence post. His face was pale, his hands shaking violently. She touched me," he stammered. We all froze. "What do you mean?" Sarah asked. Travis lifted his shirt. There on his stomach was a handprint. Not a bruise, not dirt. A wet handprint, as though someone had pressed their dripping palm against his skin. We tried to laugh it off, convince ourselves it was some trick, maybe condensation or sweat. But deep down, none of us believed that. And the next day, Travis didn't show up for school. At first we thought he was just shaken up and staying home. But then a week passed, then 2. His parents told the school he was visiting relatives, but when Luke tried to call, the number had been disconnected. His social media accounts vanished overnight. It was like he had never existed. Luke and I didn't talk about it much after that, but we didn't go back to the cemetery either. Sarah transferred schools by Christmas. Life moved on, as it always does, until a few months ago. I was back in town visiting my parents. One night I couldn't sleep, so I decided to drive around, clear my head. Somehow, without really thinking about it, I found myself near the old dirt road that led to Maplewood Cemetery. The gate was still broken. The trees still whispered in the wind. I don't know what I expected to find, but when I drove past, my headlights swept across the headstones and froze on something white. There she was, standing at the edge of the cemetery, her dress clinging to her body, dripping water onto the ground. And she wasn't alone. Standing just behind her, half in shadow, was Travis. His eyes were just as hollow, his shirt plastered wet against his chest, and both of them were staring directly at me. I used to work nights as a delivery driver for a small floral shop in Kentucky. Most of the time, my job was simple: pick up the arrangements, drop them off to homes, hospitals, or more often than not, cemeteries. People don't think about it, but cemeteries are always getting deliveries. Flowers for fresh graves, wreaths for Memorial Days, even special requests from families. One cemetery in particular always gave me the creeps. It was called Ashwood Memorial Grounds, tucked way back behind a long dirt road, surrounded by thick woods that seemed to swallow the place whole. Unlike the bigger, more maintained cemeteries in town, Ashwood was mostly forgotten. The grass was always knee-high, the stones crooked, the whole place feeling like it was sinking into the earth. The deliveries there were rare, maybe once or twice a month, and every time it was the same request: roses, lilies, or sometimes orchids, always left at the exact same grave. Section D, row 4, grave 16. The name on the headstone was Clara Morgan, 1889-1911. I never thought much about it. I'd leave the flowers, take a quick picture for proof, and get out. But one night, I lingered too long, and that's when I heard the voices. It was raining hard that evening, the kind of downpour that blurred the windshield and made the wipers useless. By the time I reached Ashwood, the dirt road had turned to mud, my tires slipping as I crawled toward the gate. The cemetery was pitch black. No lights, no lamps, just the faint glow of my headlights reflecting off the wet stones. I grabbed the bouquet and sprinted through the rain, water soaking through my shoes and plastering my jacket to my skin. I reached Clara's grave and knelt quickly, setting the flowers against the headstone. That's when I froze. Through the rain, I heard something. At first, I thought it was just the storm, the hiss of water against the ground, the rush of wind. But then the sound sharpened. Words. A voice, faint but distinct, coming from beneath the ground. It was a woman's voice, whispering. I leaned closer, heart hammering in my chest. The words were muffled, like they were pushing through layers of dirt and stone. But I caught pieces. Cold. Help. Still here. My blood ran cold. I stumbled back, slipping in the mud, staring at the grave. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank, maybe a speaker hidden underground, some stupid Halloween gag. But the voice didn't sound recorded. It sounded raw, desperate. Then, clear as day, I heard my name. I bolted. I didn't even bother with the picture for proof. I sprinted back to the van, heart pounding so hard I thought my ribs would crack, and tore out of there, tires skidding in the mud. When I got back to the shop, I told my boss I wasn't delivering to Ashwood again. She frowned, said I was being dramatic. I didn't care. No amount of money was worth hearing that again. But of course, a week later, another delivery came in. Clara Morgan. Same grave. My boss insisted I take it. I nearly quit on the spot, but my rent was overdue and I couldn't afford to lose the job. So I went. This time, it wasn't raining. The night was clear, the moon casting silver light across the headstones. I walked slower, clutching the flowers like a shield, every nerve on edge. When I reached Clara's grave, I placed the flowers down and stood there, waiting. At first, nothing. Just silence. Then I heard it again, the whispering. But this time it wasn't muffled. It was sharp, urgent. Don't let them out. My skin crawled. I didn't move. The voice grew louder, clearer. They hear you. They know you're listening. Don't let them out. My knees nearly gave out. I wanted to run, but something rooted me there. I scanned the cemetery, my flashlight beam trembling across the stones. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. The ground around Clara's grave was cracked, tiny fissures in the soil, like something beneath was pressing upward. And then, I swear to God this happened, I saw the dirt shift, just slightly but enough. like something was pushing against it from below. I staggered back, breath coming in sharp gasps. The whispering turned frantic, rising in pitch. "Run! Run!" I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted back to the van, my flashlight bouncing wildly, and didn't stop until I was back on the road. The next morning I returned to the shop with every intention of quitting. But when I walked in, there was a package waiting for me. No return address, just my name scrawled in messy handwriting. Inside was a small, dirt-stained envelope, and inside that a single note. "You heard them. Now they know you. Don't come back to Ashwood. If you do, the ground won't hold." There was no signature, but at the bottom of the page, smeared faintly in mud, was a handprint. A woman's hand, small, delicate, and damp. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to leave a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I never believed cemeteries could be haunted in the way people describe. I grew up in a small Midwestern town where the cemetery was just another patch of land. Rows of old stones, some dating back to the 1800s, surrounded by rusted iron gates and oak trees that seemed older than time itself. For years, it was just the place we drove past on the way to the grocery store, or where the town held Memorial Day ceremonies. It wasn't until my senior year of high school that I discovered there was something deeply wrong with that place, and it's only now, years later, that I feel ready to share what really happened. Back then, I had this reckless streak. You know the kind teenagers have when they think nothing can hurt them, when every dare feels like an opportunity to prove themselves. My group of friends, Tyler, Jess, and Mark, were the same way. We spent weekends driving around back roads, sneaking into abandoned houses, and scaring each other with urban legends. But the one place we never actually stepped foot into was Greenfield Cemetery. It was too close to town, too easy for adults to catch us in. The cops made a big deal out of kids trespassing there. People said it was out of respect for the dead, but deep down, everyone in our town knew it was more than that. Stories circulated about strange lights, whispers in the dark, figures standing by gravestones that vanished when you blinked. But of course, we laughed it off. It was late October when Tyler suggested the idea. The air was cold enough that our breath came out in little clouds, and the leaves had turned brittle, crunching under our sneakers. Tyler had borrowed his brother's car and said, "We should do something crazy before Halloween. One last adventure." That's when he proposed sneaking into Greenfield Cemetery at midnight. At first, we joked about it. Jess rolled her eyes, Mark pretended to shiver dramatically, but none of us said no. And that silence was enough. When the night finally came, I remember feeling this strange mix of excitement and unease. The moon was thin, barely a sliver, and the whole sky looked bruised with dark clouds. We parked a block away to avoid attention and walked the rest of the way, flashlights in hand. The gate was locked, but Mark had thought ahead. He knew a part of the iron fence where one of the bars had been bent outward years ago. We squeezed through, scraping our jackets against the metal, and suddenly we were inside. The air was different there. It was colder, heavier, like the air in a basement that hasn't been opened in years. My flashlight beam cut across weathered headstones, some cracked, others leaning like they were bowing toward the earth. The trees creaked in the wind, and I swear I could hear faint whispers, but I told myself it was just the leaves rustling. We tried to act casual, joking quietly, but every sound seemed amplified. The snap of a twig, the crunch of gravel, even our own breathing. We wandered deeper, past newer graves into the oldest part of the cemetery. That's when Jess noticed something odd. "Look," she whispered, pointing at a row of stones that seemed cleaner than the others. At first I thought maybe they'd been restored, but when we got closer we realized they weren't just clean. They were polished, shining almost unnaturally under our flashlight beams. The names carved into them were perfectly legible, though the dates were from the 1800s. Mark bent down to run his fingers across one of the names, and as he did, I noticed something that made my stomach flip. The ground beneath the stone looked disturbed, like it had been dug up and filled in again. But recently, the dirt was looser, darker than the untouched grass around it. I didn't say anything, though. I just wanted to get through the night without chickening out. We kept walking, and that's when we saw it. A faint light moving between the graves. It wasn't steady like a flashlight, more like a lantern swaying gently in someone's hand. Tyler, always the brave one, grinned and said, "Probably just some old caretaker. Let's hide." We ducked behind a large stone angel whose face had eroded into something almost skull-like. My heart hammered in my chest as the light drew closer. But there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustle of clothes. Just the light, drifting silently, weaving between the graves as though searching for something. I held my breath until it passed, and when I finally looked at my friends, I saw the same fear mirrored in their eyes. None of us had the courage to follow it. Instead, we decided to turn back. That's when everything went wrong. The path we'd taken in seemed unfamiliar now. Every row of stones looked the same, every tree twisted into shapes I swore hadn't been there before. We argued quietly about which way to go, our nerves fraying. Tyler insisted we keep walking straight while Jess swore we needed to veer left. Finally, in frustration, I said, "Look, let's just climb the fence and get out anywhere we can." But when we reached the edge, there was no fence, just more graves stretching into the darkness. Panic set in. It didn't make sense. We hadn't walked that far. We tried retracing our steps, but the more we moved, the deeper we seemed to go. That's when we noticed the headstones. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but when I shone my light on them, my blood ran cold. They bore our names. Mine, Jess's, Tyler's, Mark's. All carved into the stone with the current year etched as the date of death. Jess screamed. Mark cursed under his breath, kicking at the dirt like he could erase the engraving. Tyler tried to laugh it off, but his voice cracked in a way I'd never heard before. We were standing in our own graves. And then from the silence came a sound I'll never forget. The slow, dragging scrape of something heavy being pulled across stone. It echoed through the cemetery, closer, then fading, then closer again, as if circling us. Our flashlights flickered one by one, until only mine remained, casting a weak cone of light that barely cut through the shadows. We huddled together, too terrified to move, waiting for something, anything, to reveal itself. And then it did. A figure stepped into the light. At first I thought it was a man, tall and thin, holding that same lantern we'd seen earlier. But as he lifted his head, I saw his face, or rather the lack of one. His skin was smooth, featureless except for a mouth stretched impossibly wide, grinning with rows of blackened teeth. He raised a hand, bony and claw-like, and pointed directly at me. That's when I blacked out. I woke up at dawn, lying outside the cemetery gates on the gravel road. My clothes were damp with dew, and my flashlight was gone. Tyler, Jess, and Mark were there too, scattered a few feet away, all unconscious but breathing. None of us spoke on the walk back to the car. None of us spoke for weeks after, in fact. It was like we'd made some silent agreement to never mention it again. But here's the part that still haunts me. A month later, the town paper ran a short article about Greenfield Cemetery. Apparently, vandals had been caught digging up graves, but when police arrived, they found something strange. 4 open plots with freshly carved stones bearing unfamiliar names. The article listed those names, and they were ours. The newspaper said the stones had been removed, and the police chalked it up to some elaborate prank. But I know better. I've never gone back to that cemetery. Never even driven past it again. Still sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I see that faceless man with the lantern, pointing at me with that awful grin. And I wonder if one day, when I least expect it, he'll come to claim me for real. I've always been fascinated by cemeteries. Not in a morbid way, at least not at first. I used to find them peaceful, quiet places where you could sit with your thoughts, away from the chaos of daily life. My grandmother, who raised me after my parents died, was buried in a small cemetery outside of Richmond, Virginia. I'd visit her grave every Sunday after church, bringing fresh flowers, sometimes even sitting for an hour just talking to her. I know how that sounds, but it made me feel less alone. But something happened 2 years ago that changed how I see cemeteries forever. It's not easy to write this. Part of me still questions whether it was real, or if my mind broke under grief and exhaustion. Still, I can't shake the memory, and sometimes late at night I hear things that remind me of that night. Things that make me believe it wasn't just in my head. It started after I lost my job. I was already struggling with rent and bills, and when the layoffs came, I spiraled. Visiting my grandmother's grave became my only comfort. I'd go late at night when no one was around, sitting cross-legged on the grass, whispering about my problems as though she could still hear me. It was stupid, maybe even unhealthy, but it felt like the only place I belonged. One night, after drinking too much whiskey, I decided to visit her grave around midnight. I don't remember what compelled me. It was raining, cold, the kind of night where even the roads seemed deserted. Still, I drove out there, parked by the rusted gate, and stumbled inside with my jacket pulled tight. The cemetery was drenched in shadows, the headstones slick with rain, reflecting the dim glow of the street lamp at the entrance. I found her grave easily. I always did. I knelt there, rain soaking through my jeans, and started talking. At first it was just venting. How lost I felt, how angry I was at the world. But as the whiskey loosened my tongue, my words turned darker. I started saying things I shouldn't have, things like, I wish I could just stay here with you. I don't want to leave anymore. This world has nothing for me. I pressed my hand to the cold stone, tears mixing with the rain. And that's when I heard it. A voice. Soft at first, almost like the rain was shaping itself into words. I froze, my hand still resting on the stone. Then I heard it again. Faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A whisper. It sounded like my grandmother's voice, coming from beneath the ground. My heart thudded in my chest, and I leaned closer, ear nearly pressed to the stone. The whisper grew clearer. She was calling my name. Her voice was weak, strained, like she was struggling to breathe. Come down. Come down with me. I stumbled back, nearly slipping in the mud. My brain tried to rationalize. Maybe it was the wind, maybe I was drunk and imagining it. But then I heard something else. A scratching. Like fingernails clawing at wood, muffled but frantic, coming from directly below me. I wanted to run. God, I wanted to. But my legs wouldn't move. I stared at the grave, and for a moment, I swore I saw the soil shift, just slightly, like something was pressing upward from inside the coffin. And then, I did the stupidest thing imaginable. I spoke back. Grandma? My voice shook. Is that you? The whisper answered immediately, louder this time, clearer. Yes, I'm here. Help me out. My skin crawled, but at the same time, tears burned my eyes. I wanted to believe it. I wanted so badly for it to be her. Against all reason, I clawed at the muddy ground with my bare hands, digging like an animal. My nails broke, mud caked under my skin, but I couldn't stop. The whisper grew urgent, desperate. Faster. Faster. The scratching from below grew louder, like something was slamming against the coffin lid. Suddenly, a beam of light hit me. Hey, what the hell are you doing? I looked up, blinking against the brightness. A security guard stood at the edge of the path, flashlight trained on me. My heart hammered in panic. I must have looked insane, covered in mud, kneeling at a half-dug grave. I heard her, I stammered. She's in there, she's alive. The guard frowned and hurried over, grabbing me by the arm. There's no one in there, you need to leave right now. I struggled against him, screaming that he didn't understand, that I'd heard her voice. But he dragged me back to the gate and shoved me outside, muttering about calling the cops if he ever saw me there again. I drove home in silence, shaking, muddy, drunk, and confused. By the time morning came, I convinced myself it had been the whiskey playing tricks on me. I promised I'd never go back at night again. But of course I broke that promise. About a week later, sober this time, I felt this pull to return. It wasn't just longing. It was like something was calling me. Against every ounce of common sense, I went back around 11 p.m. The cemetery was silent, the air heavy with fog. I walked straight to my grandmother's grave, heart pounding. And there it was again, the whisper. But this time, it wasn't just one voice. Dozens of whispers rose from the earth around me, weaving together in a chorus of breathy, broken pleas. Some called my name, others begged for help, some just cried. The sound swelled until it felt like the entire ground beneath me was alive, writhing with trapped voices. My vision blurred, my knees buckled, and I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't stop. It grew louder, pressing into my skull. Then I heard hers. My grandmother's voice, clear above the rest. "Come with me, it's better down here, you don't have to suffer anymore." The soil at her grave began to sink, slowly collapsing inward like something was pulling it from below. A foul stench rose with it. Rot, damp earth, something sickly sweet that made me gag. I stumbled backward, shaking my head, whispering, "No, no, this isn't real." And then I saw her. A pale hand broke through the soil, reaching upward, fingers clawing at the air. My grandmother's hand. I recognized the gold wedding band she'd been buried with. My entire body went cold. The hand twisted unnaturally, fingers snapping backward as if pulled by invisible strings. Then another hand emerged, then a face. But it wasn't her face. It looked like her at first, the same soft features, the same kind eyes. But as it rose higher, the skin seemed to rot away, sagging and splitting to reveal blackened teeth and hollow sockets where eyes should have been. The thing smiled, tilting its head as if studying me, and whispered in her voice, "Stay." I ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted through the cemetery, lungs burning, until I burst through the gate and collapsed on the gravel road. I never went back. I moved to another city within a month, left everything behind. I even stopped visiting graves altogether. But sometimes at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear that whisper. And the last time I heard it, I wasn't alone. My girlfriend was asleep beside me, and she bolted upright with wide, terrified eyes. Before I could even ask what was wrong, she whispered, "Why did your grandmother just call my name?" I've always been the kind of person who thinks logic explains everything. Shadows in the corner of your eye, just your brain misfiring. Strange noises at night, pipes, wind, or some other dull reason. So when people in my town whispered about the haunted cemetery at Pine Hollow, I rolled my eyes. Ghost stories, I thought, nothing more. That cemetery sat on the edge of town, tucked behind a line of tall pines that blocked it from the main road. People said it was built on land taken from a native tribe 2 centuries ago, that the graves weren't properly consecrated, that restless spirits lingered. But for me, it was just another patch of earth with stones on it. That changed last winter, when my uncle died. He wasn't close family, we barely spoke, and honestly I didn't like him much. But he had no wife, no kids, and no one else to claim him. So the responsibility fell on me to handle his burial. I hated that it had to be in Pine Hollow of all places, but the funeral director said plots there were cheap and available. It was practical, and I didn't believe the rumors anyway. The burial was quiet, with just me, the preacher, and 2 gravediggers. The ground was frozen, the wind sharp enough to sting my cheeks. Afterward, when everyone else left, I lingered a bit, standing over the fresh mound of dirt. Something about the way the soil looked bothered me. It wasn't just uneven, it pulsed slightly like there was something moving beneath. I chalked it up to exhaustion and left quickly. The next night I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned until nearly 3 a.m., when my phone buzzed. The number was unknown. Against my better judgment, I answered. The line crackled, and at first all I heard was static. Then a voice whispered my name. I froze. It was my uncle's voice. "You left me there," he rasped, like his throat was filled with dirt. "Come back. Dig me out." I hung up immediately, heart pounding. My rational brain screamed that it had to be a sick prank, someone messing with me after the burial. But my gut told me otherwise. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day I drove past Pine Hollow just to calm myself. Snow had fallen overnight, blanketing the graves in white. But my uncle's plot looked wrong. The snow covering it was thinner, already melted in strange patches as though heat radiated from beneath. My stomach twisted. I tried to move on, to bury myself in work, but the calls kept coming. Every night, always around 3 a.m. My uncle's voice, growing clearer, angrier. Sometimes he begged, sometimes he accused me, and sometimes he just laughed, a low, gurgling laugh that didn't sound human. I stopped answering, but the voicemails piled up, filling my phone with recordings of his rasping voice. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I told myself I'd prove it was a hoax. I'd go back to Pine Hollow at night, see the grave with my own eyes, and put this to rest. So one night in February, I drove there around midnight. The cemetery was silent, the snow crunching beneath my boots as I walked between the rows. My flashlight beam swung over the stones, casting long shadows that seemed to twitch when I wasn't looking directly at them. When I reached my uncle's grave, my breath caught. The mound of soil was gone. The ground had sunken inward, like the coffin below had collapsed. And carved into the snow above was a word, my name. Each letter jagged, scraped into the ice with something sharp. I should have left. God, I should have. But I felt this magnetic pull, like something beneath that sunken earth was calling to me. Against all reason, I dropped to my knees and began clawing at the frozen dirt with my bare hands. My nails cracked, my skin tore, but I kept digging. And then, about a foot down, my fingers hit wood. A coffin. I fumbled with the lid, my body trembling until it gave way with a groan. Inside, I expected my uncle's corpse, cold and lifeless. But the coffin was empty. No body. Just darkness. And then I heard it. Breathing. Right behind me. I whipped around, flashlight beam shaking. At first, I saw nothing. Just graves, trees, shadows. But then, at the far edge of the cemetery, something moved. A figure, tall and thin, standing unnaturally still. Its face was obscured, but I recognized the outline of my uncle's coat, the one he'd been buried in. "Why did you let me die?" the figure whispered, though its lips didn't move. The sound came from everywhere, rattling inside my skull. I stumbled back, falling into the half-dug grave. The figure began to move, not walking but gliding toward me, its body jerking in unnatural motions like a puppet. My flashlight flickered, dimming until only slivers of light remained. I scrambled to climb out of the pit, dirt crumbling beneath my boots. But as I reached the edge, a hand shot out of the soil and grabbed my ankle. Not my uncle's hand. This one was rotted, skeletal, the flesh hanging in strips. Another hand followed, then another, clawing their way out of the ground around me. Dozens of them breaking through the soil like the earth itself was giving birth to the dead. I screamed, kicking free, and sprinted toward the gate. The whispers rose into a cacophony, voices layered on top of each other, all screaming my name. The figure in my uncle's coat stood frozen at the center of it all, grinning now, though its face was collapsing inward, skin peeling away to reveal something black and endless beneath. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I slammed the door, shaking, and turned the key. The engine roared to life, but then the radio clicked on by itself. Through the static, I heard his voice again. My uncle's voice. Calm this time, almost gentle. "Don't worry," he said. "You'll be with me soon." The line went dead. I left town the next morning, changed my number, got rid of the phone entirely. But the calls didn't stop, they just changed. Now, when I sleep, I hear the ring in my dreams. I hear his voice whispering through the static. And sometimes, when I wake, there's dirt under my nails. When I was younger, I worked nights as a groundskeeper for a cemetery just outside Chicago. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. And honestly, I didn't mind the solitude. My job was simple. Keep the grass trimmed, clear away debris, make sure vandals weren't sneaking in after dark. Most nights, nothing happened at all. I'd sit in the little caretaker's shack by the gates, sip coffee, and read while the hours ticked by. But there was one section of the cemetery that always made me uneasy. The old northern lot where the stones were cracked and half sunk into the earth, some of them so weathered the names were illegible. It hadn't been used in decades, and the city barely bothered maintaining it. The headstones leaned like crooked teeth. The soil was uneven, and a line of skeletal trees cast jagged shadows across the graves. I usually avoided that part of the grounds at night. It wasn't superstition, at least not at first. It was just the way the air felt there. Heavy, still, almost watchful. One winter night, though, I didn't have a choice. A storm had blown through earlier in the evening, and a tree had fallen across the north fence. The supervisor called me and said I had to check for damage. So around 2 a.m., bundled in layers of clothes, flashlight in hand, I trudged through the snow toward the northern lot. The path was dark, my boots crunching in the frozen slush. My breath plumed in the air like smoke. When I reached the northern graves, I immediately noticed something odd. The fallen tree was there, its branches sprawling over several headstones. But the snow around it was disturbed, not just where it had landed, but all around in wide, sweeping arcs. Almost like something had been dragged across the ground. I frowned, shining my light across the graves. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Dozens of them, pressed deep into the snow. Bare footprints. The kind you'd expect from someone walking without shoes, toes splayed, heel marks sharp. They led away from the tree, weaving between the stones, circling them. Every hair on my neck rose. I followed the tracks, half convinced it had to be kids messing around. But the longer I looked, the less sense it made. Some of the prints were huge, others impossibly small, like a child's. And they weren't all upright. Some were pressed sideways, hands alongside them, as if whoever made them had crawled on all fours. I told myself to turn back, to report it in the morning and let someone else deal with it. But my curiosity got the better of me. I kept following the trail until it ended at a massive, cracked mausoleum near the edge of the lot. I'd always hated that mausoleum. The stone was blackened with age, the door rusted shut, the nameplate worn smooth by decades of rain. No one ever visited it, not in the years I'd worked there. It was just forgotten. But the footprints stopped right in front of it. Dozens of them, pressed into the snow like they'd gathered at the entrance. And the door, which had been sealed for as long as I could remember, was slightly ajar. Against every ounce of reason, I pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Not the dry, dusty smell I expected, but something wet. Rotten. Cloying. My flashlight beam swept across cracked stone walls, broken shelves where coffins should have been stacked. But the shelves were empty. Every single one. And the floor. The floor was covered in prints. Bare, wet prints staining the stone. I froze, my pulse thundering in my ears. Then from deep inside the mausoleum I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. Breathing. Shallow. Ragged, but unmistakable. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. The breathing stopped. I backed out slowly, pulling the door shut, but before it closed completely I caught a glimpse of something. A face. Pale, half-rotted, pressed against the far wall, staring at me with empty sockets where eyes should have been. Its mouth opened, stretching impossibly wide, but no sound came out. I slammed the door and bolted, running across the lot until my lungs burned. When I finally reached the shack, I locked the door, turned off my light, and sat there shaking until morning. I told myself it was a hallucination, stress, maybe even carbon monoxide poisoning from the heater in the shack. But when the sun came up and I went back with my supervisor, the mausoleum door was sealed again, rusted tight, as if it had never been touched. I tried to move on, but the nightmare started almost immediately. I'd dream of the footprints, the mausoleum, the pale face staring out. In the dreams, I was the one lying in the coffin, banging on the lid while muffled voices whispered outside. A few weeks later, something worse happened. I was on duty again, dozing in the shack, when a sound woke me. Not wind, not animals. A knock. 3 sharp knocks, right on the shack door. I froze, heart hammering. Nobody came to the cemetery at 3 a.m. Slowly I stood, grabbed my flashlight, and opened the door. No one was there. But in the snow leading up to the shack were the same footprints I'd seen before. Bare, wet, dozens of them pressed deep into the drifts. They circled the shack, looping around and around as if something had been pacing all night. I quit that job the next morning, packed my things, told my supervisor I couldn't do it anymore. I moved 2 towns over and started working construction. For a while, things were normal. But then, one night, I woke to the sound of knocking. Not at the door this time, at my bedroom window. 3 sharp knocks. I pulled back the curtain, heart in my throat. There were footprints in the frost on the glass. Bare, wet footprints, pressed from the inside. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to leave a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. When I was in my 20s, I worked nights as a security guard in a small town in Vermont. It wasn't a glamorous job, mostly just patrolling warehouses and office buildings, but I picked up every shift I could. That's how I ended up getting assigned to the cemetery detail. Yes, you read that right. The cemetery in our town was so old and had such a reputation for kids breaking in at night that the town council paid guards to keep watch. It was never supposed to be dangerous. The place was fenced in, the iron gate kept locked after dusk, and nobody sane wanted to hang out among the dead anyway. Still, the job paid extra for hazard duty, so I took it. The cemetery itself sat on a hill overlooking the river, its rows of gravestones sloping downward like the teeth of a crooked jaw. The gate was huge, black and rusted, bound with a chain and heavy padlock. The key was ancient. It looked like something out of a horror movie, long and iron with teeth worn from 100 years of use. My shift was simple. Walk the perimeter every hour, check that the gate was locked, and make sure no kids were trespassing. For the first week, it was easy money. I walked the fence, shined my flashlight between the headstones, and sat in my truck the rest of the time. But on the 8th night, something changed. I was making my rounds when I noticed the gate wasn't shut tight. The chain was hanging loose, the padlock swinging open as if someone had unlatched it. My stomach tightened. I knew I'd locked it the night before. I always double-checked. I grabbed the lock and clicked it shut again, chalking it up to maybe forgetting in my exhaustion. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. The following night, the same thing happened. I approached the gate, and the lock was open, the chain dangling. But this time, the gate itself stood slightly ajar, creaking in the wind. I felt a chill roll down my spine. I called my supervisor the next morning, but he brushed it off. "Teenagers, just keep locking it," he said. But I knew better. Whoever was opening that gate wasn't breaking the lock, they were using the key, and the only key was in my pocket. By the 3rd night, I decided to stay near the gate. I parked my truck right in front of it, killed the engine, and sat in the darkness. Midnight passed. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The air grew damp and heavy, the kind of stillness that makes your ears ring. That's when I heard it, the sound of the chain rattling. I turned my flashlight on the gate. The lock was twisting on its own, the metal groaning as the latch slid free. Slowly, the gate swung open. I froze, my mouth dry, my hand trembling on the flashlight. And then, out of the darkness of the cemetery path, I saw movement. At first it looked like a man, tall, dressed in what I thought was a long coat, but as he stepped into the glow of my flashlight, I realized it wasn't a coat. His clothes were shredded, clinging to him in strips. His skin was pale and gray, stretched too tight over his bones. He moved slowly, dragging one leg, his head cocked unnaturally to the side. I jumped out of the truck, shouting at him to stop. My voice cracked, weak in the heavy air. The figure didn't answer. He just stepped through the open gate and stopped in front of me. Then he smiled. It wasn't a human smile. His lips cracked and split as his teeth, yellow, jagged, wrong, bared in the moonlight. And then, in a voice that sounded like dirt being shoveled, he whispered, "You shouldn't lock us in." My body reacted before my brain could. I scrambled into the truck, slammed the door, and floored the gas. The gate shrank in my rearview mirror, swinging shut again with a metallic clang. I quit the next morning. I didn't go back for my paycheck. I didn't care. But here's the part that still keeps me up at night. 2 weeks later, I read in the local paper that the cemetery had a new security guard, a man in his 30s. They found his truck parked at the gate one morning, the door hanging open, the engine still running, but no sign of him. The gate was wide open, the lock still dangling, unbroken, and no one's seen him since. When I was little, maybe 10 or 11, my grandmother used to tell me strange stories about our town's old cemetery. She claimed that back in the 1800s, people were so afraid of being buried alive that they built safety coffins. Each coffin had a thin metal tube running to the surface, and at the top of that tube was a small bell. If someone had been buried by mistake and woke up underground, they could pull a string attached to the bell and alert the caretaker. I thought she was just trying to scare me with one of her morbid bedtime tales, but then, one summer when I was in high school, I learned that it wasn't just a story. The cemetery on the edge of town, the one behind the old Methodist church, had several of those safety coffins still buried there. You could actually see the rusted poles sticking up from the earth, each one topped with a tiny bell that hadn't rung in over 100 years. At least that's what everyone believed. One night after a football game, my best friend Eric dared me to go with him to the cemetery. It wasn't a new dare. Kids in town had been doing it for decades, but Eric had a twist. He wanted us to sit by one of the old bell graves and wait until midnight. "If a bell rings," he said with that mischievous grin of his, "we run, but if it doesn't, we'll know it's all just superstition." I should have said no. Every instinct in me screamed to leave it alone, but I didn't want to look like a coward. So we hopped the cemetery fence just before midnight, flashlights in hand, our sneakers crunching on the gravel path. The air was heavy with that strange dampness cemeteries always seem to hold, the smell of moss and earth thick around us. We found one of the graves easily, a small marble headstone nearly eaten away by time, with a thin iron tube rising out of the soil. At the top was the bell, rusted but intact. It was small, maybe the size of a teacup, and it swayed slightly in the breeze but made no sound. Eric sat cross-legged right in front of it. I stood a little farther back, my flashlight beam darting nervously across the rows of graves. The minutes crawled by. I tried to keep my breathing steady, tried not to think about the coffin beneath our feet, tried not to picture a skeletal hand tugging on a string in the darkness below. When my phone vibrated with the time, 11:59, I swear I felt my heart stop. Midnight came, and for a moment, nothing happened. The cemetery was dead silent. Eric smirked, ready to declare victory in his dare, when suddenly, the bell rang. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't faint either. A single sharp ding. Clear. Distinct. Not the sound of wind, not the creak of rust. It was the sound of metal striking metal, as though someone had pulled on that string from inside the earth. Eric leapt to his feet, the color draining from his face. I stumbled backward, my light shaking in my hand. For a few seconds, we both just stood there, frozen, listening. Then it rang again, and again. The bell started to chime in frantic bursts, like someone was yanking on it desperately, begging for release. We ran. We bolted through the cemetery, not daring to look back. My lungs burned and my legs screamed, but I didn't stop until we were back outside the fence, bent over and gasping for air. Eric swore up and down that it had to be a prank, that maybe someone had tied fishing wire to the bell hiding in the dark to scare us. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But when we snuck back in the daylight the next day, we checked that grave. The tube was sealed. The string inside had long since rotted away, nothing but rusted fragments. There was no way anyone could have pulled it from above ground. We never went back after that. But sometimes when I pass by the cemetery late at night, I swear I can hear faint chiming drifting through the stillness. Not just one bell, but many, ringing at once, echoing from every corner of that graveyard. And each time, I can't help but wonder, what if they were never really dead in the first place? I had always been fascinated by cemeteries, even as a kid. Something about the quiet, the stillness, the way the gravestones seemed to lean together like conspirators, always drew me in. When I moved to a new town for college, I quickly discovered the oldest cemetery in the area. Unlike the manicured sections, the old part was wild, overgrown, and forgotten. People said it was haunted, but I didn't care. I wasn't scared. I thought I was smarter than the stories. It was during my second year at college that things started. I was walking through the cemetery one evening after a long day of classes. The sun had just set, leaving only a dim twilight, and the air was heavy with the scent of wet leaves and decaying grass. My flashlight cut narrow beams across toppled headstones and cracked mausoleums, illuminating the faded names of people who had died centuries ago. I liked the solitude, the sense that the past was whispering to me through the earth. I didn't notice it at first, the shadows. At first I thought it was the trees, their limbs twisting and swaying in the breeze. But the shadows weren't moving with the wind. They were shifting independently, sliding between gravestones in the corner of my eye. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing. Yet I could feel them. Watching. Waiting. I tried to shake it off. "Just your imagination," I muttered to myself, gripping the flashlight tighter. But then I heard it. A low, scraping sound. Not the sound of animals, not the wind, but something moving deliberately, sliding across the cracked tombstones. I froze. My heart thumped so hard I was sure it would give me away. I swept my flashlight around, trying to see the source. That's when I saw them. Figures. Dark, human-shaped, but twisted, elongated, and impossibly thin. They were slipping silently between the graves, their movements smooth and unnatural. Their faces were featureless, smooth like black glass. I backed away, but one of them turned toward me. I don't know how it saw me in the dark, but it did. And for a terrifying second, I felt the weight of a gaze that wasn't just looking at me. It was sizing me up, calculating. I ran. I sprinted through the graveyard, my flashlight bouncing wildly over uneven ground, over roots that clawed at my shoes. Behind me, I heard it. Thousands of whispers, soft, chanting, impossible to understand, but somehow urging me onward. The shadows were moving faster now, gliding, stretching, merging together into one undulating darkness. I didn't stop until I reached the old wrought iron gate. I yanked it open and spilled onto the road, gasping, my legs trembling. I didn't look back. Not until I was safely back in my dorm room did I allow myself to catch my breath. But the nightmare didn't end there. That night I woke to a scratching at my window. I lived on the first floor, so no one should have been able to reach it. My heart froze when I saw dark shapes moving across the glass, pressing faintly against it. I couldn't make out faces, but I could feel those same empty gazes from the cemetery staring in at me. I barricaded the window, pulled the curtains tight, and tried to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadows moving between the tombstones, whispering, crawling, always circling. I thought about calling someone, telling the police, but how could I explain that? Yes, officer, shadows with no faces are following me home from the cemetery. No one would believe me. And then a week later it got worse. I was walking home from the library late, and I saw them again. Outside my dorm, under the street lamps, the shadows waited. They weren't running this time, they were standing perfectly still, waiting for me. And I realized with a sickening certainty, they weren't confined to the cemetery anymore. That's when I noticed something even stranger. Among the shifting forms, I saw a shadow that looked exactly like me. Every detail, the way I held myself, my hair, even my hands, was perfect. And it wasn't just mimicking me. It was watching me, learning me, preparing. I screamed and ran. I ran all the way back to my dorm, locked every door, and piled furniture against them. But when I woke the next morning, the shadow of me was gone from my room, and I found muddy footprints leading from the front door to the empty hallway. I haven't been back to the cemetery since. I haven't told anyone everything that happened, but every night, when the streetlights flicker, and the wind whispers through the trees, I see them, moving, waiting, searching. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch my own shadow out of the corner of my eye, but it doesn't belong to me anymore. I never believed in ghosts until the summer I worked as a caretaker at Hollow Creek Cemetery, a sprawling, centuries-old graveyard tucked away behind the woods outside our town. I took the job mostly because it paid well for seasonal work, and I liked being alone with my thoughts. But that summer would teach me that some places are alive in ways you'd never imagine, and that the dead sometimes make their voices heard. The cemetery was divided into sections. The newer part was neat, manicured, full of shiny stones and freshly planted flowers. But the older section, what people around town called the Forgotten Row, was different. The headstones were crumbling, names worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. Moss draped across cracked marble, and twisted oaks cast shadows that seemed almost human at dusk. That was where I spent most of my nights, mowing the overgrown paths, fixing broken fences, and occasionally repairing toppled stones. It started on a Thursday evening just after sunset. I was locking the main gate when I thought I heard singing. Soft, melodic, faint, like children in a choir. I froze. The cemetery had no residents except me, and I hadn't seen anyone for hours. Curious, I followed the sound, my flashlight cutting narrow beams through the gloom. It grew louder as I entered the Forgotten Row. I stopped near an old mausoleum, and the singing became clearer. A harmonious chorus, voices overlapping, ethereal, almost too perfect to be real. I crept closer and looked around. There was no one, only the headstones, leaning like silent witnesses. I shook my head, convinced it was just my imagination or the wind whistling through the trees. But then the singing stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence that pressed against my ears. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard faint echoes of that choir, drifting through the darkness of my room. I tried to convince myself it was the wind again, or maybe a recording someone had left somewhere. The next evening I stayed later, wanting to see if it was a one-time thing. Around the same time, twilight, the singing returned. Louder this time, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from a cluster of graves at the very back, the oldest ones in the cemetery. My flashlight flicked across the cracked marble and I froze. On one of the stones was a name I recognized from the town archives, Eleanor Whitcomb, 1783-1792. A child. Then I noticed them. Small, faintly glowing figures. Children, maybe 8 or 9, translucent but defined, standing among the graves, mouths moving in perfect harmony. Their eyes were hollow, dark pools, and they stared straight at me as they sang. I stumbled back, my heart hammering. I wanted to run, but my legs were frozen. The figures didn't seem to notice my fear. They continued their song, voices blending in ways that no human choir could replicate. And as I watched, one by one, the other graves in the row lit up with similar figures, children I didn't recognize, hundreds of them singing in unison. Panic finally broke my paralysis. I turned and ran toward the gate, hearing their chorus swell behind me, following, echoing through the cemetery like a tidal wave. When I reached the road, I dared a glance back. The singing stopped abruptly, and the figures were gone. But the air was thick, heavy, like the memory of hundreds of whispers pressing against me. I didn't return that night. I tried to sleep at home, but at exactly midnight, I heard it again, the faint, angelic chorus drifting through my window. I covered my ears, screamed, and tried to convince myself it wasn't real. I returned to the cemetery the following night, too curious to stay away, despite my fear. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. Every child in the choir had an object with them. A toy, a piece of clothing, a tiny trinket. Each one looked worn, torn, and oddly out of place, as if left behind in life. One figure stepped forward and held out a tiny porcelain doll toward me. Its hollow eyes seemed to follow me. I reached for it, and the moment my fingers brushed the doll, the singing intensified, almost unbearably loud. The children's eyes turned black, swirling, pulling me into their gaze. I stumbled backward, dropping the doll. The last thing I remember before I woke up was the sound of hundreds of whispers saying, "Join us, join us, forever." When I came to, I was lying at the edge of the cemetery, my flashlight broken, mud caked to my clothes. The gate was locked. No sign of the choir remained, but I could still hear them sometimes, faintly, in the quietest moments of night. I never worked there again. I moved to another town, but even now, 15 years later, when I walk past cemeteries at night, I swear I hear the faintest hum of a child's choir carried on the wind. And sometimes, when the moon is high, I swear one of the figures appears in the corner of my vision, standing among the shadows, waiting, watching, remembering. I had always been drawn to the abandoned parts of the old cemetery at the edge of my hometown. My friends called me obsessed, but I liked the silence, the way the earth seemed to hold secrets older than any living soul. Hollow Creek Cemetery wasn't huge, but the oldest section, the part everyone avoided, was nearly forgotten, overrun with weeds and broken stones. People said it was cursed. I didn't believe in curses, I believed in evidence. Until the summer I met him. I was about 21, working my summer break as an assistant to a historian who cataloged the graves for the town archives. My task was simple: photograph headstones, record names and dates, and note any unusual inscriptions. It was tedious work, but it paid, and I didn't mind the solitude. On the first day, I noticed a stone that seemed different, not just because it was older than the others, or the name barely legible. It was the space around it. The grass nearby didn't grow. The air felt heavier, and when I stood too close, I felt like someone, or something, was staring. I shrugged it off as imagination, a product of spending too much time alone in the heat. But as the days went by, I started seeing him. A man, tall, thin, dressed in black, always standing at the far edge of the oldest section. When I looked directly at him, he vanished. When I looked away, he reappeared. My co-workers didn't see him, of course. I started questioning my sanity, but the sense of dread was impossible to ignore. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and shadows lengthened across the cemetery, I decided to confront him. I walked slowly, keeping my distance, my camera in hand. He didn't move, he didn't blink, just stood there, silent. My heart pounded. "Who are you?" I called, my voice shaking. He didn't answer. Instead, he raised one finger and pointed to a grave directly in front of him. The stone was old, cracked, weathered by centuries. I recognized the name. Jonathan Crowley, 1824, 1867. Something about the name sent a chill down my spine. I stepped closer, examining the gravestone. The dates were normal, nothing unusual. But then I noticed the fresh soil at its base, slightly disturbed, as if someone had dug there recently. I frowned, leaned closer, and that's when I felt it. A hand, cold and skeletal, grabbed my wrist. I screamed and tried to pull away, but the grip was impossibly strong. I looked up, and the man, Jonathan Crowley, was no longer at a distance. He was inches from me, his eyes black voids, mouth twisted into a grin that shouldn't exist on a human face. "Why are you here?" he whispered. His voice was like gravel sliding down a well. "Why do you disturb the dead?" I'm just cataloging," I stammered, trying to breathe. "I'm not, please, I didn't." He laughed, low, guttural, echoing across the cemetery. The sound made the ground beneath my feet tremble. "You see, they all forget me. They bury me, mark the stones, and then they leave. But I never leave." The wind picked up. The air thickened, making it hard to breathe. The surrounding graves seemed to shift, tilting toward him, leaning as though the earth itself recognized him as its master. "Why are you here?" I asked again, my voice barely audible. "I wait," he said, "for those who wander, for those who watch, for those who remember too much, and now, you will stay." Before I could react, the ground beneath me softened. I stumbled, trying to pull free from his grip. I fell onto the disturbed soil and I felt it move. Not just the earth, but something beneath it. Alive, fleshy, crawling, grasping at my legs. I screamed, thrashing, but the more I struggled, the tighter his grip became. And then, with a sudden jolt, I was pulled forward into the soil itself. I sank ankle deep. Panic surged as I realized I was being buried alive, my arms pinned by roots and cold clay. I could feel the grave closing around me, the walls pressing in, the darkness complete. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. I opened my eyes. I was on the ground, breathing heavily. The man was gone. The grave was empty. The disturbed soil looked ordinary again. My camera lay nearby, still on the tripod. Had it all been a hallucination? Stress? Heat exhaustion? I don't know. I ran home that night, didn't look back, and never returned to Hollow Creek Cemetery. But the worst part came months later, when I was going through the photos I had taken for the town archives. I stopped cold on one image. Myself, standing next to the Jonathan Crowley grave. And there, in the background, was the man. Only this time he was smiling straight at the camera. Not far behind him, dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the graves, all staring. And in the corner, I saw my own face, pale and twisted, looking back at me from the earth itself. I deleted the photo. I threw away the camera. But sometimes at night I hear it, the scratching, the whispers, the laughter. And deep down, I know the man in black never left. And one day, he'll come for me again. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to leave a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I don't really know where to begin because every time I try to tell this story, people think I'm exaggerating, or worse, they think I've made the whole thing up. But I swear on my life, every detail I'm about to share happened exactly as I experienced it. I've carried this weight for years, and lately the memories have been haunting me so badly that I figured maybe telling it to strangers, people who don't know me, would help me release some of the fear. This all started back when I was 21. I grew up in a small Midwestern town in America, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business. We had one grocery store, one high school, and one cemetery, an old sprawling place that sat on a hill just outside of town. It wasn't just a normal cemetery either. This one dated back to the early 1800s, with headstones so worn down you could barely read the names anymore. Some of the graves leaned sideways, others had been swallowed by weeds and earth. Locals said it was haunted, but honestly, what cemetery isn't? at least in stories. Back then, I was the kind of guy who thought legends were just entertainment. Ghost stories were fun to tell at parties, but I never believed in them. That was about to change. I worked the night shift at a gas station, and when my shift ended around 3 a.m., I'd walk home. My route took me right past that cemetery. At first, it didn't bother me. The place was eerily quiet, but I kind of enjoyed it. There was something peaceful about the stillness, the rows of stones under the pale moonlight. But one night, in the dead of summer, I started noticing something different. It was around 3:30 a.m., humid as hell, and I was trudging down the road past the cemetery. That night, the fog was unusually thick, so thick it looked like waves rolling across the ground. As I walked, I got this sudden feeling that I wasn't alone. You know how sometimes the hair on the back of your neck stands up before your brain can explain why? That's what happened. I froze for a second, scanned the cemetery, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks, but no. The figure was real. Standing about 30 yards inside the cemetery, near a broken stone cross, was a man. He wasn't moving, just standing perfectly still, facing me. He was tall, almost unnaturally so, and his clothes looked outdated, like something from another era. A long coat, a brimmed hat. His face was shadowed, hidden. I remember whispering under my breath, "What the hell?" I told myself maybe it was just another insomniac or maybe some drunk wandering around, but deep down I knew something was off. Because this guy wasn't shifting his weight, wasn't looking around, wasn't moving at all. He was as still as the tombstones around him. I forced myself to keep walking, eyes forward, pretending I didn't notice. But every few seconds, I glanced sideways. Each time, I swear the man looked closer, even though I never saw him actually move. By the time I reached the end of the cemetery fence, he was standing right at the edge, just a few feet from the road, his head tilted in my direction. My stomach dropped. I walked faster, nearly jogging, until I reached my apartment a few blocks away. When I shut the door behind me, I laughed nervously, trying to convince myself it was all just my imagination. But then came the knocking. It was faint at first. 3 slow knocks against my apartment door. I froze in the middle of my kitchen, heart pounding in my chest. It was nearly 4 a.m. No one should have been outside my door at that hour. I crept to the peephole, my hands trembling. What I saw nearly made me scream. The man was standing there. The same one from the cemetery. That hat, that long coat, that stillness. Only now, he was inches from me, separated by just a thin slab of wood. I didn't open the door. I couldn't. I backed away, slid down the wall, and just sat there shaking. The knocking came again, 3 more slow, deliberate raps. Then silence. I stayed awake until sunrise, too scared to move. When I finally gathered the courage to check outside, there was nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone. That should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. I'd catch glimpses of the man standing at the edge of the cemetery whenever I passed by at night. Sometimes I'd see him in my rearview mirror when I drove home from work, standing under a streetlight, motionless. Once, I even swore I saw him inside the gas station, just outside the glow of the lights, watching me from across the parking lot. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear faint knocking somewhere in the apartment. Sometimes it was on the door, other times on the windows. My roommate thought I was losing my mind. Then came the night everything changed. It was a Friday, stormy and wet. I'd just finished my shift and decided to take the long way home, avoiding the cemetery altogether. But halfway there, I realized something was wrong. The streets were empty, eerily quiet, as if the whole town had gone still. That's when I saw him again. The man wasn't in the cemetery this time. He was standing in the middle of the street, blocking my path. His hat dripped with rain, his coat clung to his frame. I stopped dead in my tracks. My fight-or-flight instincts screamed at me to turn around, but my legs refused to move. And then, finally, he moved. Slowly, he lifted his head. And for the first time, I saw his face. It wasn't a face at all. It was a void, a black emptiness, like a hole in the world where his features should have been. I staggered backward, nearly slipping in the rain, and that's when I heard it. A whisper, low and gravelly, cutting through the storm. You shouldn't have looked. My vision blurred, my chest tightened, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the steps of my apartment. My clothes were soaked, my body aching, but I was alive. There was no sign of the man. For a while, I convinced myself it was just a nightmare. But deep down, I know it wasn't. Because to this day, years later, every now and then in the dead of night, I still hear those 3 slow knocks on my door. And last week, for the first time in years, I opened the door to check. There were wet footprints leading from my doorway, back toward the cemetery. I was 19 when this happened, and even now at 28, I still can't walk past a cemetery without feeling my throat tighten. Back then, I was just another small-town kid trying to escape boredom. My friends and I weren't bad kids. We didn't do drugs, we didn't get into fights. But we had one hobby that adults never understood. We loved sneaking into the old cemetery on the edge of town. The cemetery was infamous. It stretched across several acres, its oldest graves dating back to the Civil War. Some of the headstones leaned so far sideways they looked like they were going to topple. Others had been swallowed by the earth entirely, only the tops sticking out like broken teeth. But the part that fascinated us most was the massive oak tree near the center. The thing was ancient, towering, with roots so thick they split the ground open in places. Locals called it the Wailing Oak. They said if you stood beneath it at night, you could hear a girl crying. We didn't believe the stories, of course, at least, not at first. That summer, me, my best friend Tyler, and his cousin Jenna made a pact. Every Friday night, we'd sneak into the cemetery and explore a different section, working our way closer and closer to the Wailing Oak. It was a game to us. Scare each other, laugh about it, go home and crash. That first month, nothing happened beyond a few raccoons darting across our flashlights. But one night everything changed. It was a humid August evening. No moon in the sky, just heavy clouds. We climbed the rusted gate and headed straight for the oak, our flashlights cutting narrow beams through the darkness. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. The sound of cars from the highway faded. Even the crickets seemed to hush. By the time we reached the tree, my nerves were buzzing. Tyler smirked at me, trying to act tough, but I saw the way his hand shook when he adjusted his flashlight. Jenna whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first, I thought she was messing with us. But then I heard it too. A faint, wet sobbing. It was coming from directly beneath the oak. We froze, staring at each other, our mouths dry. The sobbing grew louder, more distinct, like a girl crying into her hands, her breaths breaking between each wail. I don't know what possessed us to move closer, but Tyler whispered, "Let's just check it out. Maybe it's an animal or something." We crept to the base of the tree. Our flashlights illuminated the gnarled roots twisting out of the ground like skeletal fingers. And then, between 2 massive roots, we saw it. A small hole in the earth, freshly dug. Jenna gasped. "Someone's been here." Before I could answer, the sobbing stopped. Dead silence. Then, slowly, something shifted in the dirt. I'll never forget the sight that followed. A pale, slender hand pushed out from the hole, the fingers curled, nails ragged, caked with soil. Another hand followed, clawing its way into the open air. Jenna screamed, and Tyler yanked her back. I dropped my flashlight in panic, the beam flickering across the ground. In that light, I saw a face emerging. A girl's face. Her skin was ghostly white, her hair matted with dirt, her hollow eyes wide with grief. She opened her mouth and the sobbing returned. Only now it was deafening, echoing through the cemetery, as if dozens of voices cried with her. We bolted. I don't even remember grabbing my flashlight, but somehow it ended up in my hand as we sprinted for the gate. My lungs burned, My legs shook, and still behind us, I heard that crying. Closer, louder, chasing us through the night. When we finally stumbled out onto the road, we collapsed on the pavement, gasping. None of us spoke the whole way home. The next morning, I told myself it had to have been a hallucination, mass hysteria or something. But then Tyler called me. His voice was shaking. He said Jenna hadn't slept. She claimed she saw the girl standing outside her window at 3 a.m., staring in with those hollow eyes. For the next week, everything unraveled. Jenna refused to leave her room. She barely ate. Tyler swore he heard crying outside his house every night. As for me, I tried to ignore it, but the truth is I heard it too. That same wet sobbing just outside my bedroom window, echoing through the stillness. Then came the night I broke. It was 2:45 a.m. when I woke to the sound of crying louder than ever before. I forced myself to the window, hands trembling, and there she was. The girl. Standing under the street lamp across the road. Her dress was torn, her face smeared with dirt, her head tilted slightly as if she were listening. I slammed the blinds shut and didn't sleep the rest of the night. By the next morning, Tyler was gone. His mom called me in hysterics, asking if I knew where he was. No one had seen him since late the previous night. I biked over to his place, and what I found still makes me sick. His bedroom window was open, curtains billowing in the breeze. On the sill was a smear of mud, and pressed into the dirt of the flower bed below were footprints, small, bare footprints, that led down the street, toward the cemetery. Jenna disappeared 2 days later. I told the police everything. About the cemetery, the crying, the girl. They didn't believe me. They wrote it off as runaway teens. But I knew the truth. I knew where they had gone. For weeks I avoided the cemetery. I didn't sleep. I barely functioned. But the crying never stopped. Every night without fail, I heard it. Until finally, one night, something snapped in me. I decided to go back. It was the middle of September when I climbed that gate again. The cemetery was silent, the air heavy. I forced myself back to the oak, my flashlight trembling in my hand. And there it was. The hole. Only this time it was much larger. Large enough for multiple bodies. The earth was freshly turned as if someone had been digging again and again. My flashlight beam caught something in the dirt. A shoe. Tyler's shoe. Then another flash of white, Jenna's shirt torn and stained. And then, before I could scream, I heard it. That same sobbing. Except this time, it wasn't coming from the hole. It was right behind me. I turned slowly and saw the girl standing just a few feet away. Her hollow eyes locked onto mine. And in that moment, her crying stopped. Her mouth stretched into a wide, unnatural grin. The last thing I remember was her whispering something I couldn't quite understand, something that sounded like, "You're next." When I woke, it was morning. I was lying beneath the oak, the hole filled in, the ground smooth as if it had never been disturbed. There was no sign of Tyler, no sign of Jenna, no sign of the girl. But every night since then, 9 years later, I still hear crying outside my window. And last night, for the first time in nearly a decade, I saw muddy handprints on my bedroom wall. I never planned to end up working in a cemetery. It wasn't the kind of job you dream about as a kid. But life has a way of twisting your path when you least expect it. Back in my early 20s, I was broke, desperate, and just out of college with no clear direction. My Uncle Harold managed the town cemetery, a sprawling place that most folks only visited out of obligation. Funerals, Memorial Day, the occasional genealogy project. He offered me a temporary job helping out as a groundskeeper, said it paid cash and came with plenty of solitude. At the time, solitude sounded good. The cemetery wasn't small. It stretched over rolling hills on the edge of town, the oldest part dating back almost 2 centuries. That section was the creepiest, filled with crumbling mausoleums and headstones so worn you couldn't read them anymore. The newer sections were orderly, manicured, modern. But I always found myself drawn back to the older grounds, where the air felt heavy and the silence seemed to cling to your skin. At first the work was easy. Mowing grass, trimming hedges, cleaning headstones. I learned how to dig graves the proper way, careful measurements, sturdy shoring, the respectful efficiency expected of someone in my position. Uncle Harold told me there was an unspoken code among gravediggers. You treat every grave like you'd want your own family treated. I respected that. But not everyone did. There was another worker, an older guy named Clyde, who'd been there for decades. He was rough, grizzled, and carried a permanent stink of cigarettes and whiskey. He liked to tell me real stories about the cemetery, about bodies buried in the wrong plots, about mistakes covered up, about coffins that weren't empty when they should have been. I thought he was just messing with me, trying to spook the new kid. But then he told me about the pit. "There's a place in this cemetery you don't ever go near," Clyde said one night, his eyes glassy with drink. "Old Section C, back behind the iron fence. Big oak tree with a split trunk. You'll know it when you see it. Don't dig there. Don't even walk near it, you hear me?" I laughed it off, but the way he said it chilled me. He wasn't joking. A week later, curiosity got the better of me. I was mowing near Section C when I spotted the oak Clyde described. It was massive, easily one of the oldest trees in the cemetery, its trunk splitting into two thick limbs that twisted skyward like claws. The ground beneath it looked different, uneven, as though it had been disturbed countless times. That's when I saw the marker. Not a headstone, not a plaque, just a plain, unmarked slab of concrete about the size of a grave. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe boredom, maybe arrogance. But I grabbed a shovel and started digging. The soil was looser than it should have been, like it had been turned recently. My pulse quickened as I went deeper, the dirt crumbling easily under my spade. About 4 feet down, my shovel hit something solid. I knelt, brushed the soil away with my hands and felt it. A wooden board. The top of a coffin. My stomach twisted. I knew I shouldn't go further, but I couldn't stop myself. I pried at the wood until it cracked. The smell hit me first, damp, sour, like rotting earth mixed with something worse. I gagged but forced myself to look. Inside wasn't a body, not exactly. What lay there looked like fragments. Bones, yes, but arranged haphazardly, as though they'd been dumped rather than laid to rest. Skulls with jaws missing, femurs broken in half, tiny bones, too small, childlike, and scattered among them scraps of fabric, rotted shoes, bits of jewelry caked with dirt. My hands shook. I knew this wasn't right. Graves weren't supposed to look like this. Then I saw something else. Beneath the bones, wedged against the corner of the coffin, was a glass jar. Inside was a dark liquid, thick and murky. Floating in it was an eye, human, perfectly preserved, staring straight at me. I screamed, dropped the jar back into the coffin, and scrambled out of the hole. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that jar, that eye. I wanted to tell Uncle Harold, but something in me hesitated. Instead, I went to Clyde. When I told him what I'd found, his face went pale. He grabbed my collar and hissed, "I told you never to dig there." His voice cracked, his eyes wild. "That pit doesn't belong to the cemetery. It belongs to them." I demanded to know who them was, but Clyde just shook his head, muttering about things I wouldn't understand, things buried for a reason. From that day forward, everything changed. At night, while locking up, I started hearing noises near Section C. Whispers, faint and indistinct, carried on the wind. Sometimes I'd see shadows moving between the headstones, too quick to follow. Other times I'd hear the scrape of nails against wood, like something clawing to get out from underground. One evening I stayed late in the office finishing paperwork. Around midnight I heard the front gate creak open. Thinking it was vandals, I grabbed a flashlight and headed out. But it wasn't kids. It was Clyde. He was walking toward Section C, shovel in hand. I followed quietly, my heart thundering. He didn't notice me. He went straight to the oak, straight to the pit, and began digging furiously. I watched in horror as he pried open the coffin I had disturbed. He pulled out another jar, this one larger, filled with the same dark liquid. Inside floated something I couldn't quite identify, but it looked like a severed hand, small and shriveled. Clyde lifted the jar to his lips and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then he drank from it. I stumbled back, my flashlight beam trembling across the ground. He froze, turned, and saw me. "Shouldn't be here," he rasped, his mouth smeared with that foul liquid. "You've seen too much." I ran. God, I ran so fast I thought my lungs would burst. I didn't stop until I was back in my apartment, door locked, lights blazing. The next day, Clyde was gone. His trailer was empty. No one in town knew where he'd gone, and Uncle Harold said he must have skipped town. But I knew better. Because that night, when I went to brush my teeth, I looked in the mirror and froze. In my left eye, the white wasn't white anymore. It had turned cloudy, milky, almost identical to the one floating in that jar. And as I stared, I swear I saw it move, like something alive was looking back at me from inside my own eye. When I was 24, I took a job that most people would never even consider. I worked for a monument company. Basically, we made and set headstones. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and there was a strange kind of satisfaction in seeing a stone you had set standing straight and proud above someone's final resting place. Most days were routine, measuring, digging foundations, carefully lowering granite slabs, but every once in a while, something unexpected happened. And one of those unexpected days changed my life forever. It started with a call from the caretaker of the old St. Francis Cemetery on the edge of town. He said they needed a repair job. One of the graves had caved in after heavy rains and the stone had toppled. My boss sent me out there alone, said it would be easy work. I packed up my tools and drove out, never imagining what was waiting for me. The cemetery was one of the oldest in our county, established in the mid-1800s. You could feel its age as soon as you stepped through the rusted gates. The ground was uneven, headstones leaning like crooked teeth, trees growing wild and untrimmed. The air had that heavy, damp smell like wet soil and mold. The grave I was supposed to repair was in the far corner, half swallowed by weeds. The stone had toppled forward, lying face down in the mud. The earth beneath it had collapsed into a shallow pit. I set to work, muttering to myself, trying to focus. I dug around the stone, preparing to reset it, but as I cleared the mud, I noticed something strange. The soil wasn't just soft, it was loose, freshly disturbed, almost as if someone had been digging there recently. At first I thought maybe an animal had burrowed in, or maybe the rain had shifted things. But the deeper I dug, the more it felt deliberate. The soil was packed in layers as though it had been moved and replaced more than once. That's when I saw it. About 2 feet down, my shovel struck wood. I froze. I wasn't supposed to hit a coffin, it should have been buried much deeper. Frowning, I brushed the dirt away until I exposed a small crude box. It wasn't a coffin, at least not like the ones I'd seen before. This was smaller, handmade, nailed together with rough planks. My gut told me to stop, but curiosity gnawed at me. I pried the lid open with my crowbar. Inside, wrapped in rotting cloth, was a skeleton, small, child-sized. I stumbled back, my stomach heaving. My mind raced with questions. Why was a child buried in a makeshift box, so close to the surface without a proper marker? Who had put them there? I should have stopped. I should have called the caretaker immediately. But instead, trembling, I pulled the cloth aside to see more. And that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The skeleton wasn't complete. Pieces were missing. The skull was there, but no jaw. Several fingers gone. And worse, etched into the bones, faint but unmistakable, were carvings. Symbols, circles, lines, something that looked like an eye. I dropped the lid and staggered back, bile rising in my throat. My first thought was ritual. Someone had used this child for some kind of ritual. I wanted to run, but before I could move, I heard it. A laugh. Soft. Behind me. I spun around, heart hammering. But no one was there. Just rows of crooked headstones, silent and still. I told myself I imagined it, that I was jumpy. I quickly reset the stone, filled the dirt back in, and tried to forget what I'd seen. But I couldn't. That night I woke to the sound of scratching. At first I thought it was a raccoon outside my window, but the sound was inside, at the foot of my bed. I bolted upright and saw the small box from the cemetery sitting there on the floor. Mud still clung to its sides. My blood froze. I had left that box in the ground. There was no way it should be here. Then the lid creaked open. The cloth shifted, and slowly, so slowly, a small skeletal hand rose into the air, fingers missing, bones carved with symbols. It twitched once, then dropped, lifeless. I screamed, leapt from my bed, and slammed on the light. The box was gone. I barely slept that night, and when morning came, I told myself it had to be a dream. Stress, exhaustion, imagination. But deep down, I knew better. Over the next week, the scratching continued. Every night, always near my bed, always followed by that soft, cruel laugh. I stopped sleeping. My hands shook at work. My boss said I looked like a ghost. Finally, I broke. I drove back to the cemetery, determined to set things right. I found the grave, dug frantically, and unearthed the box again. My hands trembled as I stared at it. The lid wasn't nailed shut this time, it was slightly open. Inside was no skeleton. Instead, there was something new, something alive. A small bundle of flesh, pink and raw, twitching like it was trying to grow. 2 hollow sockets where eyes should have been. A mouth opening and closing soundlessly. I dropped the shovel and staggered back, choking on bile. The thing inside the box twitched again, and this time, it laughed. That same soft, cruel laugh I'd been hearing for days. I ran. I left the grave open, the box exposed, and didn't stop until I was home, shaking and sobbing. That night, I locked every door, every window, praying it wouldn't follow me. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching a kitchen knife, waiting for the scratching. But it never came. Instead, at exactly 3 a.m., I heard a knock at my front door. 3 slow knocks. I froze, knife in hand, my breath caught in my throat. Then a child's voice whispered through the wood. "You opened my grave. Now let me in." I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania where the cemetery was older than most of the houses. The graveyard sat on a hill at the edge of town, its wrought iron gates bent and rusted, its tombstones leaning like crooked teeth. I never thought much about it when I was younger, but as I got older, I started hearing the stories, the whispers about the grave with the breathing earth. They said if you went to the back row of graves, the ones so worn down the names were nearly gone, you could find a plot where the soil seemed to rise and fall, like the ground itself was inhaling and exhaling. The legend went that the person buried there had been buried alive, scratching and clawing until their lungs gave out and the earth had somehow remembered their desperation. I never believed it. Not really. But when I turned 19, I started sneaking into the cemetery at night with my friends, mostly to drink and scare each other with ghost stories. One night, after too much whiskey, one of my friends dared me to go find the breathing grave. The cemetery was huge, and most of it was swallowed by tall grass. The moonlight caught on the tips of the stone crosses, and the silence pressed against my ears. I walked deeper, passing older graves whose names had been eaten away by time. That's when I saw it. The grave at the far end, where the grass hadn't grown, the dirt fresh as if someone had been digging. I crouched down, and at first I thought it was my imagination. But no, the soil shifted ever so slightly, as though something beneath it stirred. My chest tightened, and my first instinct was to bolt. But then curiosity froze me in place. I leaned closer, holding my breath. And then I swear to God I heard it. Faint, muffled, like a sigh from beneath the ground. I staggered back, my heart hammering. I told my friends, of course, but they didn't believe me. They laughed and said I was drunk. I tried to laugh along, but inside, I knew what I'd heard. The next night, I went back alone. I don't know why. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. I brought a flashlight and crouched by the grave again. This time I placed my hand flat on the dirt. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it, a faint pulse against my palm, like a heartbeat buried deep. I yanked my hand away and fell backward, the flashlight rolling into the grass. I almost ran, but something stronger than fear rooted me there. Against all logic, I wanted to dig. I wanted to know who was down there, why the earth still moved. So I came back the next night, this time with a shovel. Every strike of the metal against the dirt echoed in my skull. The soil was damp, heavy, and cold. As I dug deeper, the air grew strange, thick and sour, like the breath of a crypt. I kept going, the compulsion stronger than my terror. Then I hit wood. A coffin. My hands trembled as I brushed dirt away, and I saw it was cracked, splintered like something inside had tried to force its way out. My skin prickled as I reached for the crack, my fingers brushing against it. And then, something moved inside. It wasn't the twitch of decay or the collapse of old bones. It was deliberate. A push. A knock. The sound reverberated through the wood and into my chest. I screamed and stumbled back, dropping the shovel. But before I could run, I heard something else. The sound of breathing. Loud, labored, ragged. Not from above, from inside the coffin. I don't know how long I stood frozen there, staring at that coffin. Seconds. Minutes. But then, slowly, a voice seeped through the crack in the wood. A whisper, faint but clear enough to paralyze me. Help. Me. I bolted. I didn't stop running until I was home, my lungs burning, my hands blistered from the shovel. I locked my door, drew my blinds, and swore I'd never go back. But here's the thing. The next day I passed by the cemetery on my way to work. And the grave? It was filled in. Not just filled, it looked freshly tended, as though someone had carefully smoothed the soil. No sign of my digging. No cracks in the coffin. Just a mound of earth. That night, I woke up to the sound of something scratching at my window. I told myself it was a tree branch, but when I got up to check, there was no tree anywhere near the glass. Just 5 long, thin marks running across the pane, as though something inside the earth had finally found its way out. And the worst part? Every night since, I can hear it. When the house is quiet, when the night is deepest, the sound seeps through the floorboards beneath my bed. The steady, rhythmic sound of the earth inhaling and exhaling, like it followed me home. Hello, everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to leave a comment telling us where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone knew each other's names and gossip traveled faster than the mail. But there was always one man who stood apart, someone people whispered about but rarely spoke to directly: Henry Lowe, the cemetery gravedigger. Henry was an odd man, tall and wiry with hands like tree roots, always stained with dirt no matter how much he scrubbed. He lived alone in a shack at the far end of the cemetery, near the swampy edge where mist rolled in at night. Kids dared each other to run up to his door and knock, but none stayed long enough to hear if he ever answered. When I was 16, I took a summer job at the cemetery, mowing lawns and trimming weeds. I figured it was easy cash. My first day, I saw Henry up close. He was standing over a fresh grave, shovel in hand, staring down into the pit as if hypnotized. He didn't even notice me walk past. I remember thinking there was something strange about the way he lingered there, like he wasn't just digging holes, like he was listening to them. The caretaker told me to steer clear of Henry. "He's been here longer than anyone remembers," the old man said. "Doesn't talk much, just let him be." But the more I worked there, the more I noticed things. Graves that should have been sealed looked disturbed, as if someone had been digging after the funeral was over. Strange mounds of dirt appeared in corners of the cemetery where no burials had taken place. And sometimes at night I swore I saw a lantern light moving among the headstones, long after Henry should have gone to bed. One evening, curiosity got the better of me. I stayed late, hiding near the caretaker's shed to see what Henry was up to. Around midnight, I saw him emerge from his shack, carrying a lantern and shovel. Instead of heading toward the new section of the cemetery, he walked to the oldest part, the part no one visited anymore, where the stones leaned at odd angles and names were eroded by time. I followed at a distance, crouching low behind gravestones. He stopped at one of the oldest plots, set down his lantern, and began to dig. My heart pounded as I realized what he was doing. He wasn't digging a grave, he was unearthing one. The ground was soft, almost unnaturally so, as though it had been disturbed many times before. Within minutes, Henry had uncovered a coffin lid. I expected him to pry it open, but instead he knelt down, pressed his ear against the wood, and whispered something I couldn't hear. Then, to my horror, I saw the lid shift. Not much. Just a slight tremor, as if something inside had pressed upward. Henry whispered again, and the coffin stilled. He sat back on his heels, sighed, and carefully covered it back up. I wanted to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. I stumbled back, tripping over a stone. The sound made Henry snap his head up. His lantern beam swung across the graves and landed on me. "Boy," he rasped, his voice dry like leaves. "You shouldn't be here." I ran like hell, not stopping until I was out of the cemetery and halfway home. For days I avoided work, pretending to be sick. But eventually, I had to go back. Henry never mentioned seeing me that night. In fact, he started watching me. Not in a casual way, but in that heavy, suffocating way where you feel eyes on you even when your back is turned. One afternoon, he approached me while I was trimming weeds near the western fence. He moved silently, his boots barely crunching the gravel. "You saw too much," he muttered, his voice low. My hands shook. I don't know what you mean." He gave me a long, hollow stare, then finally said, "The dead don't rest here, not all of them. They talk." I thought he was insane, but something about his tone made my stomach twist. He leaned closer, his breath sour and earthy. "They make bargains, boy. And once you start listening, you can't stop." Before I could reply, he walked away, dragging his shovel behind him, the sound grating against the stones. That night, I couldn't sleep. His words replayed in my head. They make bargains. I started to wonder if what I saw at the coffin had been real. The following week, tragedy struck. A young woman from town died in a car accident, and her funeral was held at the cemetery. I watched from a distance as her family wept, and the casket was lowered into the ground. Henry was there too, standing a little too close, staring a little too long. That night I did something reckless. I snuck back into the cemetery with a flashlight. The air was damp, fog rolling between the stones. I crept toward the woman's grave, my heart hammering in my chest. That's when I saw him again. Henry, already there, lantern glowing. He wasn't alone. The coffin lid was open, dirt scattered around like it had exploded outward. The young woman stood beside the grave, pale and trembling, her eyes blank as if she were sleepwalking. Henry held her hand, whispering into her ear. I stumbled backward, kicking a stone. Henry's head jerked toward me, his eyes wild. The woman turned too, her gaze empty but locked onto mine. "You shouldn't have come back," Henry snarled. I ran, but his words chased me. "They make bargains, boy. Once you start listening, you can't stop. The next day, the grave was sealed again, and no one in town mentioned anything unusual. But I knew what I had seen. I quit the job, but even now, years later, I dream of that night. Sometimes I wake to the sound of dirt shifting outside my window, like something clawing its way up from the earth. And sometimes, I swear I hear Henry's voice whispering, asking me if I'm ready to listen. I never thought much about cemeteries. To me, they were just quiet places filled with old stones and forgotten names. But everything changed one summer night when I agreed to help my uncle with his small-town cemetery in Ohio. He was the caretaker and needed someone to cover his night shift because he was sick. I was 19, a little broke, and thought it would be easy money. The cemetery was large, sprawling across several acres, with crooked iron gates, tall oaks that blocked the moonlight, and headstones so old the names were barely legible. It wasn't one of those modern, neat cemeteries. This one had graves dating back to the 1800s, some toppled over, some swallowed by weeds. At the very center stood a massive stone mausoleum, which everyone in town called the sleeper's house. My uncle gave me simple instructions. Walk the grounds every hour, make sure no one was trespassing, and keep the gate locked. Easy enough. I brought a flashlight, a thermos of coffee, and my phone for company. At first, it really was peaceful. The air smelled of damp grass and earth. Crickets chirped. The moon peeked through clouds, casting silver light over the rows of graves. I walked slowly between the stones, reading names, imagining the lives they once belonged to. Around midnight, I found myself near the mausoleum. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light. A tall, thin figure standing perfectly still in front of the mausoleum door. He didn't move, didn't even sway, just stood there like a shadow etched against the stone. My flashlight flickered as if the batteries were dying. When I finally steadied the beam, the figure was gone. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was just my imagination. But something in my chest tightened. I made another round, trying to shake off the unease. By 1 a.m., I was back near the mausoleum. My stomach dropped. The figure was there again, closer this time. I could make out details: a long coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and arms that hung unnaturally long, almost reaching his knees. His face, if he even had one, was hidden in shadow. I froze, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. "Hey!" I called out, my voice cracking. "This is private property." The figure tilted his head slightly, as if studying me. Then, without a sound, he stepped backward, straight through the locked mausoleum door. I swear my heart stopped. I ran back to the caretaker's shack, slamming the door behind me. My uncle had mentioned nothing about whatever that was. I told myself I was just overtired. Maybe it was a drunk local messing with me. Maybe I imagined it. By 2 a.m., I worked up the nerve to patrol again. I didn't want to lose the job or let my uncle down. The cemetery was silent. Too silent. Even the crickets had stopped chirping. I passed rows of graves, shining my light over the cracked stones. Then, halfway through the eastern side, I noticed something strange. Fresh flowers. They were laid neatly on a grave that hadn't been visited in decades, judging by the faded stone. A single red rose, glistening as if just placed. My skin prickled. I looked around. No one in sight. I crouched to read the name. Eleanor Price, 1842-1870. Something whispered behind me. Just one word. Leave. I spun around, flashlight darting across the graves. Nothing. But I swear the air carried the faintest trace of a woman's voice, drawn out like a sigh. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, but deep down I knew I wasn't alone. When I reached the mausoleum again, my stomach twisted. The iron door, which had been rusted shut for years, now stood slightly open. Cold air poured from the gap, colder than the night itself. Against every instinct, I pushed it wider and shined my light inside. The smell hit me first. Damp stone and something sour like rotting flowers. The walls were lined with old marble crypts, names carved deep into the stone. My light swept across them until it landed on the back wall. The figure was there. This time I saw him clearly. His hat was gone, revealing a pale, gaunt face with hollow eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. His lips stretched too wide when he smiled, revealing teeth that looked more like shards of glass. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. The beam rolled across the floor, landing on something worse. Footprints. Dozens of them. Bare, dirty footprints scattered across the mausoleum floor, leading from crypt to crypt. Some were small, like children's. Others were large, dragging, as if whoever made them had been limping. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The crypts weren't sealed anymore. Stone lids were shifted, some cracked open, revealing black gaps inside. And the footprints, they led out of them. I snatched up my flashlight and bolted, my legs barely working. Behind me, the mausoleum door creaked shut with a deafening clang. I didn't stop running until I was back at the shack, chest heaving, sweat soaking my shirt. I locked the door and pressed my back against it, listening. For the rest of the night, I heard it. Slow footsteps outside, circling the shack, dragging across the gravel. When dawn broke, I staggered out to find the cemetery looking perfectly normal. The mausoleum door was sealed again as if it had never opened. No footprints, no flowers, nothing. I told my uncle everything. He just stared at me, pale as chalk. Finally, he muttered, "You saw him." I demanded answers. My uncle explained that every caretaker eventually sees the watcher. He's been there for over a century, guarding the dead, or maybe keeping them from leaving. Nobody knows for sure. Some say he was the first person ever buried there, though no one knows his name. Others say he was a gravedigger who got trapped in the mausoleum and starved to death. But my uncle's last words haunt me the most. He doesn't just watch. Once you've seen him, he follows. And he was right. Even now, years later, I'll wake in the middle of the night and hear it. Slow, dragging footsteps outside my window. Like he's still waiting. When I was in college, I took a night security job to pay for tuition. It wasn't glamorous. I patrolled a massive cemetery on the outskirts of Boston. The place was ancient, filled with Victorian-style mausoleums, elaborate angels, and iron gates that creaked like they hadn't been touched since the Civil War. The caretaker gave me a rundown on my first day. The rules were simple. Lock the main gate at dusk, patrol every 2 hours, and report anything suspicious. But then, almost as an afterthought, he added one more thing. If you ever hear the bell, don't go looking for it. I laughed, thinking he was joking. There hadn't been a bell in the cemetery for decades. In the old days, they used safety coffins, rigged with little bells above ground so if someone was buried alive, they could ring it and be dug out. But those were long gone, rusted away, or removed. The caretaker never explained further. He just gave me a look that made me uneasy. The first few nights were uneventful. I walked the grounds, listening to the crunch of gravel beneath my boots, the occasional hoot of an owl. The cemetery was strangely peaceful. That changed on my 5th night. It was close to 1 a.m. when I heard it, the faint, unmistakable sound of a bell ringing. I froze mid-step. It wasn't far, maybe 100 yards away, coming from the oldest section of the cemetery where the tombstones leaned and crumbled with age. The ringing wasn't frantic. It was slow. One chime, a pause, another chime, like someone desperately conserving their strength. My first instinct was to follow it. Maybe some local kids had snuck in playing a prank. I gripped my flashlight and started walking, but the caretaker's warning clawed at the back of my mind. Don't go looking for it. Still, I pressed on. As I entered the oldest part of the cemetery, the bell grew louder. My light swept across cracked stones half sunken into the earth. Moss clung to everything. The air smelled damp, sour like waterlogged wood. Then I saw it. An old grave with a rusted iron frame, and above it a small, tarnished bell that looked like it hadn't rung in 100 years. But it was swinging. The cord attached to it stretched down into the earth. My stomach turned cold. Against all logic, someone, or something, was pulling it from below. I crouched, shining my light on the headstone. The name was nearly erased by time, but I could make out fragments. Abigail, died 1823. The bell stopped. Silence pressed in around me. Then, faintly, I heard something worse than the ringing. A voice. It was muffled, strangled by dirt, but unmistakably human. Help me. My chest seized. It was impossible. Abigail had been dead for nearly 2 centuries, but the voice came again, more desperate this time. Help me. Please. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but some awful pull rooted me in place. I knelt down, pressing my ear to the earth. And I swear, I heard scratching. Fingernails clawing at wood, scraping, splintering. I stumbled back, gasping for air. The bell swung violently now, clanging again and again. My light flickered, and in that brief darkness, I thought I saw something move. A pale hand breaking through the soil, reaching upward. Then the ground shuddered, collapsing inward with a sickening thud. The bell went still. The scratching stopped. And the silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. Shaking, I fled back to the caretaker's office. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I confronted him. I told him about the bell, the voice, the hand. His face went pale. He sat me down and finally told me the truth. The cemetery had a history. In the 1800s, dozens of people were buried alive by mistake. Comatose, misdiagnosed, declared dead too early. Families installed bells for safety. But sometimes, the bells rang long after the families stopped coming. The story said that even after the bodies decayed, the souls kept ringing. They're trapped, the caretaker whispered. Not alive, not at peace. And if you answer them, if you dig, they'll drag you down to take your place. I wanted to quit right then, but I needed the money. Against my better judgment, I stayed. Weeks passed. Some nights I heard nothing. Other nights the bells would ring faintly in the distance. I forced myself to ignore them, repeating the caretaker's warning in my head. But one night something changed. It was late winter, snow crusting the ground. The cemetery bathed in silver moonlight. I was on patrol when I heard not one, but several bells ringing at once. Their tones overlapped, frantic, dozens of voices crying out from beneath the soil. Then came the whispers. Not muffled this time, clear, hissing around me, circling like the wind. Dig. Help us. Free us. The air grew heavy. My flashlight flickered out. In the darkness, I felt movement beneath my feet, the ground shifting, swelling, like something was crawling upward. I bolted, slipping on the ice, sprinting toward the office. Behind me, I swear I heard wood splintering, soil breaking open, and a chorus of bells ringing in unison. I locked myself inside, heart slamming against my ribs, and waited for dawn. When morning came, I stepped outside cautiously. The cemetery looked normal. No open graves, no disturbed soil. Just rows of silent stones, as if nothing had happened. I quit that day. It's been years, but the sound haunts me still. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake to faint ringing in the distance even though I live miles from that cemetery. And sometimes, I hear it closer, like it's coming from the walls of my own house. I never believed in ghosts, not really. I was raised in a family that thought of cemeteries as sacred places, not scary ones. My grandfather was a pastor, and he always said the dead were at peace. But that was before I spent one summer working for the County Historical Society in Virginia, tasked with cataloging graves in a forgotten cemetery that hadn't been touched in over a century. The cemetery lay deep in the woods, hidden behind thickets and blackberry vines. Locals called it Hollow Hill. I'd never heard of it until I took the assignment. My supervisor told me it dated back to the early 1700s, when the land was first settled, but had been abandoned when the town moved closer to the river. No one had been buried there in over 150 years. When I first arrived, I was struck by the silence. The woods seemed alive everywhere else, buzzing with cicadas and birdsong, but around Hollow Hill, the air was dead still. The ground was uneven, sunken in places, as though the earth itself was collapsing inward. Most of the headstones were broken, their inscriptions worn down to nothing. My job was simple: photograph each stone, record what was legible, and map the cemetery. I figured it would take a week, maybe 2, but the first night I stayed late, I realized something was wrong. As the sun dipped below the trees, the air grew thick and cold. My camera lens fogged and the woods felt watchful. I was kneeling to record a grave when I noticed the ground shifting. At first I thought it was my eyes playing tricks in the twilight, but then I saw it clearly. The soil in front of the stone was caving inward, collapsing into a small pit like the grave was hollow beneath. I crouched closer, brushing away loose dirt. The hole widened until I could see the edge of a coffin plank, rotted and crumbling. But it wasn't the decay that made me recoil. It was the emptiness. The coffin was open, completely empty. No bones, no remnants, nothing. I told myself maybe the grave had never been filled, or maybe grave robbers had taken the remains long ago. But then I checked the next grave, and the next. Each one had sunken, collapsed inward. Each coffin I glimpsed was empty. It felt as though every body buried there had climbed out and vanished. By the time I realized how widespread it was, night had fully fallen. The forest around me was suffocatingly dark, the moon hidden by clouds. I turned on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the mist curling low to the ground. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Dozens of them. Bare human footprints pressed into the soil, circling the graves, weaving in strange, chaotic patterns. Some were small, like children's. Others were long and heavy. They weren't fossilized in the old earth. They were fresh. The beam of my flashlight trembled in my hands. My stomach twisted as the truth sank in. Something had walked out of those graves. Recently. I tried to leave, stumbling through the overgrown paths, but the woods seemed to fold in on themselves, every direction leading me back toward the heart of the cemetery. The air grew colder, my breath visible in the beam of my light. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought it was the wind slipping through the trees, but the voices grew clearer, circling me in the dark. Words I couldn't quite understand, murmured in tones too low and guttural to be human. I stumbled back against a headstone, clutching my flashlight like a weapon. The whispers stopped. Silence closed in. Then, from behind me, I heard a low creak, like wood straining, splintering. I spun around. The ground split open at the base of the stone, collapsing into a jagged hole. From the darkness below, a pale hand shot upward, grasping the earth with inhuman strength. I screamed and staggered back, my flashlight beam catching a glimpse of what was crawling out. Not a skeleton, not a corpse, something else. Its skin was gray and tight, stretched over bones that seemed too long, too sharp. Its eyes were black pits, empty but hungry. It hauled itself upward, dirt spilling from its frame, and as it rose, more holes began to open all around me. The graves were breaking open one by one, hands and twisted figures clawing free from the earth. I ran. Branches tore at my arms as I plunged through the woods, the sound of scraping and dragging following me. I didn't stop until I burst out onto an old road and collapsed in the gravel. A passing driver found me hours later, shaking and covered in dirt. I told the Historical Society I wouldn't go back. They thought I was crazy, or maybe drunk, but they didn't press me. The cemetery was abandoned again, left to rot in the woods, but sometimes when I drive near that part of Virginia, I avoid the forest entirely. Because I swear, if I glance too long into the tree line, I'll see them, figures standing still between the trunks, heads tilted toward me, waiting for me to come back. And the worst part? Every time I close my eyes at night, I dream of sinking earth and empty coffins, and I hear the same whisper over and over. You don't bury the dead at Hollow Hill. You release them. When I was a child, I spent a lot of time in cemeteries. My father was the caretaker of St. Mary's Rest, a sprawling graveyard in upstate New York, and since we couldn't afford babysitters, he often brought me along while he worked. To me, it was just a place of long grass, winding gravel paths, and stone angels that looked more tired than holy. But there was one thing about St. Mary's that I never understood, even as a kid: why my father forbade me from going near the northern edge of the cemetery. He called it the broken ground. No flowers ever grew there, no grass, only crooked markers half buried in soil that seemed to sink deeper every year. I was 11 when I first wandered into the forbidden section. My father was busy trimming hedges near the front, so I slipped away, curiosity burning through me. The air changed the moment I stepped onto that ground. It was colder, heavier. The silence was unnatural, as if even the birds avoided it. The headstones there were unlike the others. Most were cracked, their names eroded beyond recognition. Some had no names at all, just numbers etched crudely into stone. I crouched beside one and brushed away dirt, revealing a single word carved faintly beneath the number: unknown. A chill ran through me. Before I could linger, I heard it, soft crying, like a child's voice carried on the wind. I thought it was coming from beyond the trees, but as I turned, I realized it was beneath me. I pressed my ear to the ground, and the sobbing grew louder, muffled as if from under layers of soil. I bolted, sprinting back to my father, who scolded me harshly when he saw where I'd come from. His face went pale when I told him about the crying. "Don't ever go there again," he warned, gripping my shoulders. "That ground doesn't belong to the living." I never fully understood what he meant, but as I grew older, the northern edge became the center of every rumor. People in town whispered that the section had once been used to bury the unwanted, the nameless, the poor, and even patients from the old asylum that burned down decades ago. My father never confirmed it. He just grew quieter whenever I asked. Years passed. I left for college, only returning home on holidays. But one winter, during my sophomore year, I got the call. My father had died suddenly of a heart attack. He was buried in St. Mary's among the rows he'd tended all his life. I thought that would be the end of my connection to the cemetery. But 2 weeks after the funeral, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, only my name scrawled in shaky handwriting. Inside was a single piece of paper, folded carefully. On it was written, "The crying child is waiting. Don't let her out." I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was some cruel prank. But the letter gnawed at me, pulling me back toward St. Mary's. On a bitter January night, I drove out there, flashlight in hand, determined to find answers. The cemetery was empty, cloaked in snow and moonlight. My breath fogged in the cold air as I made my way to the northern section. The ground there looked even worse than I remembered, sunken, broken, like it had been clawed at from below. Then I heard it again. The crying. Faint at first, then rising, a child's sobs bubbling up through the frozen earth. My skin prickled as the sound grew sharper, closer. I shined my flashlight across the graves, and that's when I saw her. A little girl, no more than 8 or 9, standing between the crooked stones. Her dress was tattered, her skin pale as the snow around her. Her eyes glistened with tears as she looked straight at me. "Help me," she whispered. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Every instinct told me to run, but her small, broken voice tugged at something deep inside. Against all logic, I took a step closer. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. She didn't answer. Instead, she lifted one trembling hand and pointed to a stone half buried in the ground. I brushed away snow, revealing the number 37 carved crudely into the surface. Beneath it, faint and almost invisible, was another word: daughter. The sobbing stopped. The little girl's face twisted, not into a smile but into something stretched and wrong, lips curling back too far, teeth sharp and uneven. Her eyes, once tearful, were now pits of black. Before I could scream, the ground beneath me split open. Cold, skeletal hands clawed out of the soil, grasping at my legs, my arms, pulling me downward. The girl's voice shrieked in my ears, no longer weak, but booming, inhuman. "You let me out!" I wrenched free, stumbling backward, flashlight clattering to the ground. The graves all around me were heaving now, soil splitting, figures crawling upward, half-rotted and eyeless. Their mouths opened in silent wails, as if gasping for air they'd been denied for centuries. I ran, slipping and sliding through the snow, my lungs burning with cold and terror. I didn't stop until I reached my car, slamming the door shut and peeling away down the icy road. I never went back to St. Mary's Rest, but I can't escape it either, because sometimes at night I hear it outside my window, the soft, distant crying of a little girl. And when I look into the glass, I see her reflection standing behind me, her lips stretched wide, whispering the same words over and over: "You let me out." I never believed in the supernatural. Ghost stories were nothing more than drunken campfire tales to me, or late-night Reddit confessions from people who wanted attention. That all changed the night I decided to spend time in Fairview Cemetery, the same cemetery where half my family was buried. Fairview was old. Not couple of decades old, but 1800s old. The entrance was flanked by rusted iron gates, and ivy climbed the cracked stone walls that surrounded the graveyard. A weathered sign hung above the gate, barely readable: Fairview Rest. All welcome. The last part felt ironic, because very few people seemed to come here. I had gone there originally because I was restless. My dad had passed away a year earlier, and on the anniversary of his death I thought it would be meaningful to sit by his grave for a while. But when midnight approached, and the air grew damp and heavy, I realized I wasn't alone. At first it was just a sound, a faint scraping noise like someone dragging metal against stone. It echoed between the rows of graves, sharp and steady, as if it had a rhythm. I froze, clutching my flashlight tighter. I scanned the dark, expecting to see some vagrant or caretaker, but the light only caught old headstones, leaning at odd angles like crooked teeth. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding far weaker than I intended. The scraping stopped. I thought about leaving, but something rooted me to the spot. Maybe it was stubbornness, maybe fear, maybe both. That's when I noticed something strange. A patch of ground, just a few feet away from my father's grave, looked freshly disturbed. The soil was darker, damp and uneven, unlike the hard-packed earth around it. Then came the whisper, low, raspy, so faint I thought at first it was the wind. "Not his grave. Yours." I spun around so fast I almost dropped the flashlight. Nothing but tombstones, trees swaying and shadows. But the voice had been close, right behind me. The scraping sound started again, louder this time. My light shook as I followed the sound to its source. A figure crouched by the disturbed patch of dirt. At first I thought it was a groundskeeper because the man was holding a shovel. But the more I stared, the more wrong everything seemed. His clothes were old, really old, like something out of a black and white photograph. His hat sat crooked and his face looked too pale, too stretched, his mouth too wide as he smiled at me. "Late night, isn't it?" he croaked, jabbing the shovel into the ground with a thud. I stumbled back, muttering something like, "Sorry, I was just visiting." "You're early," he interrupted. "What?" He tapped the headstone beside him, one that looked cracked and forgotten. My flashlight beam fell on the name carved into it, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't my father's name. It was mine. My full name. The date of death carved beneath it was today's date. I froze, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. "Been waiting for you," the pale man said, tilting his head, his grin stretching impossibly wide. "Best not keep the ground hungry." The soil near the headstone began to shift as though something beneath it was pushing upward. The disturbed dirt bulged, cracked, and then a hand shot out. A skeletal gray hand with sharp nails clawing at the surface. Another followed. Then a head, empty eye socket staring directly at me. I bolted. I don't even remember how I made it to the gate, but when I finally reached my car, I was trembling so hard I dropped the keys twice before I could start the engine. I sped away, my headlights bouncing across the road, too terrified to even look in the rearview mirror. The next morning, I forced myself back there, half convinced it had been some fever dream, or that grief and exhaustion had made me hallucinate. When I arrived, the patch of ground was neat and flat, just like the rest of the cemetery. No disturbed soil, no cracked headstone. But there was one thing I couldn't explain. A small pile of dirt sat directly on top of my father's grave. And stuck in the dirt was an old, rusted shovel, its handle carved with 3 words: "See you soon." And the worst part? When I checked again the following week, the headstone I had seen the night before, the one with my name on it, was there. The same cracked stone, the same carved date of death. Only now, the soil in front of it looked freshly disturbed. I grew up in a small town in Maine, the kind of place where gossip traveled faster than the wind off the coast. Our town had its share of urban legends, stories about witches, sea creatures, and the usual small-town mysteries, but nothing terrified us kids more than Hollow Pine Cemetery. It wasn't just because it was old, or because the headstones leaned like they were about to collapse. It was the stories people told about the man who guarded it, the so-called keeper of Hollow Pines. Supposedly, he wasn't alive anymore. Some claimed he was a ghost of the original groundskeeper who had gone insane and murdered trespassers. Others whispered that he had made some kind of pact, trading his humanity for eternal guardianship over the dead. I laughed at those stories when I was younger, but as an adult, when I returned to my hometown for my mother's funeral, I stopped laughing. It was late when I finally found the courage to visit Hollow Pines. My mother had always told me never to go there after dark, but grief makes you reckless. She was buried on the far side, under a pine tree whose branches twisted like skeletal fingers. I wanted to sit by her grave and talk even if nobody answered. The night was damp and thick with fog, the kind that clung to your skin. My flashlight cut through the mist in a weak beam, revealing rows of weathered headstones. I felt alone, until I heard footsteps crunching behind me. At first I thought it was another mourner, but when I turned, there was no one, just fog curling between the trees. I sat by my mother's grave and whispered about my life, about how empty the house felt without her. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually, I heard it again. Footsteps, closer this time. Then came the sound of something dragging across the ground. Slow, heavy, like a shovel or a chain. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling. The dragging stopped. Silence. Then a man's voice, rough and hollow, carried through the mist. "You shouldn't be here." Every hair on my body stood up. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the voice. That's when I saw him. He stood at the edge of the fog, tall and thin, wearing an old groundskeeper's coat that looked soaked with years of rain. His hat shadowed most of his face, but what I did see made me choke back a gasp. His skin looked gray like stone, and his eyes glowed faintly, almost like dying embers. In one hand, he held a rusted lantern that flickered without a flame. In the other, he dragged a long iron rake across the dirt, leaving deep scratches wherever he walked. "I'm just visiting my mother," I stammered. "She's not here," the man rasped. My blood went cold. I knew she was. I'd buried her just days ago. "She belongs to me now," he continued, his lantern glowing brighter as he stepped closer. The light revealed something horrifying. The graves nearest him were disturbed, sunken in, like the earth had swallowed them. And as he dragged the rake, the ground trembled, the soil shifting like something underneath was trying to claw its way out. I scrambled to my feet, backing away, but he raised the lantern higher and the fog seemed to thicken around me, wrapping me in cold, damp air. "Once the soil takes them, they're mine," he said. His voice was no longer just a man's voice. It was layered, deep and echoing like a dozen voices speaking in unison. "You should not disturb the keeper." Suddenly, the earth beneath my mother's grave split open with a sickening crack. I screamed as the coffin tilted, soil spilling inward, and from the pit came a hand, pale, rotted. My mother's hand, or something wearing her skin, grasped at the air, clawing upward. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, frozen in terror, as the keeper lowered the lantern toward the open grave. The light from it wasn't warm, wasn't natural. It was cold, greenish, seeping into the coffin like poison. My mother's face emerged from the dirt, but it wasn't hers anymore. Her eyes were gone, her mouth twisted unnaturally wide as she whispered in a voice that wasn't her own. "Stay with me." I bolted, tripping over headstones, my flashlight slipping from my hand. I ran blindly through the fog until I found the gate. The moment I passed through it, the air cleared. The fog stayed behind, thick and impenetrable, as though it refused to let me see back inside. I collapsed against my car, sobbing, gasping for air. The next morning I returned with the courage daylight provides. My mother's grave was sealed, neat, undisturbed, like nothing had happened. No sign of the keeper, no sign of the fog. But when I knelt down to brush dirt from her headstone, my heart nearly stopped. Scratched deep into the stone as though carved by metal claws were 3 words. "See you tonight." When I was in college, I took a summer job cataloging graves in a historic cemetery outside of Savannah, Georgia. It sounded easy enough. Walk the rows, photograph headstones, log names and dates into a database. The place had a kind of beauty, with moss-draped oaks and marble angels leaning gracefully over the dead. It was peaceful by day. But once dusk fell, that cemetery became something else entirely. It started with the stories the locals told me. They spoke about a woman who roamed the grounds, always dressed in black from head to toe, her face hidden behind a lace veil. They called her the Mourner. According to legend, she was a widow from the 1800s who had buried her husband there and never left. Some said she wept over strangers' graves. Others swore she lured the living to join her in eternal mourning. I laughed at first, dismissing it as Southern ghost lore, but my laughter didn't last. One evening, I stayed later than usual. The sun had already dipped below the trees and the air grew heavy with that wet, sweet smell of magnolias mixed with something else, damp soil, rotting leaves. I was crouched by a tilted gravestone, typing into my tablet, when I heard it, the faint sound of sobbing. It was soft at first, almost a trick of the wind, but it grew louder, rawer, filled with grief so deep it made my chest ache just hearing it. I froze. The sound was coming from somewhere behind me. I turned slowly, and that's when I saw her. She stood by a large, crumbling mausoleum, dressed entirely in black, a heavy gown that swept the ground, a veil hiding her face. Her shoulders shook as she wept into gloved hands. The sight was so sudden, so real that I thought for a moment she was a tourist or an actress. I almost called out to her, but something in my gut screamed at me to stay quiet. Then, as if sensing me, she lifted her head. I couldn't see her face, not fully. The veil was too thick. But I caught glimpses through the lace. A pale cheek streaked with something dark. Lips that didn't quite move like human lips should. Eyes that gleamed unnaturally, reflecting no light. And then, without a sound, she vanished. 1 second she was there, weeping by the mausoleum, and the next, she was gone. I told myself I was imagining things, That exhaustion and shadows were playing tricks on me. But when I packed up to leave, I noticed something odd. The ground where she had stood was damp, as if someone had been kneeling there for hours, and on the stone steps of the mausoleum lay a single black glove. The next day, I brought it up with one of the older groundskeepers, a wiry man named Frank, his face drained of color. "You saw her?" he asked quietly. "The mourner?" I laughed nervously. "I guess. But it had to be some prank, right?" Frank shook his head. "No prank, she's real enough. I've worked here 30 years, seen her twice. Each time a week later someone died, someone young." I tried to shrug it off, but his words clung to me like the damp air. I told myself it was just superstition, but part of me was terrified. A week passed. Nothing happened. I began to relax, even joke about it. And then, on the 7th night, my phone rang. It was my best friend from college sobbing into the receiver. One of our classmates, healthy, athletic, only 20, had died in a sudden car crash. The coincidence made my blood run cold. I returned to the cemetery the next day, desperate for answers. I searched the mausoleum where I had seen her, combed the grass, peered into the shadows. That's when I saw her again. This time she wasn't weeping. She was standing in the middle of the path, still dressed in black, veil hiding her face. She raised her hand slowly and pointed directly at me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. My heart slammed against my ribs like it wanted out. And then she spoke. Her voice was low, drawn out, each word dripping like poison. "Next is you." The glove I'd found earlier, gone. The damp patch of earth where she had knelt, fresh again. I quit that job the next morning, left Savannah, and swore I'd never set foot in that cemetery again. But to this day, I still dream about her. In the dreams, she's closer each time. And the veil? It's starting to lift. I never expected a summer internship to nearly destroy my sanity. During my last year at university, I got accepted into a small anthropology project in Pennsylvania. Our task was to document an abandoned cemetery on the outskirts of town, a place locals called Black Hollow. It wasn't on any official records, which made it perfect for our research. Or so we thought. Black Hollow was unlike any cemetery I had ever seen. The headstones weren't arranged in neat rows, but scattered, as if the dead had been buried wherever there was space. Many of the stones were cracked in half, names eroded by rain and time, the inscriptions unreadable. The air felt wrong the moment we stepped in, thick, charged, like a storm was about to break. Even in broad daylight, shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should have. There were 4 of us in the group, me, 2 other students, and our professor, Dr. Avery. He was fascinated by forgotten graveyards, convinced they revealed untold truths about history. We spent days photographing stones, measuring plots, and sketching the layout of the grounds. But on the 3rd day, something changed. It began with the whispers. At first, I thought it was one of my classmates talking while I worked, but every time I turned, they were silent. The whispers were faint, urgent, like dozens of voices speaking at once just below the surface of the earth. When I knelt to photograph one of the sunken graves, I swore the sound grew louder. My skin crawled as if unseen fingers were brushing against it. I told myself it was just wind passing through the tall grass. But then, on the 5th day, we uncovered something that made denial impossible. We found a headstone that had fallen backward, half buried in soil. Beneath it was a hollow space, a small crypt or chamber that had collapsed. Inside, instead of a coffin, there were bones scattered like someone had clawed their way out. Scratched into the underside of the stone were words etched with something sharp. "Let us out." Dr. Avery dismissed it as vandalism from decades ago, but I could see the way his hands shook as he recorded it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the whispers again, closer, clearer. By the 6th day, the rest of the team was hearing them too. One student, Claire, swore she felt her name being whispered. The other, Mark, claimed he saw a hand pushing up from the soil. Dr. Avery tried to keep us calm, but his eyes had dark rings, like he hadn't slept in days. On the 7th day, everything fell apart. We were gathered near the center of the cemetery when the ground beneath us began to tremble. Dirt shifted, headstones rattled, and a low moan rose from the earth, vibrating in our bones. The whispers turned into screams. Terrified, we scattered. I tripped over a broken marker and fell hard, my hands sinking into damp soil. That's when I felt it, fingers wrapping around my wrist from beneath the ground. I screamed, yanking myself free. A pale skeletal hand burst through the dirt, followed by another, then another. All around me, the graves were opening, not in silence, but with a sound I'll never forget, the grinding of stone and the tearing of earth, as if the cemetery itself was waking up. Claire and Mark were already running. Dr. Avery shouted something I couldn't hear, his voice drowned out by the chaos. I scrambled to my feet and followed, but not before I saw what was climbing out of the graves. They weren't whole corpses, they weren't skeletons. They were something in between. Faces stretched with rotted flesh, eyes glowing faintly, mouths gaping wide as they shrieked. Their movements were jerky, wrong, as though they weren't used to their bodies anymore. We didn't stop running until we reached the road. By then, Dr. Avery was gone. Claire, Mark, and I stood gasping, filthy, too terrified to speak. When we went back with police the next morning, the cemetery was calm again. No open graves, no signs of disturbance, just silence. But here's the part that makes me doubt my own sanity. The next week, a new headstone appeared in Black Hollow. Fresh granite, polished, untouched by time. It bore a single name, Dr. Jonathan Avery. The date of death was listed as the very day he vanished. And last month I went back alone. Something inside me couldn't let go. I walked through the crooked stones, searching, praying it had all been some kind of nightmare. But when I reached the center, I saw it. A new marker. My name. My date of death. Next week. And as I stood frozen, the whispers started again. Only this time they weren't asking to be let out. They were laughing. I grew up in a rural town in Oregon, where the forests are dense and the nights go dark earlier than most people are used to. My fascination with cemeteries began when I was a teenager, sneaking into local graveyards to take photos for a photography class. But one place always drew me more than the rest. Cedar Hollow Cemetery, a sprawling site perched on a hill, surrounded by ancient pines whose roots twisted over the graves. The older townsfolk spoke of a figure called the Lantern Man. They said he was a caretaker from the 1800s who had gone mad, wandering the cemetery with a lantern that never burned out, searching for graves that weren't his to guard. The stories made me laugh back then. Teenage bravado, you know. But something about Cedar Hollow always felt off. I decided to spend the night there once, wanting to capture night photography for my portfolio. I brought a tent, snacks, a thermos of coffee, and my camera gear. The first hours were quiet, peaceful even. Fog rolled in from the valley, curling around headstones like smoke. My flashlight and camera light barely penetrated it. I thought about leaving when I saw a faint light flickering through the fog, too steady to be a star, too dim to be a street lamp. I froze. It was moving. Slowly, methodically, along the winding path between graves, a lantern glowed. A figure followed behind it, tall, thin, dressed in black that seemed to absorb the fog instead of reflect it. His steps were silent, yet each movement seemed to reverberate through the air. I reminded myself that it had to be someone else camping or perhaps a photographer like me. But instinct told me otherwise. I crouched behind a tombstone, camera in hand, trying to snap a picture. The figure paused, then turned slowly toward me. Even in the faint glow of the lantern, I couldn't see a face. It was as if the shadows themselves had formed the shape of a man. My heart pounded in my chest. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The lantern wasn't just glowing, it was absorbing light. The fog around it darkened as if reality itself was being pulled toward it. The more the lantern approached, the colder the air became, my breath forming misty clouds even in the mild night. I ran. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I sprinted through the rows of crooked graves. Behind me I could hear a dragging sound, metal scraping stone, soft but relentless. I glanced back, and the lantern man was closer, though I had been running for minutes. He seemed to float rather than walk. The lantern's glow cast shadows that stretched unnaturally, crawling over tombstones like living creatures. I tripped and fell against an angel statue. My flashlight skittered across the ground, illuminating something I'll never forget. A grave that had been empty when I arrived, no marker, just disturbed soil, was now open. And crawling out from it were figures, pale, faceless, dragging themselves on their hands and knees. The lantern man stood at the edge of the pit, lifting the lantern higher. His voice echoed then, not through the air, but inside my head. They belong to me now. And soon, you will too. I scrambled to my feet and ran blindly. Somehow I made it to the edge of the cemetery, the lantern's glow fading in the distance. I didn't stop until I reached the road. My camera lay on the ground back in the cemetery, its memory card untouched. I didn't check it. I never will. A week later, I received a letter. No return address. Inside was a single photograph. Me, asleep in my tent that night, and in the corner of the frame, barely visible, the lantern man, standing over me, lantern glowing, faceless, watching. I don't go near Cedar Hollow anymore. I don't talk about it. But sometimes on foggy nights, I swear I see a faint light through the trees. And I know. The lantern man is still walking, still searching, and he never forgets. I had always been fascinated by old cemeteries, but nothing prepared me for Ravenswood Cemetery, a place steeped in local legend. I was visiting my uncle in Massachusetts when he told me about it. A sprawling graveyard from the 1700s, famous for a lone bell tower that no longer worked. Locals whispered that the bell rang itself, only for those who were about to die, and that the sound brought the dead closer to the living. I laughed it off as superstition, but my curiosity wouldn't let it go. I decided to visit one late October evening. The air was cold, crisp with the scent of decaying leaves. Fog rolled low, curling between crooked gravestones that leaned like broken teeth. The cemetery had been abandoned for decades. Weeds and ivy had claimed paths once well-trodden. I stepped cautiously, flashlight cutting through the darkness. At first, it was peaceful. The wind rustled the trees, owls hooted in the distance, and the only sound was the crunch of dead leaves under my boots. Then, I heard it. A faint, hollow ringing. At first, I assumed it was the wind striking a metal fence. But as I drew closer, I realized it was coming from the bell tower itself, swaying slightly though the old rope and mechanism had long since rotted away. One slow toll, 2, then 3. Each chime resonated deep in my chest, cold and hollow, making the hair on my arms rise. I tried to leave, but the fog thickened around me and the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. The ringing continued, now accompanied by whispers. Soft, incoherent at first, then unmistakably voices, calling names. My name. Panic rising, I stumbled toward the edge of the cemetery, but the path seemed to shift beneath my feet. One moment, I was near the entrance. The next, I was back among the graves, circling the bell tower. Shadows moved at the edges of my vision. I could swear I saw figures standing silently between tombstones, pale faces turned toward me, waiting. Desperate, I ducked behind a large monument, a marble angel with its face eroded by time. I tried to calm my racing heart, telling myself it was all in my head. Then I felt it, a cold hand on my shoulder, ice-cold fingers pressing against my skin. I spun around. Nothing, just fog and gravestones. But the sound of footsteps followed, slow and deliberate, crunching leaves as though someone was trailing me through the mist. The bell tolled again, once, then twice, then a slow series of continuous clangs. The sound made the ground tremble beneath me, and then I saw them. The dead. They weren't whole, not in the usual sense. Their flesh was gray, stretched tight over bones, eyes black pits of emptiness, mouths twisted in silent screams. They moved in jerky, unnatural motions, clawing through the soil as if the ground itself had betrayed them. The whispers intensified, merging into a cacophony that made my ears bleed. I ran blindly, tripping over roots and tombstones. Every time I thought I saw the exit, the cemetery seemed to stretch further, paths leading me deeper into the fog. I could hear the dead behind me now, shuffling, scratching, whispering my name over and over. Finally, I stumbled into a clearing near the bell tower. The air was electric, heavy with a sense of impending doom. The bell tolled one final time, louder than before, each chime sending shivers through my entire body. The ground cracked beneath it, and I saw dozens of figures climbing out of the graves, all moving toward me, silent but terrifyingly purposeful. I collapsed, sobbing, covering my face, convinced this was the end. The bell's echo reverberated through the fog, and the whispers became screams. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. Silence, thick and oppressive. When I opened my eyes, the dead were gone. The bell tower was still. The fog hung in the air, motionless. And at my feet lay a small, blackened bell, no larger than a child's hand. I picked it up, and it rang once, softly, faintly. And in that moment, I felt a presence behind me whispering in a voice I could never forget. "You've heard it now. Forever." I left Ravenswood Cemetery that night and never returned. But every time I hear a bell ringing in the distance, I freeze. Because I know deep down it's not a church bell, it's a morning bell, and I can feel the dead coming for me. I never believed in curses or ghosts, never, until the summer I took a job at Whispering Pines Cemetery in Vermont. I was 19, desperate for cash, and figured cataloging tombstones for a local historian would be a quiet, easy way to make money. It was the kind of cemetery most people avoided, overgrown, half-forgotten, with gnarled trees stretching their roots over cracked headstones. The locals said it was cursed, but I laughed off their warnings. The first few days were mundane. I photographed stones, recorded inscriptions, and made notes for the historian. But there was one section the historian had told me to avoid, the northwest corner, beyond the old oak grove. He said it was unstable, but I noticed the tone in his voice. Fear. Not caution, but real fear. I assumed it was overprotectiveness of history. On the fifth day, curiosity got the better of me. I stepped into the forbidden northwest corner. The air changed immediately. It became heavier, colder, as if the earth itself had grown denser. The headstones were ancient, some cracked beyond recognition, and the grass grew so thick that my boots sank with every step. The smell of damp soil and decay clung to the air. That's when I saw it. A man, or something that resembled a man, stood among the graves. He was tall, stooped slightly, and wore a dark coat that looked centuries old. His face was hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, and his hands clasped a long, thin staff that dug into the dirt. But it wasn't the figure itself that terrified me. It was the way he moved. He didn't walk. He glided, silent, his presence pressing down like a weight on my chest. I froze. The figure lifted its head slowly, tilting it as though studying me. Then, without warning, it disappeared. Not like someone walking away. It vanished, leaving nothing but a faint chill in the air. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my feet rooted themselves to the soil, as though the earth itself held me there. Hours passed. The sun sank low, turning the sky a sickly orange, and I realized I had wandered far from the path. Shadows twisted unnaturally around me, and whispers began, soft at first, almost playful. Then they grew louder, clearer, forming words I could barely comprehend. He waits. He watches. He chooses. I tried to run, but every step felt heavier. The whispers seemed to wrap around me, pulling at my mind. Then I saw the graves. One after another, the soil began to shift as though something beneath was rising. Hands, pale and skeletal, clawed toward the surface. Faces, twisted in agony, pressed through the earth, their mouths opening in silent screams. The figure appeared again, standing at the center, unmoving, staff pressing into the ground. He raised one hand and the dead froze. The whispers stopped. Silence. Then he spoke, not with a voice, but in my head. One must join them. One must remain. I screamed and ran, blindly through the overgrown paths, the graves, the roots that seemed to grab at my ankles. Behind me the ground shifted constantly, rising and falling like breathing. And then I stumbled upon a grave that made my blood run cold. It was mine. My name was etched into the cracked stone. The date of death? Tomorrow. I fell to my knees, tears freezing on my face in the night air. That's when I understood. The figure, the watcher, the cemetery itself. It had chosen me. It wasn't just guarding the dead, it was feeding them. It needed a living soul to remain among the graves, to keep the balance, to ensure the whispers never faded. I tried to run again, but the northwest corner had shifted. Paths twisted impossibly. The trees leaned closer. And then I felt it. Hands, cold, skeletal, pulling me down into the soil. I screamed until my lungs burned, until my vision blurred. The last thing I saw before the earth swallowed me completely was the figure, standing over me, staff in hand, tilting its hat as if to say, "Welcome to the forgotten." The historian later told the town I had disappeared. No trace, no evidence, only a faint whisper in the wind whenever anyone ventured near the northwest corner. And now, sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I hear it. Soft, cold, and insistent. The watcher waits. You cannot leave. Hello everyone. Before we jump in, make sure to smash that like button and hit subscribe. And don't forget to drop a comment telling us where you're watching from and what time it is. That way, YouTube will keep showing you amazing stories just like this one. All right, let's get started. I never thought I'd be the type of person to write on forums like this, but after what happened last year, I don't really know how else to deal with it. Even now, typing this out, I'm looking over my shoulder every few seconds, half expecting to see something standing there. I live in a small town in Pennsylvania. Not much goes on here except for the usual gossip, the weekend football games, and the occasional tragedy that keeps people whispering for a few months. The cemetery at the edge of town has always been part of our landscape. It's not huge, but it's old, older than anything else around here. Most of the graves are from the 1800s, with headstones so weathered, you can barely make out the names. As kids, we used to dare each other to spend 10 minutes inside after dark. I never lost one of those dares. But things change when you grow older. I started walking through the cemetery at night just to clear my head. I'd tell myself it wasn't about the dead, that I just liked the quiet, the way the moonlight cast long shadows between the rows of stones, the way the world felt muted. Peaceful, in a strange way. It became a habit. Then one night, I noticed a grave I swear wasn't there before. It was late September, chilly but not freezing. I had my hoodie pulled tight, headphones around my neck but not playing anything. I liked listening to the night sounds. I was following my usual path past the big oak tree in the center of the cemetery when I saw it. A fresh grave. The dirt was piled unevenly, dark against the pale grass. There was no headstone, no flowers, nothing to mark who it belonged to, just a raw wound in the earth like someone had dug it recently. I stopped in my tracks. I'd walked this path every night for weeks. I knew this cemetery like the back of my hand. That grave hadn't been there yesterday. I crouched down, shining my phone's flashlight on it. The soil was damp, as though it had been dug that very evening. My stomach twisted. There hadn't been a funeral, not in this town. Everyone knows when someone dies. It's impossible not to. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe I just overlooked it before. Maybe it had been covered with leaves or shadows. Still, the unease gnawed at me. I snapped a picture on my phone and headed home earlier than usual. The next morning, I showed the picture to my mom. She frowned. "There wasn't a funeral," she said firmly. "And that cemetery hasn't accepted new burials in decades. It's been closed off." That made the knot in my stomach tighten. If the cemetery wasn't accepting burials, who had dug that grave? I went back the following night. The grave was still there, but it looked different. The dirt had settled, like something heavy was pressing down from beneath. I tried to convince myself it was just gravity, the way soil shifts after it's disturbed. But then I saw the footprints. They circled the grave, pressed deep into the soft dirt. Bare footprints. I froze. The prints weren't mine, and they weren't walking toward the grave, they were walking away. From that point on, things started to spiral. I couldn't stay away. Every night I found myself drifting back to that spot, staring at the unmarked grave. Some nights the footprints would be fresh, as though someone had walked around it just moments before I arrived. Other nights, I swore I saw the soil shifting like something was moving underneath. And then came the voices. The first time I heard them, I thought it was the wind. A low whisper that seemed to curl around my ears. But it wasn't random, it formed words. My name. Over and over. Ethan. That's my name. Ethan. I stumbled back, scanning the rows of stones, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The cemetery was empty, completely still. The second time I heard laughter. Childlike, distant but unmistakable. I bolted, running all the way home, lungs burning. I told myself I'd never go back. But I did. I don't know what compelled me. Curiosity, maybe. Or something deeper, like I was being pulled there. Every night, against my better judgment, I returned. And every night the activity escalated. Whispers grew into full sentences. Pleas for help. Desperate cries. Guttural moans that shook me to my core. I started seeing shapes too. Out of the corner of my eye, pale figures flickering between the headstones. I'd whip my head around and they'd vanish. One night I saw a woman standing at the edge of the fresh grave. Her hair was long and tangled, her dress filthy. Her face was turned away from me, but I could see her lips moving. She was whispering into the grave. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Then slowly, she turned to look at me. Her eyes were nothing but empty sockets. I ran, stumbling over headstones, not daring to look back. When I got home, I locked every door, every window, and sat in the dark with the lights off, shaking. For a while, I avoided the cemetery, but the nightmares didn't stop. I'd dream of the grave, of hands clawing out of the soil, of whispers filling my room. Sometimes I'd wake up to find dirt on my bed sheets, small clumps scattered across the floor. Finally, I snapped. I decided I needed answers. One afternoon, I went to the town library. The cemetery records were old, tucked away in dusty binders. I flipped through page after page, looking for anything, any recent burial, any anomaly. Nothing. Then I found an old newspaper clipping from 1974. The headline made my blood run cold. Local boy missing after cemetery dare. Body never recovered. The boy's name? Ethan. My name. The article described a 12-year-old who vanished one night after being dared to spend an hour in the cemetery. His friends claimed they left him there as a joke, but when they returned, he was gone. The police searched for weeks. The only sign they found was a freshly dug grave with no body inside. The article ended with a chilling line. The grave was filled in the next day, though no official records explain who did it. I sat there, frozen, the clipping trembling in my hands. My stomach churned. This wasn't possible. I was alive. I had parents, friends, a whole life. But the dreams, the dirt, the whispers calling my name. That night, against all reason, I went back to the cemetery one last time. The grave was waiting, fresh again, open this time. The soil piled neatly beside it as though inviting me in. And inside the grave, I saw a body. It was me, rotting, lifeless, my own face staring back at me with hollow eyes. I stumbled backward, choking on air, my vision spinning. The whispers rose to a deafening roar, surrounding me, suffocating me. And through it all, one thought pounded in my skull. I wasn't supposed to exist. I grew up in a small Midwestern town where everything revolved around the school, the church, and the endless fields of corn that seemed to stretch forever. When I was a teenager, the place I dreaded most was Willow Hill Cemetery. It wasn't the kind of cemetery with neat rows and manicured lawns. It was old, forgotten, half swallowed by weeds and wild trees. The gravestones leaned at odd angles, their names eroded by rain and wind. Some had cracked down the middle, and others were so covered in moss they looked like nothing more than boulders. No one ever visited, at least no one living. The cemetery had its legends. Kids whispered about the Willow Hill Children, a group of orphans who supposedly died in a fire at the nearby orphanage in the early 1900s. According to the stories, their bodies had been buried together in a mass grave at the far end of the cemetery. Some kids said you could still hear their laughter at night. Others swore you'd see small handprints in the dirt if you stayed too long. But I never believed any of that. Not until I saw it for myself. It started the summer after my junior year of high school. My best friend Tyler was the one who dragged me out there. He was the kind of guy who lived for dares, for proving he wasn't afraid of anything. One sticky July night after too many sodas and not enough sense, he suggested we sneak out and spend the night in Willow Hill. "We'll prove the stories are crap," he said, grinning like a maniac. I wanted to say no, but I also didn't want to be the coward. So I agreed. We hopped the rusted fence around midnight, flashlights in hand. The cemetery was silent, suffocatingly so. Even the crickets seemed to have gone quiet. We walked deeper, our beams of light bouncing across the crooked stones, until we reached the far edge where the trees closed in thick and dark. That's when we saw it, the mass grave. It wasn't marked with a headstone like the others. Instead, it was a wide, low mound of earth, the grass growing patchy and uneven across it. At its center stood a wooden cross, weathered and splintered, its arms sagging as if weighed down by time itself. Tyler chuckled nervously and kicked at the dirt. "Guess this is it," he muttered. I felt a chill run through me even though the night air was warm. I wanted to leave, but Tyler dared me to sit on the mound. "5 minutes," he said, "and we're legends." Against my better judgment, I did. The soil beneath me felt softer than I expected, almost spongy, as though it hadn't settled even after all these years. I told myself it was nothing, but my skin crawled. The first sign that something was wrong came in the form of giggles. Soft, high-pitched, unmistakably the sound of children laughing. I jumped to my feet, my flashlight jerking wildly across the grave. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, surrounding us, echoing in the still night. Tyler's grin faltered. "Probably just other kids messing with us," he said, but his voice wavered. Then the handprints appeared. At first they were faint, pressed into the dirt around the mound, small, like a child's. Then more of them appeared, dozens, as if invisible children were crawling out of the earth itself. The soil shifted, the grass bending as though tiny bodies were moving just beneath the surface. I felt bile rise in my throat. "We need to go," I whispered, grabbing Tyler's arm. But Tyler shook me off. "No way," he said, trying to sound brave, though his eyes darted around in panic. "We're just freaking ourselves out." The giggles grew louder, higher, more frantic. Then came the whispers. Hundreds of voices overlapping, chanting words I couldn't understand. My flashlight flickered, then died, plunging us into darkness. The only light came from the moon, silver and cold, illuminating the mound of earth that was now moving. Something was pushing up from beneath. The soil bulged, cracked, split open. Small hands, gray, skeletal, with bits of dirt clinging to them, burst through the surface. One hand, then another, then dozens. Tyler screamed. I froze, paralyzed, as the children pulled themselves out of the ground. Their faces were gaunt, hollow-eyed, their skin as pale as ash. But they were smiling, wide, unnatural smiles that stretched too far across their faces. They didn't speak. They laughed. The sound drilled into my skull, shrill and endless. Tyler bolted, sprinting back toward the fence. I followed, stumbling over broken stones, my lungs burning. I didn't dare look back, not until we reached the fence and scrambled over it, collapsing onto the other side. When I finally turned, the cemetery was silent again. Empty. We didn't talk about it for weeks, neither of us wanted to. But something had changed in Tyler. He stopped sleeping. His eyes grew hollow, ringed with shadows. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he kept hearing them, the children. At night, in his room, whispering, giggling, scratching at his windows. His mom said he was having nightmares. I knew better. Then one morning, Tyler was gone. His bed was empty, his window wide open. The police searched for days but found nothing. The only clue was a trail of small muddy footprints leading from his backyard into the woods. They disappeared halfway, swallowed by the earth. I tried to move on, but I couldn't. I avoided the cemetery, avoided even driving past it. Yet the children found me too. At night, I'd wake to the sound of laughter, faint at first, then louder, closer. Sometimes I'd find small handprints smeared across my bedroom mirror, or dirt scattered across my sheets. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't matter. The worst was the dream, or maybe it wasn't a dream at all. I woke one night to find myself lying on the mound in Willow Hill Cemetery, the soil cold and damp beneath me. Dozens of pale faces stared down at me, grinning, their hollow eyes unblinking. They whispered in unison, their voices like dry leaves rustling in the wind. Stay with us. I screamed and jerked awake, back in my own bed, drenched in sweat. But there was dirt under my fingernails. I don't know why I'm writing this now, except that I need someone to know. Tyler isn't the only one they've taken. I've seen posts online, stories of people vanishing near old cemeteries across the state, always near mass graves, always with the same detail, children's laughter. Last night I heard scratching at my door. This time, when I looked, there were dozens of tiny handprints smeared across the wood. They're not waiting outside anymore, they're coming in. If you ever find yourself near Willow Hill Cemetery, don't go near the mound. Don't listen to the laughter. Don't let them see you. Because once they do, they'll never stop following you, and when they finally get you, you won't just disappear. You'll join them. I used to work night shifts as a security guard, mostly bouncing between warehouses and construction sites. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and I didn't mind the quiet. About 4 years ago, though, I landed what I thought would be the easiest gig of all, watching over a cemetery just outside of town. My boss made it sound like a joke. "Nobody's gonna rob the dead," he laughed, handing me the keys to the small caretaker's office at the edge of the property. I remember thinking he was right. I'd just sit there in the office with my thermos of coffee, do a few patrols between the headstones, and collect a paycheck for basically doing nothing. That's what I believed. The cemetery itself wasn't massive, but it had a kind of weight to it, the kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up even in broad daylight. The graves dated back to the 1800s, with tall angel statues that had eroded into grotesque shapes and mossy crypts built into the hillside. The first night I walked the grounds, I felt a pressure in the air, like the atmosphere was thicker there. but I told myself it was just my imagination. I was alone, in the dark, in a cemetery. It would have been weirder if I hadn't been spooked. Things went smoothly for the first week. I'd make my rounds every hour, shining my flashlight between the rows of graves, listening to the crickets and the distant hum of the highway. Sometimes I'd hear a fox yelping or an owl hooting, and I'd chuckle at how easily a sound could set my nerves on edge. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, until one night I noticed the caretaker's shed had its light on. That was strange because I was the only one with keys. The caretaker who used to live on site had passed away a decade earlier, and the shed had been converted into a little break room for whoever was on duty. I hadn't touched the light that night, I was sure of it. Slowly, cautiously, I walked over. The window glowed faintly yellow, the bulb buzzing inside. When I pushed the door open, the light clicked off on its own. I froze. My pulse hammered in my ears. I swept my flashlight across the room, but it was empty. Just the old wooden desk, the chair, the rusting thermos left behind by some guard before me. No movement, no sound. I closed the door and locked it behind me, telling myself it must have been faulty wiring. But the next night, the light was on again, and this time, the door was unlocked. Inside, the chair had been pulled out from the desk, angled toward the window, as though someone had been sitting there watching the graves. A pack of cigarettes lay on the desk, the kind I knew hadn't been manufactured in decades. The paper had yellowed, the logo faded. My skin prickled as I realized they looked old. Too old. I decided I wasn't going to sit around playing games. I did my rounds quickly that night and left as soon as my shift ended. The following evening, I showed up with a fresh determination to prove I wasn't crazy. I checked the shed first thing. Everything was exactly how I'd left it. The chair tucked under the desk, the cigarettes gone. But scrawled across the dusty window, as though by a fingertip, was a single word. Stay. After that, the nights bled together in a blur of unease. I started hearing footsteps crunching in the gravel when I knew I was alone. Sometimes I'd see a figure in the distance, standing perfectly still between the rows of graves, only for it to vanish when I blinked. Other times I'd hear humming, an old tune, scratchy and low, drifting on the night air. I started sleeping during the day with my ears ringing from the silence, the phantom noises still playing in my head. One night around 3 a.m. I heard the office phone ring. Nobody had ever called during my shift. I let it ring twice before picking it up, my voice tight with nerves. Hello? For a moment there was nothing but static, then a man's voice hoarse and thin. You shouldn't be here. The line went dead. I didn't sleep after that. I couldn't. My boss brushed it off when I mentioned it the next morning, telling me kids probably messed with the line. But the voice hadn't sounded like a prank. It had sounded ancient. The breaking point came about a month in. I was doing my patrol, flashlight beam bouncing across the rows when I saw smoke curling upward near the caretaker's shed. My stomach dropped. I thought maybe it was on fire. I sprinted over, but when I reached it, I saw it wasn't fire at all. Someone was sitting in the chair inside, cigarette glowing faintly between their fingers. For a second, I thought it was another guard I hadn't been told about. But when I shone my light through the window, the man didn't move. He just sat there, hunched over, staring at the graveyard. His clothes were out of place, old-fashioned, like something from the 1950s. Worn suspenders, a loose shirt, a hat pulled low. His skin sagged in a way that wasn't right, like it had been stretched too thin. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Slowly he turned his head, and even through the glass, even in the dim light, I'll never forget what I saw. His eyes were gone, just hollow sockets, dark and endless, and yet I felt them lock on mine. The cigarette dropped from his hand, crumbling into ash before it hit the floor. Then the light inside flickered and died, plunging the shed into blackness. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted from the cemetery, didn't bother finishing my rounds, didn't lock up, nothing. The next day, I quit. Told my boss I wasn't cut out for the job. He looked at me strangely but didn't argue. I thought leaving would end it. But the cemetery didn't let me go. Nights later, as I tried to sleep, I smelled cigarette smoke in my bedroom. My apartment is non-smoking, I live alone, and the scent was unmistakable. I sat up, heart hammering, and there he was, sitting in the chair in the corner of my room, hat shadowing his face, smoke curling from a cigarette that burned without flame. I blinked, and he was gone. It's been years now, but the smoke never leaves me. Some nights I'll wake coughing, the taste of ash thick in my mouth, the faint outline of a man fading from the corner of the room. I don't tell anyone anymore. They wouldn't believe me. But sometimes late at night when I drive past the cemetery, I see the shed light flicker on. And I know he's still there, watching, waiting. When I was younger, I never believed in ghosts. I thought cemeteries were just sad places where families came to remember, not the kinds of places where the dead actually stirred. That belief changed the year my cousin Darren died. He was only 19 when a car accident took his life and our whole family was wrecked by it. The funeral was held in the oldest cemetery in town, one I had never been to before. It was the kind of place that looked as though it hadn't been touched in decades. The iron gates rusted through, the headstones leaning crooked, vines twisting over everything like nature was trying to reclaim it. I remember thinking the whole place felt wrong, like the air inside those gates was heavier than anywhere else. At the funeral, I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Not just me, all of us. The priest spoke, the family cried, and yet I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes on my back. When I turned around, though, there was no one there. Just rows of graves stretching into the distance. I told myself grief was playing tricks on me. But the real horror didn't begin until weeks later. One night, maybe around 2 in the morning, I woke to the sound of someone whispering my name. At first I thought it was a dream, but when I opened my eyes, the whisper was still there. Soft, stretched thin, but clear. Michael. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I lived alone. No one should have been in my apartment. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The whisper came again, this time from the corner of the room. I flicked on the lamp, but the corner was empty, just shadows. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and when morning came, I tried to rationalize it. Stress, fatigue. Maybe I'd been dreaming with my eyes open. But the whispers came back the next night, and the night after that. Always around 2 a.m., always saying my name. Sometimes it sounded like Darren's voice, sometimes it sounded like something else, something deeper, too low and guttural to belong to any person. By the 4th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I got in my car and drove, no destination in mind, just needing to get away from my apartment. Without realizing it, my car took me to the cemetery, Darren's cemetery. I pulled up outside those rusted gates, and though every instinct screamed at me to turn back, I went in. The air was cold and damp, though it was midsummer. My breath fogged in front of me as I followed the gravel path toward Darren's grave. That's when I saw it. My name carved into one of the old headstones. Not Darren's. Not anyone's I recognized. Just my name. Michael, etched deep into the stone. I froze. The headstone was crumbling, old enough that it should have been illegible. But my name looked fresh, as though it had been carved yesterday. I stumbled backward, flashlight trembling in my hands. That's when I heard it again. My name, whispered on the wind. But this time, it wasn't coming from the air. It was coming from beneath the ground. The earth shifted slightly at my feet, a faint bulge like something pressing up from below. I ran that night, faster than I'd ever run before. But when I got home, I realized the whispers had followed me, they weren't tied to the cemetery anymore. They were tied to me. Every night at 2 a.m. they grew louder, closer, until I swore I could feel breath against my ear. I stopped sleeping. My eyes burned from exhaustion. My hands shook constantly. My friends noticed, but what could I tell them? That the dead were whispering my name. One night, desperate for answers, I returned to the cemetery. I told myself I'd find Darren's grave, sit there, and try to talk to him. Maybe this was his spirit, trying to reach me. Maybe it wasn't as sinister as it felt. But when I arrived, Darren's grave was gone. I don't mean it was vandalized or moved, I mean it literally wasn't there. Where his stone had been was now an empty patch of dirt. No sign of his name, no flowers, no fresh soil. As if he had never been buried there at all. In his place was a new headstone. My headstone. My name again. My birth year. And beneath it, a death year, this year. My body locked up. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and I knew if I stayed even a second longer, something would reach up and pull me under. I fled, not daring to look back. For weeks after, I tried to ignore it. I burned sage. I slept with music blasting. I even moved apartments. Nothing helped. The whispers followed me everywhere. In my car, in the grocery store, even in the middle of the day. Always the same voice, always calling my name. I stopped answering my phone because sometimes, when it rang, all I'd hear on the other end was breathing. Last night was the worst. I woke up to find dirt scattered across my bedroom floor. Fresh dirt, damp, smelling of earth and decay. At the center of the pile was a small piece of stone, jagged and rough. When I picked it up, I realized it was part of a headstone, and carved into it was the letter M. I don't know how much time I have left. The whispers are louder now, not just saying my name, but urging me. Come back. Come home. I feel a pressure in my chest like something is pulling me down, like gravity itself is trying to bury me alive. I don't go near cemeteries anymore, but I don't think it matters, because the grave with my name on it isn't waiting in the ground anymore, it's following me. And I'm terrified the next time I close my eyes I won't wake up. I'll wake there. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, where the old Oak Ridge Cemetery stood like a sentinel on the edge of town. The place was massive, rolling hills covered with weathered stones, some leaning at crooked angles, others hidden by ivy that had swallowed entire rows of markers. For most people in town, Oak Ridge was just another graveyard, a quiet patch of land where the dead rested. But for me, it became something far darker, something I can't explain without my hands shaking even now. It started on a dare. I was 19, restless, and trying to prove myself to a group of friends who thought it was hilarious to spook one another. One summer night, we were sitting around a bonfire when someone brought up the Oak Ridge legend. Supposedly, people had seen a figure there, always in black, always standing at a distance, watching. Some called it the Watcher. My friends laughed it off, but one of them turned to me and said, "If you're really as fearless as you claim, spend a night out there." I didn't hesitate. I was cocky back then. A night in a cemetery? Easy. But from the moment I climbed the rusted gates that night, I realized Oak Ridge wasn't what I thought. The air was unnaturally still, like the world beyond those gates no longer existed. Even the crickets went silent. My flashlight flickered, though the batteries were new, and the beam seemed swallowed by the darkness like the night itself was thicker inside. I wandered deeper, past rows of tilting stones, and finally picked a spot near a massive oak tree that stretched high into the black sky. I laid out my sleeping bag but couldn't bring myself to close my eyes. The silence pressed against me, heavy and suffocating. That's when I first saw it, far across the cemetery, near the chapel ruins. A tall figure, motionless, wrapped in something dark. It stood like a statue, too still, too deliberate. I froze, convincing myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the moonlight. But when I blinked, it had moved closer. No footsteps, No sound, just closer. My pulse hammered in my ears. I gripped my flashlight tighter and shouted, "Who's there?" My voice cracked, sounding weaker than I intended. No answer. Just that figure standing perfectly still, its face hidden in shadow. I decided to be brave, or stupid depending on how you see it, and marched toward it. Each step crunched against dead leaves, echoing far louder than they should have. The figure didn't move. But when I was about 20 feet away, my flashlight flickered again, sputtering, and in the brief darkness, it vanished. My breath caught. I whipped the light around, desperate to spot it again, and there it was, behind me. At least 50 yards back, closer to where I'd left my sleeping bag. I swear on everything I love, there's no way it could have gotten there without me hearing or seeing it move. I ran back toward the gates, heart pounding, only to realize the figure was always ahead of me, no matter which path I took. Sometimes near the chapel, sometimes at the base of the oak, sometimes standing between the rows of stones like it had been waiting all along. Finally, I stumbled back to the oak tree and pressed myself against the bark, too terrified to move. My flashlight gave one last sputter and died, plunging me into complete blackness. That's when I heard it, whispering. Not one voice, but dozens. Male, female, young, old, all murmuring in unison. My name was among them. Over and over they whispered it so soft and close I felt the breath on my skin. I bolted. I don't even remember how I got over the gate. My hands were cut and bleeding from the rusted iron. My knees scraped raw, but I didn't stop running until I was halfway back to town. My friends thought it was hilarious when I burst into the house, pale and shaking, but when they saw the gashes on my arms, their laughter died. I swore I'd never go back. But here's the twist, the part I can't explain, the part that keeps me up at night. A week later, my mom called me into the living room. "Honey," she said, "do you know this person?" She handed me an old photograph she'd found in my grandmother's things. It was taken in Oak Ridge Cemetery sometime in the 1940s. In the background, standing by the old oak tree, was the same tall figure in black. The worst part? My grandmother had written a note on the back of the picture. "The Watcher always follows our family." And I think she was right, because sometimes when I glance out of my window late at night, I swear I see a figure standing at the edge of the streetlight's glow, watching, always watching. When my grandmother died, she left me two things that didn't make much sense at the time: a battered cedar chest of family letters and a key on a frayed ribbon. The key was heavy and cold when I first touched it, the kind that belonged to an old gate or a long-closed trunk. On the ribbon, someone had tied a scrap of paper with one word in my grandmother's precise looping handwriting: ledger. I grew up 2 states away, in a place where the oldest building looked like it was 10 years new, so the idea of a ledger felt like a relic from someone else's life. But my grandmother had always been a keeper of things: secrets, recipes, the names of relatives no one else remembered. So when I found an address tucked into one of the letters pointing to the old Prospect Cemetery, I drove down that weekend to see what the key might open. The cemetery sat like a forgotten island on the edge of our town, hemmed in by a run of pines and an old sagging stone wall. Prospect wasn't picturesque. It was the kind of place writers use when they want weathered stones and crooked ironwork in the background. It smelled of wet loam and rust and something older that I couldn't quite name. The caretaker's shed crouched near the center like a tired animal, paint peeled off in ribbons. My key fit the padlock with the awful ease of something meant to be opened, and inside, among jars of screws and coils of rope, I found it. An oak desk with a single drawer, and within that drawer, a book bound in cracked leather. The sexton's ledger. The ledger's pages had been written in by more than one hand. Columns listed names, dates of burial, brief notations: infant, stillborn, no marker. The handwriting ranged from careful cursive to a frantic slanted scrawl. But there was a rhythm to it, an obsessive, meticulous organization. My grandmother's scrap of paper had another word penciled beneath ledger: read. So I sat down on the shed's single-knot stool and read. At first it was ordinary. Names of people I knew in the town, their grandparents, a Civil War veteran marked with a penciled cross, a robbery victim from the 1980s. Then I noticed the hand that had added small slashes beside some names. The slashes were thin and repeated, like tally marks, always counted in groups of 5. Beside more recent entries, the slashes were darker, press of the pen firmer, as if whoever added them had pressed harder with the weight of purpose. When I glanced up and down the margins, some entries had annotations like late at night or no kin claimed. My stomach went cold when I realized the tally marks always stopped the night before something else was written. A new name, a new entry. Sometimes a single line of script. Buried 2:10 a.m. I took a photograph of the ledger with my phone and promised myself I'd return the next day, but the ledger wanted me to stay. That night I slept in my car at the edge of the cemetery, half because it felt improper to take the book with me, half because something in the way the ledger recorded the dead kept turning over in my head. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of someone moving outside the car. At first I thought it was a raccoon. Then I heard the distinct scrape of leather on gravel, the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps. They came and went in a way that made me feel watched, like the cemetery itself had leaned in. I pressed my hood over my face and tried to tell myself I was imagining things. When I went back to the shed at dawn, the ledger was open to a page I'd not reached before. A new name had been added in fresh ink. Mason Whitmore, buried 03/09, 2:14 a.m. Beneath it, in a hand I could only describe as identical to my grandmother's looping script, someone had written a single word: counted. And beside that, 5 fresh tally marks. There was no funeral listed in the paper the next day, no obituary, and the town's online bulletin had nothing. I asked around and people shrugged, disinterested. "We don't get many late-night burials," the mayor said, half smiling. "Old places like Prospect have their own customs, I suppose." Obsessed doesn't describe the way that ledger took over me. I started showing up at the shed at odd hours, watching the rows of stones like you might watch a television you can't turn off. Each time I checked the ledger, I found slight differences. An extra slash here, a note there, a tiny smudge of wet ink that had dried in a pattern almost like a fingerprint. Names that hadn't been there before began to appear, some in the hand of someone long gone, others in a new, hurried script that made my teeth ache to look at. Most disturbing of all, every time a name appeared, there would be a line beneath it with a time, always between 2:00 and 3 hours a.m. And then I saw my own name. It was small, tucked between 2 other entries, the letters cramped as if they'd been forced to fit. E. Carter, buried, 02-12, 2:27 a.m. The initials matched my middle name. My breath left me. For hours I sat with the ledger open and the keys cold in my lap, staring at those letters like they were a coin that might reveal a secret if I turned it just right. I looked for a note, a slashed tally, anything that might tell me whether it was a mistake, a joke. There was nothing, just my initials and a blank space where the date number was smudged, as though someone had tried and failed to write it. The next night, I slept in the shed. I told myself I would confront whoever was doing this, that there was a simple explanation. I woke around 2, not because of a sound but because the ledger seemed to hum beneath my palm. On the page opposite my initials, the ink had changed. A single tally mark had been added, as stealthy and slow as breath. And when I turned the page, my stomach dropped. The next entry was a name I knew from the letters in my grandmother's chest, a girl who'd disappeared from town 50 years ago. Beside her name was written, "Returned." I left the shed and walked under the cold stars until I reached her grave. The grass around it had been freshly disturbed. The shovel lay near the footstone, the metal blade smeared with earth as if used not long ago. The grave itself looked older somehow, as though the dirt had been replaced in a hurry and then tamped down. I vomited onto the gravel and felt my knees buckle. When I looked up, a figure stood beneath the trees, small, hunched, the silhouette of someone who'd kept watch for decades. The figure tilted its head. In the moonlight, I could see the outline of an old man's cap, the shadow of a face that did not belong to any living person I knew. He raised a hand that trembled and tapped the ledger clutched to his chest. "You readin' it?" he rasped. His voice sounded like dry leaves. "You know what it says?" I wanted to run. Instead, I asked the question that had been burning in me. "What is this book?" He smiled like someone who'd expected the question for a long time. "This here's the ledger of the sexton," he said. "They keep count." He didn't say who they were, but the wetness in his eyes made his next words feel like an accusation and a mercy all at once. Names get written, names get counted. Some come back, some don't. The tally's for the taking. I demanded to know why my initials were on the page. The old man's smile fell away. He reached into his coat and produced an old fountain pen, its nib stained dark, and handed it to me without a word. His gnarled finger tapped the tip, and when I looked down at my hands, ink had smeared across my palm in a pattern that matched the smudge on the ledger. My heart hammered. I tried to lift my fingers, but they felt rooted, like I'd been kneeling in soil for 100 years. "You don't remember," he murmured, and the words landed like a shovel. "They only show you what you've done after the counting's done. Gives you a chance to see it for what it was." He reached closer, and for a second the moonlight revealed the ledger's page reflected in his pupils. In the margin, in my grandmother's handwriting, there was a single note. "Don't bury yourself twice." "You mean I started, but the world lurched. For a blink I saw a dozen faces, my grandmother's among them, leaning down to watch me, their mouths moving as if chanting. The tallies on the page multiplied before my eyes until the ledger looked like a skin mapped in tiny cuts. The old man's voice was a thread. "You never stopped. You think you were just reading. You think you came to look. But names need hands." I scrambled backward, tripping on the grave marker, and for a moment I thought I'd broken free. Then I saw it. My handwriting, older and more certain than my own, looping across the ledger in a line that hadn't been there before. The same slanted, hurried scrawl that had been adding names in the night. The final flourish of that signature shuddered into view and matched the ink on my palm exactly. My lungs filled with cold air that tasted of iron. I understood then in a way I felt in my bones rather than my head, understood with a clarity that made my teeth ache, that this ledger didn't record deaths. It recorded the work I had done. The names that appeared were not people who had been taken by accident or by fate. They were the people I had guided. Sometimes gently, sometimes with the terrible efficiency of shovel and night, into the dark. And the tallies, they were not counts of time. They were counts of how many times I had let them go. The old man watched me with unreadable eyes. Beside him, the trees moved though there was no wind, and from somewhere under the earth came the low, steady sound of a shovel hitting dirt. I tried to speak, but my voice wasn't mine. It came out as if from under a blanket. "Why can't I remember?" I whispered. He shrugged in that slow way old men do when they are tired of explaining the mechanics of a curse. "Because you need to want to be doing it for it to be done," he said. "The ledger keeps the will clean. It makes sure you don't stop." He tipped his head toward the shed. "You wanted answers, didn't you? To know where your family went. Now you know." I looked at the ledger again. My initials were there, clear as a birthmark, and beneath them a single, neat line had been written in the familiar hand. Signed, E. Carter. I tried to pull my hands away, to run like I never had, but the old man only smiled sadly and began to hum. A tune my grandmother had hummed to me as a child, one I hadn't heard since before I could remember. As the sound wrapped around my name, the edges of the world softened. Where the ledger lay open, the ink on the page glowed faintly, like words on a page that knew the shape of your life before you did. I don't know how long I stood there, the ledger's pages turning under a wind that wasn't there, the tallies stacking like the teeth of a comb. I only know what came afterward, that in the morning the shovel stood propped by the grave, damp earth still clinging to its blade, and that my palms were stained in a way I couldn't wash away. When I read the ledger later that day, my signature was dry and permanent. Beside it, in the same hand, someone had written a final note, terrible in its simplicity. Complete. There's a cemetery in northern Vermont called Fairview Rest, and for years it was little more than a name to me. A road sign I passed on my way to work, a patch of overgrown grass that my headlights brushed in the early morning hours. But after what happened to my friend Kyle, Fairview became more than a landmark. It became the center of the one story I swore I'd never tell. Kyle and I worked nights at a small manufacturing plant outside town. He was restless, always chasing something strange to fill the hours, so when he discovered the old burial traditions of Fairview, he became obsessed. In the 1800s, they used safety coffins there, boxes equipped with little brass bells and chains, in case someone was buried alive by mistake. It was one of those old-world fears, but Fairview had taken it seriously. According to Kyle, some of those graves still had their bells intact, hidden under the grass. Imagine hearing one ring, he said one night as we leaned against the hood of his car, the cemetery behind us black and silent. Imagine knowing someone never really died. I laughed it off. But Kyle didn't. He bought a metal detector, spent nights sweeping the grass while I sat in the car listening to music. And then, one Thursday, he came pounding on my apartment door at 2 a.m, face pale, eyes wide. I heard it, he whispered. The bell. It rang. At first I thought he was joking, but his hands trembled as he pulled me outside. His car idled at the curb, headlights still on, trunk open with dirt smeared across the bumper. He begged me to come back with him, to listen, to prove he wasn't losing his mind. Against my better judgment, I went. Fairview was colder than usual that night. The grass glittered with frost under the moon, and every headstone cast a long, crooked shadow. Kyle led me past the older section where the stones leaned like drunks and stopped at a patch of ground that looked newly disturbed, though no grave markers stood nearby. He crouched low, finger pressed to the earth. Listen, he breathed. At first there was only silence, the kind that hums in your ears when the night is too still. Then I heard it, a faint metallic chime, delicate as wind through glass, rising up from under the soil. It was irregular, sometimes a single ding, sometimes 2 quick notes, like someone trying to keep rhythm with a failing heartbeat. My stomach turned to ice. It's probably just the wind, I said, though there was no breeze. Kyle's grin split wide across his face. I told you someone's down there. I tried to drag him back, but he dropped to his knees and clawed at the dirt. His nails shredded, his breath came in ragged bursts, and the more he dug, the louder the bell seemed to ring. The ground gave way under his hands like it had been freshly turned, though the cemetery kept no records of burials in that section for over 100 years. I stood frozen, torn between stopping him and running, until his fingers struck something solid. Metal. It was a coffin lid. Old, rusted, but intact. And there, threaded through a hole in the lid, was the frayed end of a chain that stretched up into the earth, the kind used to connect to the surface bells. The chain quivered, still moving, though Kyle had stopped digging. We both stared. Then, without warning, the coffin shifted. Not the earth, not the dirt collapsing, the coffin itself. Something inside pushed up, warping the lid. The chain rattled furiously, the bell above ringing in a frenzy I felt in my bones. Kyle screamed and wrenched at the lid. I grabbed his shoulders, yelling for him to stop, but his strength was inhuman, frantic. The lid cracked open an inch, enough for a gust of air to escape. Hot, foul, like meat rotted in summer. And with it came a sound I will never forget, a wet, shuddering gasp. We ran. God help me. We ran without looking back. The next day, Kyle didn't show up for work. His car was found abandoned on the road near Fairview, Driver's door open, keys still in the ignition. No one saw him again. The police searched the area, questioned me, but I said nothing about the bells. Who would believe me? Weeks passed. I avoided the cemetery, but sometimes, late at night, I swore I could hear faint chimes drifting through the open window of my apartment, though Fairview lay miles away. My dreams filled with muffled gasps and the scrape of nails on wood. Then, 2 months later, a letter arrived in my mailbox. No return address, just my name scrawled in jagged handwriting. Inside was a single piece of paper, stained and wrinkled. It read, "It wasn't empty. They were waiting. Now I'm waiting too. Don't let them ring for you." At the bottom was a fingerprint in dirt, or what I hoped was dirt. I burned the letter, but the sound of bells still follows me. Sometimes I hear them when no one else does, soft and insistent, like they're calling my name. And when I pass Fairview on the way to work, I swear the bells ring louder, as though someone beneath the ground knows I'm listening. But the real twist came last winter, when the cemetery installed new markers for unclaimed graves. I stopped my car and walked along the rows just to prove to myself there was nothing, that it was all in my head. And then I saw it, an unmarked stone near the spot where Kyle and I had dug, newly carved with a name. His name, Kyle Everett, 1994-2024. The worst part? At the base of his stone, hidden in the frost, was a small brass bell, and it was still ringing. When I was in college, I rented a tiny studio apartment on the edge of town, cheap enough for a broke student but with a view that unsettled my friends. From my window, across the narrow street, loomed the iron gates of Ridgewood Cemetery, a sprawling, hilly graveyard that had been in use since the early 1800s. Most people hated walking past it, especially at night, but I found it oddly calming at first. The silence of it, the way the headstones caught the moonlight like pale teeth. It felt like living across from history itself. That changed when I noticed the house. It sat tucked into the far corner of Ridgewood, half hidden by overgrown hedges and a dead elm tree that split down the middle. It was a small caretaker's cottage, built of red brick gone black with mildew. Most people assumed it had been abandoned decades ago, but every few nights I saw a faint orange glow in the upstairs window. At first I thought it was just reflection from passing cars. Then one night at 3 a.m, I saw a silhouette move across the curtain. The next day I asked the groundskeeper about it, an old man named Harris who came by in a rusted truck to mow the grass. He frowned when I mentioned the caretaker's house. "That place has been empty longer than I've been alive," he said. "No electricity, no water. They sealed it up years ago." He spat on the gravel, clearly eager to change the subject. But the light kept appearing, sometimes flickering like fire, sometimes steady as a lamp, and the more I looked, the more I noticed small changes in the cemetery itself. Fresh flowers on graves that hadn't had visitors in decades. A child's toy left at the base of a weathered angel statue, though no children ever entered after dark. Once, when I came home late from class, I swore I saw a figure in a black coat walking the gravel path toward the cottage, lantern swinging from its hand. By October, curiosity won. I jumped the gate one foggy night and walked toward the house with a flashlight. My breath clouded in the damp air, and the crunch of gravel beneath my shoes seemed too loud, echoing off the stones. When I reached the cottage, I saw that the door was chained shut, the padlock crusted with rust, but the window glowed faintly from within. I pressed my face to the glass. Inside, the room was lined with shelves sagging under the weight of ledgers, boxes, and faded photographs. A chair sat before the window, and in that chair, hunched over a candle stub, was a man. His face was pale and sunken, his hair thin as cobwebs, but his eyes were alive, darting across a leather-bound book in his lap. When he looked up, he saw me. I stumbled back, hard in my throat. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear, and then he lifted the book slightly as if to show me. I ran, vaulting the gate and not stopping until I slammed my apartment door behind me. That should have been the end of it. But the next morning, when I checked my backpack before class, there was something inside that hadn't been there before. A photograph. Black and white, edges curling, it showed the very cottage I had peered into. And in the window sat the same man, though the date scribbled on the back was 1928. I nearly threw it away, but some part of me needed to know. That night I went back, this time with a bolt cutter. The chain snapped easily. The air inside the cottage was damp, mold clinging to the walls. But the smell of smoke lingered as though a candle had only just been snuffed out. On the desk by the window lay the book I had seen, the caretaker's ledger. I opened it. Every page listed names, not of the dead, but of the living. Dates beside them, times written in careful script, and notes like, visited the West Gate, or spoke to Harris. And there, halfway down the page, was my name. Saw him at the window, 2:57 a.m. The pen stroke was fresh. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. My flashlight beam swept across the shelves, catching other books, dozens of ledgers, each marked with a decade. My hands trembled as I pulled one out at random. Inside, the entries stretched back to 1861, generations of people, catalogued, watched. Sometimes their deaths were noted, sometimes not, but every person who had ever lived near Ridgewood was there, including my grandmother. Her entry read, spoke to child, promised return. The date matched a week before she died. I dropped the book and bolted for the door, but the chain was back, whole, locked tight. My flashlight flickered and went out, leaving me in suffocating dark. Then came the sound, pages turning, slow and deliberate, though I hadn't touched the book. The air grew heavy, and in the faint glow from the window I saw him again, seated at the desk, candlelight staining his face. He hadn't moved from the chair. Maybe he'd never left it. His voice was a rasp of dust. Every watcher becomes what he sees. That's the way of it. I clawed at the door, but the sound of scratching filled the room, not behind me, not from the shelves, but from under the floorboards. Nails dragging wood, soft, muffled voices whispering in chorus, words I couldn't make out except for one. My name. The caretaker lifted a bony hand and pointed at the ledger. I looked down unwillingly, and there it was, my name again, now followed by a new note, the ink still wet. Stayed. Watching begins. I don't remember what happened after. Neighbors said they heard screams from the cemetery that night but found nothing. My apartment sat untouched for weeks until the landlord cleared it out. But I know this much. Sometimes, late at night, when people walk past Ridgewood, they swear they see a faint glow in the upstairs window of the caretaker's house, a silhouette hunched over a desk, candle burning low, and if they look closely, very closely, they'll see the face in the glass. Mine. I never thought I'd end up sharing this story with anyone, let alone strangers on the internet. But every time I try to sleep, I hear it. The faint sound of soil being disturbed, the whisper of something moving beneath the ground. It's been almost 12 years since that night, but the cemetery hasn't left me. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and the only exciting thing for teenagers to do was drive out to the old Willow Creek Cemetery and try to scare ourselves. The place had been there since the 1800s, surrounded by rusted iron gates and leaning gravestones that looked ready to collapse. Half the graves didn't even have names anymore, just weathered stone half swallowed by moss. Local kids told stories, of course. There was the woman in white who supposedly wandered near the willow tree at midnight. There was the whistler, a man who died in the mines and was buried without a tongue, who could still whistle his mournful tune in the dark. I never believed any of it. Ghost stories were just background noise in a boring town. But the thing that drew us there wasn't the ghosts. It was the crypt. At the far end of Willow Creek, past the newer graves and into the older forgotten section, stood a stone mausoleum. The door had long since been chained shut, and a rusted padlock hung like a warning. Nobody in town seemed to know who the crypt belonged to. Some said it was for an old family that died out after the Civil War. Others said it had been condemned because grave robbers had broken in, and what they found was too disturbing to talk about. Naturally, that meant we had to see inside. I was 17 the night it happened. My best friend Mark was the ringleader. He always had a way of daring people into doing things they'd regret. With him was his girlfriend Sarah, my cousin Jake, and me. We drove out to the cemetery just after midnight, parked under the half-dead willow, and made our way to the crypt. The air was heavy, the kind of sticky, humid summer night where the cicadas sound like they're screaming. Mark had brought bolt cutters. "Come on," he whispered, grinning as he pressed them against the lock. "Don't you want to be the first people in town to see what's inside?" The cutters snapped through the rusted metal with surprising ease. The lock clattered to the ground and the sound seemed to echo far too loudly across the graveyard. My chest tightened, but Mark was already pulling the chain free and pushing the stone door open. It groaned like something alive, exhaling a puff of stale, bitter air that reeked of earth and rot. Inside was blackness. We shone our flashlights around, beams slicing through thick cobwebs and dust. The crypt was small, maybe the size of a bedroom lined with shelves where stone coffins rested. Some had lids cracked open, others were sealed shut. "Holy crap," Sarah whispered, covering her nose. "This is disgusting." Jake laughed nervously. "You wanted scary, this is scary. This is—" But Mark wasn't satisfied with just looking. He wanted more. His flashlight stopped on one coffin different from the rest. It wasn't stone. It was wood, rotting and split down the middle. A nameplate hung crookedly, but the letters were impossible to read. "That one," he said. "Help me get the lid off." I shook my head immediately. "No way, dude. That's grave desecration. We're already trespassing. This is enough." But Mark smirked, like he always did when someone told him no. "Don't be a coward. We came out here for this. You want to go home and tell everyone we chickened out?" He put his hands on the lid and started pushing. The wood creaked. Jake hesitated, then sighed and joined him. I stood frozen, my light shaking as it followed their movements. Sarah muttered curses under her breath but didn't stop them. And then, with a sharp crack, the coffin lid split open. The smell hit us first. Sweet, cloying, nauseating. Not fresh death, but something old, something that had been waiting a long time. My stomach lurched and Sarah gagged. Inside wasn't what I expected. There wasn't a skeleton like you'd see in movies. There was flesh. Dried, blackened, mummified flesh clinging to bones. The skin looked tight, stretched, but disturbingly intact for how old it had to be. But the worst part, the part I'll never forget, was the face. The eyes were gone, just hollow pits, but the mouth was open wide, as if frozen mid-scream. And in its bony fingers was something I didn't understand at first. A bundle, wrapped in rotting cloth. "Holy hell," Jake whispered. Is that a baby?" The bundle shifted. I swear to God, it moved. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own feet. My flashlight beam wavered as I tried to convince myself I imagined it. But Mark leaned closer, his face twisted with a mixture of fascination and horror. And then, clear as day, we heard it. A whimper, a baby's cry, coming from the bundle in the corpse's hands. Sarah screamed, bolting for the door. Jake followed, cursing and fumbling with his flashlight. Mark and I stayed frozen, staring into that coffin as the sound grew louder. It wasn't just a cry anymore. It was wailing, raw, desperate. My chest went cold, like all the air had been sucked out of me. Finally, instinct took over, and I grabbed Mark's arm, yanking him away. "We need to get the hell out of here." He resisted for a second, still staring down like he was hypnotized. Then the bundle twitched violently, and something tore through the cloth, something pale, slick, and clawed. We ran. I don't even remember how we got out. I just remember the sound chasing us. Tiny fingernails scratching wood, the wailing morphing into something sharper, something not human. We didn't stop running until we reached the car. Sarah was already inside, sobbing. Jake was fumbling with the keys. We peeled out of the cemetery like the devil himself was behind us. That night should have ended there, but it didn't, because when I got home I found soil under my fingernails. Thick, dark soil, and I hadn't touched the ground. The next week, Mark stopped showing up to school. His mom said he wasn't feeling well. Then, a few days later, he was gone. Just gone. Police searched the woods, the rivers, the whole town. They found his shoes by the cemetery gates. Nothing else. Jake swore he saw something in his backyard one night, a small figure, crouched near the trees, watching his house. A week later, his dog was found dead, throat torn open. Jake's family moved away not long after. Sarah doesn't talk about it. If I bring it up, she hangs up the phone. She lives 3 states away now, but sometimes she texts me in the middle of the night. Do you hear it too? The crying? And me? I hear it every night. Sometimes it's faint, just a whimper on the edge of sleep. Sometimes it's so close I swear it's coming from under my bed. But last night was the worst. I woke up to find dirt scattered across my bedroom floor. My closet door was open, and from the dark inside came the sound, wet, ragged breathing and the soft, unmistakable wail of a baby. And then I saw it, a small, pale hand curling around the closet door, the same hand that tore through the bundle in the coffin. I used to work the night shift as a groundskeeper at a cemetery in upstate New York. I was 22, broke and desperate for work. The cemetery was called Riverside Memorial Park, though everyone in town still referred to it by its old name, St. Mary's Rest. It stretched across nearly 50 acres, filled with row after row of headstones, mausoleums, and family plots. Most of the job was boring: cutting grass, trimming hedges, keeping the place clean. But the real reason they needed night guards wasn't vandals or teenagers sneaking in. It was something else, something they didn't tell me about when I signed the papers. The first night, the older groundskeeper, Frank, handed me a flashlight, a set of keys, and a map of the cemetery. His face was weathered, his eyes heavy like a man who hadn't slept in years. Stay near the caretaker's shed after midnight, he told me, his voice flat and tired. If you hear anything strange, don't go wandering. You got that? I laughed nervously, thinking he was just trying to scare the new guy. What do you mean by strange? Frank didn't laugh back. He just stared at me a moment, then said, You'll know. That first week was uneventful. I'd do my rounds, smoke a couple cigarettes by the gate, and sit in the shed with my phone until sunrise. The cemetery at night wasn't as scary as I thought it'd be. It was quiet, almost peaceful. The moonlight spilled across the marble stones and the owls kept watch from the trees. But on my 6th night, something changed. Around 2 in the morning I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first, drifting through the still air like a whisper. I thought maybe it was a fox or a raccoon, but as I stepped out of the shed, I realized it was singing. A woman's voice, soft, mournful, humming a lullaby. I froze, my flashlight trembling in my grip. The song was coming from the north end of the cemetery, the oldest section where the headstones were cracked and tilted like broken teeth. Against my better judgment, I followed it. Each step I took, the air grew colder, though it was summer and I could see my breath. Finally, I reached the source. A figure stood near a grave, a tall woman in a long, faded dress, her hair black and tangled, her face hidden in shadow. She swayed back and forth, humming to the ground as though trying to soothe something beneath it. I wanted to run. My legs screamed at me to turn and bolt back to the shed. But I couldn't. Something about the song pulled me closer, like a hook in my chest. "Ma'am?" I called out, my voice shaking. The humming stopped. Slowly, her head turned toward me. The moonlight revealed her face, and it wasn't a face at all. It was a skull. Hollow socket stared back at me, teeth bared in a grin too wide, too human, yet somehow still alive. The empty socket seemed to see me, to know me. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. By the time I scrambled to pick it up and shined it at the grave, she was gone. But the dirt on the grave was freshly disturbed, as if something had just been buried there. The next morning, I tried to tell Frank what I'd seen. He just sighed, shaking his head. "You shouldn't have gone to the north end," he muttered. "Didn't I tell you to stay near the shed?" I demanded answers, but he only said, "Some graves don't like to be visited, and some of them aren't empty." For weeks I tried to ignore it, but the humming came back, night after night, always at 2 a.m, always from a different grave. Sometimes I saw her standing there, sometimes just heard her voice. And every time, the ground around that grave would look freshly disturbed by sunrise. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to dig. One night, when the singing stopped, I brought a shovel to one of the graves she had visited. It was an old stone, weather-worn and half sunken into the ground, the name illegible. The soil was soft, as if someone had recently turned it. I dug until my hands blistered. The earth gave way too easily, as though it wanted to be opened. And then, my shovel struck wood. A coffin. But it wasn't closed. The lid was already broken, splintered like something had forced its way out. Inside wasn't a body, at least not a whole one. Just scraps of cloth, fragments of bone, and fingernail marks clawed into the wood from the inside. That's when I realized. The graves weren't being filled. They were being emptied. The woman wasn't mourning. She was calling them out. I staggered back, heart pounding, and nearly dropped my flashlight again. Because standing at the edge of the grave just a few feet away was Frank. Only it wasn't Frank. Not really. His face was pale, hollow, his eyes sunken like he hadn't slept in years, maybe decades. His smile stretched too wide, almost splitting his cheeks. "You shouldn't have dug," he whispered. His voice was deeper now, rasping, wet. "Once you disturb them, they never leave you alone." I blinked, and he was gone. The next day, Frank didn't show up to work. The cemetery manager said he quit. No notice. But his uniform and keys were still hanging in the shed. Now, I'm the only one on the night shift. The humming hasn't stopped. If anything, it's getting louder, closer. Sometimes it's right outside the shed door. Sometimes I wake up at home and hear it through my walls, faint, as though she's standing in my backyard. And just last night, when I went to check the shed before leaving, there was dirt on the floor, piles of it as if someone had been digging inside, and carved into the wooden wall was a message, written in long, deep scratches. "Next grave is yours." When I was a kid, my grandmother used to warn me never to play near the old Greenfield cemetery at the edge of town. It wasn't just because it was dangerous, with crumbling tombstones and broken fences. It was because, as she always said in her hushed, trembling voice, some graves don't stay where they're put. I thought it was just one of those eerie sayings old people use to scare kids into behaving. I didn't believe her, until the night I found out exactly what she meant. I was 25 when it happened. I'd just moved back into my hometown in Ohio after a messy breakup, trying to get back on my feet. Money was tight, so I ended up renting a small, run-down house on the outskirts of town, the cheapest one I could find. The problem? It was just a short walk from Greenfield Cemetery. The place had been abandoned for years. The gates were rusted shut, weeds taller than me choked the paths, and many of the headstones had toppled or cracked open. No one buried their dead there anymore. It was too old, too forgotten. Still, I always felt like the air around it was heavier, as though the earth itself held on to something it didn't want to let go of. At first, I avoided it, but after a couple weeks of living there, curiosity got the better of me. I figured a late-night walk through the cemetery might help clear my head. That night, the sky was overcast, the moon a dull smear behind thick clouds. I slipped through a gap in the fence and stepped into the sea of crooked stones. The air was damp and smelled of moss and soil. Crickets chirped somewhere in the distance, but everything else was deathly still. I walked for a while, shining my flashlight over names worn down by time. Some graves had no names at all, just slabs of stone. Eventually, I came across one that stood out. It was newer than the others, though still decades old. A black marble headstone, polished and gleaming despite the decay around it. The inscription was carved deep, as though someone wanted to make sure it lasted forever. Here lies Daniel Crowe, 1912-1936. He shall not rest. I frowned at the epitaph. He shall not rest. That wasn't normal. Gravestones usually said things like, rest in peace, or beloved husband. This one felt like a warning. The ground around the grave looked freshly turned, though that was impossible. No one had been buried there in over half a century. I remember shivering, though the air wasn't cold. For a moment, I thought I heard something, a faint tapping, almost like fingers drumming from beneath the soil. But when I crouched down to listen closer, the sound stopped. I should have left right then, but I didn't. Instead, I pressed my hand against the gravestone. It was warm. That night, I woke up to scratching sounds in my bedroom. My first thought was mice or raccoons. I switched on the light, but the noise stopped. When I checked, there was nothing there. Still, the sound had been so distinct, like fingernails dragging across wood. The next morning, I noticed dirt on my bedroom floor. Dark, damp soil, scattered in a trail from the door to the side of my bed. My shoes were clean, my windows locked. I told myself it was just some mess I hadn't noticed before. But then it happened again. Each night the scratching grew louder. Each morning more soil appeared, across my floor, on my sheets, even under my fingernails, though I hadn't been outside. One night, I woke up gasping, convinced something was pressing down on my chest. The room was pitch black and I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A shadow crouched in the corner, long arms stretching toward me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The shadow was gone, and I was left drenched in sweat, lungs aching. Desperate for answers, I went to the library the next day and dug into the cemetery's history. That's when I learned about Daniel Crowe. He had been a young man accused of murdering a child in town back in the 1930s. There wasn't enough evidence to convict him, but the townspeople believed he was guilty. A mob dragged him from his home and hanged him just outside the cemetery gates. Out of fear and rage, they buried him there, not as an honored soul, but as a warning. They carved "He shall not rest" into his stone, a curse to keep his spirit awake, restless, forever. And now I had touched his grave. That night, the scratching didn't just stay in the walls or under the floorboards. It was right beside me. I felt my mattress shift, as though someone heavy had sat down next to me. I forced myself to turn my head, and there he was. A man, or what used to be a man. His face was gaunt, stretched, eyes hollow sockets that glowed faintly with something inhuman. Rope burns ringed his neck, raw and blackened. Dirt clung to his clothes, falling onto my bed in clumps. "Why did you wake me?" he rasped. I couldn't answer. My throat was too dry, my heart beating so violently I thought it would burst. He leaned closer, and the stench of damp earth and rot filled my lungs. "You touched my grave. Now you carry me with you." I bolted upright, gasping, and suddenly the bed was empty. No man, no dirt, nothing. Just silence. I told myself it was a dream, some twisted nightmare brought on by stress. But the soil kept appearing. Over the next few weeks, it spread beyond my bedroom. I'd find clumps of it in my kitchen sink, in the shower drain, even inside the fridge. No matter how much I cleaned, it came back, fresh and wet, like it had just been dug from the earth. Worse, the shadow followed me. I'd see it at work in the corner of my eye, crouched near the filing cabinets. On the bus, I'd catch its reflection in the window, sitting right behind me. One night I fled my house entirely, convinced I could escape it. I drove to my sister's place 2 towns over, arriving at nearly 3 a.m. She thought I was drunk, paranoid. I begged her to let me stay the night. When I woke up the next morning, she was pale, trembling, pointing at the floor. There was dirt all over her living room carpet. She kicked me out that day. I tried hotels, motels, even sleeping in my car. It didn't matter. Wherever I went, the soil followed. So did he. The last time I saw him was a week ago. I was standing in the bathroom brushing my teeth, trying to convince myself I was losing my mind. And then, in the mirror, I saw him standing directly behind me. His mouth stretched into an impossible grin, dirt spilling from between his teeth. His voice was a whisper in my ear, but his lips in the reflection didn't move. "You can't run. You carry my grave with you now." The lights flickered, and for just a moment I swore the walls of the bathroom weren't drywall anymore. They were stone, damp and moss-covered, like the inside of a crypt. And the floor beneath me wasn't tile. It was soil. I blinked, and it was gone. But I know it won't stay gone. Because each night, I hear the scratching again, louder, closer. Sometimes it feels like it's coming from inside me, like he's not just following me anymore. He's becoming me. And tonight, as I sit here writing this, there's dirt under my fingernails again. Only this time, I haven't touched the ground at all. I never wanted to work nights at the funeral home. But when you're broke, drowning in debt and struggling to keep your head above water, you take whatever job comes your way. The place was called Hollow Pines Funeral Home Cemetery, a family-owned business on the outskirts of Kentucky. My job was simple: keep watch at night, answer phone calls, and make sure no one trespassed in the cemetery after dark. At first, it sounded easy enough. The funeral home itself was small and quiet, with a chapel, a viewing room, and a prep room in the basement where bodies were embalmed. The cemetery stretched behind it for acres, rows of white headstones, tall pines whispering in the wind, and a crypt that sat like a forgotten relic at the far end of the property. The manager, Mr. Holloway, was a stiff, gray-haired man who barely looked me in the eyes. On my first day, he gave me the tour, walking me past the graves with his flashlight beam cutting through the dusk. "There are rules you'll need to follow," he said flatly. "Never leave the chapel lights off after midnight. Don't answer the phone if it rings between 2 and 3. And if you hear anything coming from the crypt, don't investigate." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some kind of hazing ritual. But his face never cracked a smile. "You understand?" he asked again, his voice sharper this time. I nodded, though a knot tightened in my stomach. For the first couple of weeks, nothing happened. I sat behind the desk at night drinking coffee, scrolling through my phone, sometimes watching late-night TV on the old box set in the lounge. The phone would ring occasionally, but always before midnight. The lights stayed on. The crypt stayed silent. But then came the night of the storm. Rain hammered the roof, and thunder rattled the windows. Around midnight, I was checking the viewing room when the power flickered, plunging everything into darkness for a split second before the backup generator kicked in. The chapel lights sputtered back on, weak and buzzing. That's when I heard it. A faint ringing. The phone. I glanced at the clock. 2:12 a.m. My stomach dropped. Holloway's warning echoed in my head. Don't answer the phone if it rings between 2 and 3. But the sound wouldn't stop. Shrill, insistent, drilling into my ears. Against every instinct, I picked it up. "Hello?" Static hissed on the other end. For a moment, I thought the storm had messed with the line. Then, through the crackle, a voice emerged. Faint, raspy, childlike. "Don't let them out." The line went dead. I stood frozen, heart pounding. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the receiver. I tried convincing myself it was a prank. Maybe some kid who knew about the funeral home's creepy reputation. But then I noticed something. The chapel lights were flickering again. I turned slowly, and my stomach turned to ice. Every single coffin in the viewing room, 3 of them, lined neatly for upcoming funerals, had their lids open. Empty. The storm outside roared, but inside the silence was suffocating. I felt eyes on me, dozens of them, though the room looked empty. My flashlight beam shook as I swept it across the polished wood caskets, the floral arrangements, the velvet curtains. Nothing. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not outside. Inside. Coming from the basement. I wanted to run, but my legs carried me forward instead. Down the creaking stairs into the prep room, where the air was damp and metallic with the smell of chemicals. That's when I saw the gurney. The sheet covering the body was half pulled back, and beneath it the skin wasn't pale and still. It was gray, mottled, twitching. Fingers curled and uncurled slowly, like they were testing their strength. I stumbled back, clamping my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. My flashlight flickered, and when it steadied again, the body was gone. The door to the crypt slammed upstairs. I bolted back up, nearly tripping over my own feet. The front doors were locked, but the air was different now. Thicker, colder, as if the entire funeral home was holding its breath. I told myself I wouldn't go near the crypt. Holloway's warning repeated in my head, "Don't investigate." But the sound drew me closer anyway. Whispering. Dozens of voices, low and layered, echoing from the crypt's stone walls. I pressed my ear to the cold door, and for a moment, I could make out the words, "Let us out. Let us out." Something inside pressed against the door, hard enough to make the chains rattle. I ran back to the office, locked myself in, and waited for dawn. The whispers faded just before sunrise. When Holloway arrived that morning, I confronted him, my voice shaking as I demanded answers. He stared at me for a long time, then finally spoke. "The crypt doesn't hold the dead," he said quietly. "It holds the ones who refuse to stay dead. That's why the lights must stay on, to keep them weak. That's why the phone mustn't be answered, because they call when they're strongest. And that's why you never, ever open the crypt. Because if you do..." He trailed off, his eyes shifting to the chapel. I followed his gaze. The coffins that had been empty the night before were closed again, perfectly sealed, as though they'd never been disturbed. "Go home," Holloway said finally, "and don't come back tonight." I quit that day. I didn't even collect my final paycheck. But here's the thing. Leaving didn't help. The phone at my apartment rang last night. 2:17 a.m. I didn't answer, but when I picked it up this morning to call my mom, there was dirt packed into the receiver. Fresh, damp soil. And just now, as I write this, my lights are flickering, and I can hear whispering through the walls.